It's live. It's live. Oh, God. It is live, folks. Lovely to see you guys, wherever you happen to be. We're officially live with the World Series of Warzone official watch party, or unofficial watch party, if you will. It's going to be a good day for it. I'm actually quite looking forward to this. It's EU finals. We've got 6 games coming up. We've got some very promising teams on the list today. We should have Jaff joining us at some point or another as well, which will be really sweet. And we'll be talking about all of the action whilst England also banging some goals, which sounds lovely. So if you like a bit of football and you also somewhat enjoy watching the World Series of Warzone, then you're in the right spot. You're in the right spot, especially considering currently, at this moment in time, it is a fine 1-0 to England, which is lovely. Good to see all of you guys. Hope you're doing well. Let's do a little tweet. We are live. World Series of Warzone watch party for EMEA. Let's do it. Should be good, folks. It should be good. We've got some pretty good teams today to keep an eye on, which we will run through. So we're going to go through the teams who are playing today. Coverage starts in like a minute or two, officially, so to speak. And then we will be going through everything that is happening. So we've got 6 games coming up. 12 teams from this are going straight through to global finals, which is quite exciting. So here are the teams. We've got Melvin, Pentagon, Fuzzin, who I think are quite exciting. Louis CM, Wars, Bubble CT, Vision, King AJ. These are teams who I think could do it. B Groovy, Jammer, and Benno. Viero is potentially a team who could do it. Benzi as well. Vision obviously is playing. Keeds, Gromlock, and Enkyo, that's a big team. Vortex, Robstar, and Blade, that's a big team. Zach, Hallow, and Azen, big team. Prodigy, Oki, and Echo, huge team. We've got our boys Shay, PE, and Control Deck on as well today. So hopefully those guys do well. And of course, Juki's, Len, and Thief is huge. Absolutely ridiculous levels of teams. So get this dialed up. The official coverage is starting in about 13 minutes, give or take. And we will be using the YouTube stream because it always looks nicer. If FIFA team doesn't win, I would be surprised. I would be surprised too, but you can't discount this. There's kind of 2 things you got to think about here. One, EU is very strange. Right? EU is very chippy and is very different. 2, like, everything just plays differently in Europe. Like, it's not the same as North America. In North America, you're going to have teams fighting each other, challenging each other, actually trying to win the game. What you're going to see in EU is teams, like, sitting tight. Like, teams who are going to be hunkering down, trying to get placement over kills way more than what you would see in the US. In the US, teams do fairly well because they follow the formula, they get aggressive with each other, and eventually teams whittle each other down. No one in EU is going to want to move. Not a single one of them is going to want to move. That is my guarantee to you. That is how this is going to play out today. And the battle for me, or the battle I've always seen in Europe, is you have teams like FIFA, Len, and Juki's who want to play aggressively and capitalize off of people being passive, and teams who play passive who end up capitalizing off of teams who play aggressively. And depending on what the meta is, like C4, that can go either way. Because you'll either have a 3-stack team who try to be overly aggressive and get quadruple C4'd on entry, or a 3-stack team who gets aggressive and quadruple C4's the other team on entry. So it's not the same ballpark as North America. This is going to be a very chippy, different version of World Series compared to what I think a lot of people are used to. I don't think people are aware, should I say, of just how different this can play. Do you know what I mean? I'm actually going to make this a specific window capture, and we'll make it... See if we can get this to go, like... Come on, you can capture World Series for me, can't you? Yeah. I'll do. Good to see Arbizilla. Good morning. Probably should edit this tweet to say that I'm live and not that I love, but who knows? And it looks like Denmark's just scored, for those of you who are interested in the football. Has Denmark just scored? I feel like they are. Yep, Denmark have just scored. El Clasico. El Clasico, bro. And that is why England will never win anything, because Gareth Southgate exists. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you guys. Roll on through, roll on through. Yeah, today's been a bit of a different day. We've had two sort of shorter streams rather than one big one. We're back to our regular scheduled Warzone tomorrow morning, for those of you who just want to see it. Was a nice goal, though. Gonna do a controversial tweet. Can we sack Southgate mid-tournament? It's not a controversial tweet. The guy's a shit manager. Tell me I'm wrong, man. What are your predictions for top 3? Well, let's have another look at the teams. We've got 8 minutes here, so I'll pull up some of the teams. You guys can have a look at my... So, for me personally, right? If I'm looking at these teams in terms of who the 12 I would expect to make it, I would expect Prod, Oki, and Echo. I would expect Gromalok, Enkyo, and Heeds. I would expect, arguably, Stevo, Patzuka, and Nexian, I think would be a fairly solid pick. Now, if the three boys, Deck, Che, and PE are on their game today, they will do it. And I mean that. So they're going to be my 4th, because I got to back the boys. Like, if they're on their day and they're playing their game properly, that'll be them. They will get through. Juki's, Led, and Thief, I fully expect to go first. I really like Rocket and Zakar, so I'm going to give them my 6th. Whether or not they'll make it, I'm not entirely sure personally. Like, it's a difficult tournament. You know, me saying whether or not a team's going to make it isn't, you know, any shade on them. It's just this is a stacked roster. Melvin, Pentagon, and Fuzzin, I would expect to make it. I think Louis, CM, Wars, and Bubble should make it. Vision, King AJ, and Showstopper should make it. B Groovy, Jam, and Benno, I think, should make it or have the talent to make it. And then I would probably go... Clavson, Gui, and FLS for my 11. And then for 12, I think I would probably go... possibly Chow 1H's team. Probably Chow 1H's team. So, but this is the thing, like... The thing about these predictions and why they don't always work is because this entire tournament is going to be on how this next 6 games play. And these next 6 games could play so weird, bro. They could play so weird. Like, they could play terribly slow. I think every one of these teams has the ability to make it into that final 12. It really is just about A, who shows up, and honestly, B, a little bit of luck. You know, something people don't talk about enough in Warzone is like, are you going to get landed on? Are you contesting a drop? Are you not contesting a drop? And will you find cash pools really early on? There's a lot that goes into it, in my view, beyond just, you know, are you good gunny? I would actually argue the first 5 minutes of a World Series game is more important than any other minute of the game. Because if you don't get your loadie, you're getting ran through. And that is just how it is, genuinely. The only saving grace for this tournament for a couple of teams is that the superior is ground loot. And that will give them potential options if they're stuck with ground loot. My long shot team generally probably is Deck, Shay, and P, just because on paper, talent-wise, they can absolutely do it. It's just whether or not they get the starts that they want. I don't think they're a long shot team in the sense that they don't have a chance of winning it. I think they're a long shot team in the sense of, like, having watched them so far, when they have great games, they have phenomenal games. But when they have a bad game, it tends to be a pretty bad game. And that is just World Series generally, to be honest with you, in terms of how the structure works. But I'm backing them to do it. I think they can do it. I'm expecting Lee, Len, and Thief to finish first. But there's a lot of talent on display today. Is it just me, or do the teams this year feel more competitive than last year? Yeah, I mean, if I'm being brutally honest with you, dude, like, the invite system let teams into the fray that weren't good enough. An open system does guarantee that everybody who is of a certain talent caliber should be here. Obviously, I know it sounds weird as somebody who ultimately benefited from an invite to World Series last year, but, like, the reality is non-invitational systems and pure open qualification mean you get the most competitive Warzone. The flip side of that, though, is that you will also have, and this is my biggest disagreement with how World Series works, the first format is this sort of open kill race sort of thing. And people who are good at kill races aren't good necessarily at customs. They're two different worlds. I think it says a lot in terms of, like, I mean, pretty much everybody on this list, I think I've played at least once. At least once, either in a customs or in ranked. That's like the sort of caliber of player you're expecting. Do you know who I will say could be a dark horse? Cribs and Hmood. I think it's Hmood. I don't know how you say it specifically, but I saw them in the bracket before this, and they had some good games. These boys up here, they had some good games. How comes I'm not competing? It's a combination of two things, man. Like, A, for me personally, there wasn't enough notice for this tournament, and B, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, I don't have the energy for Warzone competitive at the moment, man. Because it's just like, I don't want to put a dampener on this evening, and I don't want to put a dampener on this tournament. This tournament you're going to watch today is not going to be competitive. It's not going to be competitive at all. What you're going to watch is multiple teams who are good at using utilities and very few teams who are actually going to fight each other with guns. That's what you're going to see today. Like, and it's my issue with World Series, and the issue I've had with COD Comp generally, is that they're so against banning things that you just never get any success. Got a bit of footage going. This was yesterday. like my issue with World Series is that we are lacking a ban system, and if customs got the love that it deserved to get, we would have a perfect competitive scene for Warzone that we currently don't have, and we don't have it because the developers don't put enough time into it. You know, you could spend $1 million on a tournament, but if custom games are still unstable and crashing, and there is a major bug in custom games where there's a major bug where Ghost doesn't work. So if you use Ghost, you might still appear on a UAV. And it's mostly just C4 at the minute. Like, it just is what it is. Would you prefer to see something like CDL in terms of limited weapons and utility? Absolutely, that's exactly what I would want to see. I would want to see a ban list of certain weapons and items. I would also want to see tacticals and lethals restricted to 2 each. You should not, like... So to contextualize all of this, my first customs tournament in Warzone 2, I had 7 grenades thrown at me by FIFA Kill. By FIFA Kill alone. Not including his teammates. I think we had 12 nades thrown at us in total. What about the World Series of Euros? I'll be honest with you, man. The only person who could ruin my love for international football is Gareth Southgate, so...
Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Yurzikistan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are secure.
It's gonna rain lethals again, yeah, absolutely. I thought you had made the background. No, we are using the primary broadcast. The only reason I haven't done watch parties prior to this start is just because there's been no primary broadcast. So guys like Repulse have had to literally pull the individual perspectives of 50 to 150 players onto an individual OBS.
Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Yurzikistan Airlines.
It is a fun opening. They did a good job with the trailer.
But we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
Do you remember when they announced this and they told us there was a week to qualify? Because I remember that.
The World Series of Warzone is back. Shortly pushes the fight. No! The best Warzone players from around the world dropping in for a chance to prove their region reigns supreme. And you have a front row seat to all the action.
See, this is what upsets me about World Series of Warzone, is that if World Series of Warzone was taken like super, like if custom matches had bans, right, and Codcaster was available on custom matches for everybody, not just this tournament, it would do so well. It would do so well. Like, they wouldn't even have to spend millions of dollars. Other companies would do it.
Who will be the top 12 teams that make it for the global stage? We're going to find all that out and more today alongside yourself out in the chat. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Gio and Enigma. What a day it is. Gio, how's everything going?
I haven't met Gio, but we do love Reflections and
Enigma.
Enigma.
The lower bracket round 2 that we had the other day.
We do love them.
I'm so ready for today. It's going to be insane.
Without question, lower bracket round 2 was incredible. NA was great yesterday. Enigma, you're great always. How you feeling, man?
See Brett's calling games.
Thank you very much, sir. But
yeah. But this is what I'm saying. So
for finding out who we're
gonna mute the stream ever so slightly. The biggest thing, and this is what I said early on in this tournament, and the biggest thing I've said for generally World Series and pretty much every comp thing going forward, is that IGLs are key. If you've got a shit IGL, you're not winning anything. if you don't have an IGL who's going to make risky and ballsy plays, it's game over. Because this is like Urzikstan as a map, as a map generally requires risk compared to Al Mazrah. Al Mazrah was predetermined. Like Al Mazi had so many key and obvious power positions in terms of buildings and in terms of like how the map flows, that it was predetermined that if a team was in a certain location, they would do well. Whereas Urzikstan is a bit more free-flowing. Like, even in the areas like the city, there are 4, 5, 6 buildings. Most of the circles end up ending in just weird locations. I mean, like, you only need to see what's happening on screen right now, right? You need an IGL who is willing to make a very ballsy and risky play, and that will be the difference maker between you finishing, you know, with 20 kills and 10 kills. The only other thing that it kind of screams to me at the minute is you need an IGL who's just aware of the meta. Like C4, you know, got to be like absolutely crazy. And PDSs. Everybody should have a PDS on them. I'm surprised how well some IGLs are almost able to pinpoint where final endgames are. Yeah, that was literally my strength for World Series, is that I could tell you where the game was going to go. One of the things that I think I found in the global final that I wasn't quite prepared for is that because you're up against so many teams who equally can read the game as well as you can, you're actually better off playing edge zone than you are center. Because if you play center zone, you end up in a situation where all of the intelligent teams with good IGLs have already occupied those spaces. So it can get quite weird in that respect. So we're already in the finals for EMEA and the others. So this is where we are right now. So 12 teams yesterday from North America have gone through. 12 teams today from Europe will go through. And then we have the LCQs, which should be pretty good. And allegedly, I think there will be, I believe, yeah, it will be 28 teams attempting into LCQ. And then I believe that would be, I don't know how many teams exactly qualify considering the expansion regions, like OCE and whatnot. To me right now, the best player in the world is Hisoka. I know it's a controversial opinion for some people, but for me right now, the best player in the world right now is Hisoka. Because his team are phenomenal, like they are incredibly good at the game, but that man IGL'd yesterday and top fragged simultaneously. So not only is he calling the shots for his team and dictating the pacing and tempo, he is also top fragging, which is ridiculous. He's outlandish. Nobody who is that good at Gunny can sign, like, because I've done IGL in these comp games, bro. It's intense. You're thinking so much about your surroundings that sometimes what happens in front of you becomes two separate worlds. Do you know what I mean? So to me personally, Soka is the best in the game right now. Controversial to take from that some people might disagree with, but as much as I'm sure the other boys in his team have the IGL capacity, you know, it's wild. Like I say, from this list, Savvy Ultras, Zanks, and Freddy could do well. Prod, Echo, and Oki should do well. Clavs and Gui, FLS should do well. Heeds, Gromolok, and Enkyo. Patzuka, Stiwo, and Exian. Juki's, Len, and Thief. I'm expecting to finish first. I love Zakar and Rocket. I love Zakar and Rocket.
23 and
an
absolute range of other tournaments. There's a lot of trust between them.
I love the Polish boys.
Last year with Lenin essentially being
the good lads.
Leading the
IGL's in-game leader, Mark.
Talking about the strategy, and that just seemed to loosen Juki's up and allow him to hit that star potential. They finished first in the first stage of online last year, second in the second stage, and then 10th online. It wasn't the result that they wanted, but they did bring home that big map online, and of course were loved in the copper box, or as Lenin said there, shout out Gale. In comes FIFA Kill then. Back to the trio. Last year, split off from Juki's and Co. There's a bit of drama going on there. Tried it out with some young talent, but this year, back together. And
one of the questions at the minute, because of the fact that FIFA Kill finished 11th last year with Oki and Wiz, there's a bit of conversation around how good is FIFA Kill? Is he still at that top level? He's very respected. He's seen as big brain indeed, but are you still a part of the very cream of the crop? Are you part of the very best? There's been a lot of issues for this squad throughout groups. It was
God, I
kind
remember
of
that
papering over
bloody
the cracks.
meta.
Those were exposed in upper bracket.
You lot
and they
remember that
squeezed
meta, don't you?
through.
PPSH
Can
with like a
FIFA Kill
71
lead this
bajillion
side
round
Can
mag.
he fix the problems that they've had so far? I absolutely believe so. There's so much talent in this roster. They've got a lot of backing and love, and they will not perform as poorly as they did in that upper bracket again. I guarantee that on you.
That's a big team. That's a big team.
Focus right now is on the French, and I
See,
think that
here's the thing, right? And this is the one thing I will say. I think a lot of people put too much emphasis on FIFA and Len. FIFA and Jukies. I think Len's the guy, man. Len's the glue. Like, I think Lennon is consistently one of the best players in Warzone, generally. And I think he has been for a while. And I think he's a guy who just keeps improving. I love Len. I honestly think, like, for me personally, if I was to see somebody go right to the tippity top of the pack, I think it could be him. Just because of how adaptable he is. He's played in so many different teams, you know. He's played in teams for years now that have, with so many different players and different compositions, and he's still successful. Do you know what I mean?
Overall in the upper bracket, and the thing is how this team plays around him is so well structured, because we have Gromolok, who's actually
Throw back to everybody thinking Enkyo cheated.
And he does a lot of the support. He kind of tracks a lot of the the things they need tracking, but they've also said to us that every single one of them feels comfortable on all of the roles. So if anything goes wrong, if they have to adapt in any way, they're all very okay with doing each other's
Proper
roles.
talent,
And that's
these
why we're
boys.
seeing
Gromolok,
statistics
Enkyo.
like, I talk about Enkyo getting 36 kills overall in the upper bracket.
These
but
guys have got
he's
some good
came through
fraggers on their team,
32
which is the
kills
important
in the
thing.
upper bracket. So if that doesn't prove the point, I don't know what will. This team just seems so sure of themselves. Everything went right for them in that upper bracket, and I just don't see any reason why that's going to change here, especially when everybody is so scared of this one prodigy.
Watch out for Liam second guessing FIFA's calls. Going with I don't have this straight now.
That's peaking.
See,
Even our top elimination leaderboards going from it.
there is such thing as too many cooks in a kitchen, so to speak. And I think what Hisoka's team does exceptionally well is that they will have a conversation with Soka after the fact if they feel a call has gone wrong, but in the game they follow exactly what he says. And that is pretty critical in terms, like, if you I've said this 1,000 times again, a bad play executed by 3 people will always be more successful than a good play executed by 1 person. Right? And that is why IGL is so important, because generally speaking, like, if I call a play and I say, right, lads, we're going here and we're challenging this, and 3 of us do it and it's a shit call and it's a bad play, the 3 of us still have a better chance of pulling that off than one dude doing one play by himself. This is an entire game of just people getting picks. It is people getting, 1 kill and then pushing out the others. So we'll see how it goes.
No business being in the same lobby as him. However, they were incredibly inconsistent. They had some great top place finishes, but also some really disastrous instances where they went out early, and it was the same story in the lower bracket round 2. They managed to pull it through in those last 2 games with some pretty spectacular wins, I will say, but wow, they kind of left it to the last minute to pull themselves actually through into the finals, because they
I love how they all have placeholder cards
in the first 4, and they need
these
to
anime
fix that
boys.
consistency because their insane gunplay isn't going to be enough.
Jaff will be joining us.
Scuffology, a team to fear across the board.
What's the format? You get a kill, you get a point for a kill, and then your placement determines your multiplier.
But that drama seems to be put aside. Obviously, we're talking about Elysium and Warzone EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on this on Tuesday, right? And
this is an interesting theme,
squad, the Esports World Cup drama, everything that we're seeing on the timeline, very public falling out, and then this fall from Grace basically finishing 22nd in upper bracket. Could they
Wars Elysium
and as they said they would and make things happen? They're a self-proclaimed emotional team. Vibes are very important.
Wars Elysium and Bubble
smashed lower round 2 to bits.
Absolutely can make it to global land. In terms of talent, I was astonished that none of these guys got picked up teams and ended up forming their own.
Of 11.3, again, the best return they have shown so far.
I will go on record by saying that Wars' choice for the World Cup, dumb as shit, bro.
Absolutely.
Like, I understand why. Like, obviously, he's been invited to another major tournament, and he has the opportunity to pick another team for a rebirth-specific element. Louis CM is one of the best rebirth players in the world, my bro. Yeah, if your placement's good and you finish on good kills, you will thrust yourself into the top half of the table.
This roster has to be Fuzz and Pentagon and Melvin Geo.
Honestly, I mean, I know it's impressive that Wars was the top fragger yesterday, but if you want a team that can frag, all 3 of these players were in the top 10 for frags yesterday.
You need, I would say you need...
Pentagon was in second.
One win with good kills will probably guarantee you top 15. 2 or 3 good games, like two games decently in 2nd to 5th with a 1.8 multi will probably get you through. Do you see the highlight with Shifty through a PDS on the car? Yeah.
It's kind of crazy though, because
and that was, again, all called out by Soka to make that play, you know what I mean? Like, this, look, I think Shifty is a phenomenal player. I think all the boys at that top level are phenomenal players. I truly do believe that Soka is the best player in the world.
I guess we can't just draw the line and make our conclusions based on what happened in the lower
because, and one thing I will say is that a lot of people are underestimating how difficult a map this is to IGL, because it is a hard map through IGL, because there are a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a crazy thing to look at. It shows it as well a real step up from them, because they were struggling in upper bracket and groups well and truly, not just for placing but for kills as well. In upper bracket in particular, they averaged 5.8 kills per game. They more than doubled, nearly tripled that when it came to lower round 2. And yes, lower round 2 is an easier set of opponents than upper bracket was, but no other team has seen that kind of jump. We've spoken about it. We broke it down on Tuesday about how they've adjusted their landing spot and are playing slightly differently, and it seems to be reaping rewards, paying out dividends. If they can make it happen yet again today, they will fix the
Thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate you.
See them on that global stage.
I'm really glad to see the casting team back. Enigma, Reflections, Dandro. You know, they really did cook last year. They did a really good job. I think they did what they did a phenomenal job of collectively as a group is they actually did do their research as well. Like, and that sounds like really condescending, and I hope it doesn't come across that way. But in some of these productions with some commentators, they just go into it with zero knowledge of what they're playing, and it shows in the live broadcast. That has not been the case at all. Like, these guys have done a phenomenal job of like understanding the metas, understanding the ins and outs of the games, getting in contact with players. Like, really glad to see them back. Like, they very much deserve to be up here again.
Such a shipment, Shoot House, 24/7 TDM, all available now and always free to play on Warzone Mobile. And also, don't miss the XP Boost Week. Warzone Mobile, a great game. Love playing it wherever I go, because you always.
I think Husker's explained their team dynamics really well, where he's the macro shot caller and his teammate has the play-by-play calls. Yeah, you do need an element of that, because, like, me, for example, personally, I will give you a phenomenal map breakdown of how a map is going to play. Like, I will give you a phenomenal through like circle 1 to 7 of how the map's going to go down. But when it comes to micro calls on a gunfight as to pushing people and not pushing people, that's where I'm a little bit weaker. You know, it's an area that I think I definitely improved on after World Series, but it requires a bit more. It's crazy how you go from sort of macro gameplay to micro gameplay in terms of calls, and a micro call can ruin your macro. Do you know what I mean? Like, a micro call of pushing a team that goes wrong and ends up losing you a player could fumble your macro win of you getting a placement. So it is really challenging in that respect. Something I noticed last night was that a lot of the non-streamers could land a shot on the player in the sky. Yeah, you can land shots on players in the sky. I mean, it's not difficult to do. It's a risk-reward thing. Me personally, I don't think I would call shots on players in the sky unless it was a guaranteed down, just because otherwise you're giving away your position. But each to their own, really. Come on, let's not be silly with any disconnect troubles. Sheesh, YouTube, Jesus. Bloody hell. Yeah, the ghost bug. Did you see the bug Tommy pointed out about ghost working for properly? People making out. No, the ghost bug is hugely important. Like if like his team was playing the game as though they were ghosted, and they would have played radically differently if they weren't ghosted. Do you know what I mean? The issue with the ghost bug is that if I know I'm ghosted, I'm approaching UAV scenarios entirely differently.
Location alpha, your landing spot, but there are times you get pushed off of that, but there are teams who are just ornery, right? They just continually push that landing spot despite it not working out for them. What's going on today? I mean, we're talking about now the top 20 joining the 20 that grinded to get to this point through lower round 2. The difference in competition is there, and let's not forget, right, those in the upper brackets who had a chance to watch lower round 2, see where these teams are going to. It's not going to be a surprise to them.
No, 100% not. And there's a bunch of teams that I spoke to that seemed very much so on it when it came to their homework. They were changing their landing strategies from LR2 into this finals because they feel like there's a stronger squad in the upper bracket already hitting that location.
This I agree with.
It was kind of changes last year on the global LAN, right?
Like,
we spoke about it multiple times when we were there about how sides from maybe
you can't land on another team.
Fighting on certain EU teams and vice versa.
You can't do it.
And that
it's stupid.
Could well go on
like,
today. And I spoke to a
it doesn't matter. I'm going to mute the stream. It genuinely doesn't matter if you were the best team in the world. If you land on another team at the start of a game and it slows you down by 1 or 2 minutes, it's a waste of time. It's mutually assured destruction because both of you aren't getting your loadout. It's a waste of time. In PUBG competitive, for those of you who watch PUBG competitive, in PUBG competitive, teams don't land on each other. Teams deliberately give each other space to get their guns and then challenge each other. That's how much of a problem it is. And that's in a game that doesn't have loadout drops. A game like Warzone that has loadout drops, radically different. We got the young, is that, am I seeing a young Jaff live and direct? What are we saying, Jaff?
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
You ready for
excited? Have I missed anything?
Not really. Like, they've kind of just been talking about, they've been talking mostly about like landing spots and how teams are approaching things and shit, but like mostly talking about the fact that the teams who were in lower bracket basically, like, because they've played another customs prior to this, everybody knows where they're going to go.
Yeah, and something that I'd like to say as well is that I'd actually argue that this lobby is going to be a lot harder than the upper brackets. Because there was a lot of teams that seep through to the lower bracket that actually should have been in the top, i.e. Liam. Actually, no, not Liam. King AJ, Wars. There was a lot of teams.
Well,
have you done your top 12 predictions yet?
I have.
Go on, let's hear them.
All right, let me get the old photo up because there's literally too many teams to count. So on the main screen, we've got, I think Stewo and Exceed and Patzuka might do it.
Yeah, I think they're guaranteed. I think they'll come first.
Heeds, Gromlock, and Enkyo. I would go, obviously, Juki's, Len, Thief, so that's 3 so far. Clavson, Gui, and FLS, I think, will do it.
Yeah, they're a good team. They are a very good team. I think they're going to be an underdog team. I don't think many people are going to be looking at them, but I think they'll sneak into the top 10.
I entirely agree with that. I think I'm gonna give, well, Prod, Oki, and Echo. I think can do it. I think they have talent for it. I'm gonna give my underrated dark horse to Rocket Zakar and QLARP or QLAPR.
Who's that third?
QLAPR, some geezer I've never heard of. However, Clapper. There you go. Sorry.
That's it. Yeah.
However, I just think the Polish boys are really good at Warzone. If I'm honest,
I don't think many people look at them too often, and I do think they're really good.
Who is Showstopper playing with? Is that on the other list?
Showstopper's playing with AJ.
Yeah,
and Vision.
Vision, Showstopper, and AJ. That's a given.
Even though they went to lower bracket, I think they'll turn up today. They went to lower bracket the day that Wars decided to destroy the whole comp scene.
Yeah.
Which I think Lou, Wars, and Bubble, and Vision, AJ, and Showstopper, those two teams are the ones that dropped to lower bracket.
Yeah, I both think they'll make it.
Yeah, I think they dropped to lower bracket for reasons that a lot of people wouldn't be able to explain.
Yeah. Melvin, Pentagon, and Fuzzin should do it.
They should do it. As long as they don't get any issues. They seem to get like some juju on the head. I think Pete and Shay will.
Yeah. I
think they need to be consistent across the board, and that's it.
I was just saying this, Jaff. I was like, when Pete, Shay, and Deck have a good game, they have a great game. But when they have a bad game, they have a bad game.
It's like a 2, 3, 4 point. So if they go in today having no bad games and make their bad games mediocre games, they'll easily qualify.
Oh yeah,
without a question. I've watched a lot of their practice, and I've been keeping up to date because obviously I've been watching a lot of Pete streams and everything like that. And like I said, if they avoid those bad starts, it'll excel massively.
Well, I was just having this conversation. Is that I was saying that literally like the first 5 minutes of a game are more important than any other part of it.
Yeah, and they do have I would argue they have the most quiet drop out of everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
They drop at Nuketown.
Did you fun fact, by the way, I don't know if you want to pull this up, but there is actually a second stream. The map 1 is starting now. I'm just going to open up a second stream. There is a second stream that is always the minimap.
Oh, really?
Yes. The minimap and leaderboard.
That's interesting.
Right, let's get this.
I love that start they have, I think that start is so cool.
Oh, sick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leggy, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I think Tommy will make it.
Really struggling to lock in the 30 to 40
always on leaderboard is a thing. Which is pretty sick.
Set your hearts ablaze in Urzikstan, baby. Look, I just watched Demon Slayer, and now I've got Rengoku vibes, and I want to see our players bring that today.
Well, a lot of fantastic teams, so many storylines that we don't even have time to talk about, but I got a couple quick reminders for the people at home.
Is Shay already... Oh, Shay already went down.
These first encounters are everything. Who wins
Oh, wait. These guys are separate. Come on, Deck. Come on, Shay. 3v1. 1v3. Come on. Get this boy gone.
Opposition pivot, and it seems like Control Deck trying to do a lot of that.
Big early kill, yeah.
Massive squad wide.
Which is favoring that western side.
Oh, he's got C4 already!
Oh my god, no!
No!
What's happening?
How has he got C4 already, bro?
There's no way he's got 2! What? Oh, they're playing that!
Already, if I'm quicker, and I know I've
Shay
got
needs to stay alive here. Shay needs to stay alive big time.
That's not bad. And they got Lodi.
Wait, did they get Lodi?
They got Lodi off rip.
Okay, we're starting like that.
I don't know.
Today? Sure.
They must have got loadout market.
Dude, do you know how lucky you have to be to have C4 off rip? Oh, it must have been a universal loadout drop. Because that's how he's got C4.
The other team must have got very...
Wait,
absolutely, Blackie.
Wait, is it Shay's team that got loadout?
I think it might have been a universal loadout drop. As in like a global map drop.
Getting that kill. That is the other Falcon squad from Saudi Arabia competing today that made it straight from the upper bracket into the finals today. But Tip,
I'm low-key, I'm gonna have to pull up Shay's POV here because I want to know how they fight this. Have you got individual POVs?
Nah. I'm literally just using map.
Banes can have any better luck here. Must-win situation to keep the dream moving for map number 1. We've already moved up and just kind of looking for angles here. Shots coming out, so it's going to give them information. But then we get tagged up and can't move. And, well, our first team out.
Yeah, out of here. They got 30
34th in upper
Ignore this for a
bracket. They
second.
came in seated 31st, and now they are in the lobby
interested to
rethinking
see
their
where
life decisions. This
Juki's
is
in that
brutal
lands.
for a
I'd
start.
like to see
But
them-
somebody's got to be the
What's
first
that
team
stream
out.
for
And we
the,
witnessed it here on
for
main
the
stage
mini-map?
as we continue
I'm
to
pulling
hop
it
between
up right
POVs.
now.
What will they do different?
like
Or will
to
they
see
just
where
try to win their
everybody's-
gunfights early next time?
Oh, I
Brutal,
like what you're
brutal start.
doing.
Now, Tiff, I want to remind
Lucky's cooking,
everybody at
Lucky's
home as we're seeing
cooking.
this
I'm
fight
cooking,
setup
I'm
here at
cooking, I'm
community center there. You can pay attention to the live map feed at all times. YouTube.com.
I'm just gonna make it appear and disappear at different times.
Maybe have both up on the
yeah.
side.
I rate
in
that,
this
I rate that, I
broadcast
rate that.
And the map view, because it's super cool to watch these teams where they rotate from, where they drop. And unfortunately for Crazy Snake, it doesn't matter where you drop, you're getting obliterated here at community center.
Louis
A
CM
great
just
setup encounter by
Louis CM just 1v2'd or
The
1v3'd?
resources are so low for the players that
Chase
are
team might be
remaining,
full
but
squad
Ghoul's team
wipes.
is going
Oh,
to
wow.
need to grab those eliminations. The teams that
Dex
got
last guy
out to some of
alive.
the earliest starts in the NA finals yesterday
He's one shot as
really
well.
teetered
Okay,
on
yeah,
that
he's dead.
leaderboard. So
Everybody
it just
wiped already.
depends on that consistency
Wow.
that you're looking to maintain. But drop number 1 is always a solid chance to get a read on the lobby and how it plays
Only takes
out.
one good
Now,
game, though.
granted, It does
Yeah, it takes
get
one.
more
Like, they got a
aggressive
40-point
drop
game
by drop. But for
in the
now,
upper
clearing
bracket.
out
They
the
can pull
south
it back
side
100%.
isn't the
They're,
worst way to
they're
go
one
about,
team
but
that
let's
I
check
would
in
not
with some
write
of our
off
other
at all.
squads.
Yeah, this
At
is
all.
all the way up on the north-hand side. This is right between
Like, I'm
11
so
Resort and
glad they've
Popov.
added
A lot more
Codcastle
teams
last
in
year.
this
Is
area.
is gonna
Glad,
get
and it's
very
well because
beefy at Cargo.
Biffle's not playing.
I like
Very-
how there's no
There's
feed as
not
well.
SSD
He is
up
gonna
here.
get
Everybody
very
seemingly
beefy
at
on
Cargo,
the
bro.
even
You know, I
ground.
need
Now,
to
a lot of
pull
teams
up
wouldn't
and put your
say
chat
that.
as well,
We asked a lot
actually.
of these teams, Tiff, what
We're
their
turning into the
hardest
EU
team to kill was in their region.
EU
what the
casting
easiest team to kill
central.
was.
Like,
And a lot of the
yeah.
answers
EU
was
casting
just
central. Bro, he's gonna get
or
so
nobody,
beefy at Cargo, bro.
frankly, and it's pretty impressive to have a bit of
Like,
fear around your
you're gonna
name,
have
but
a
lot of these
4-5
EU
team
teams
fight
will
potentially
not back
between
down
Lowtown
from
and
a fight,
Cargo.
and you're seeing that in the kill feed
So,
there.
oh yeah, you pulled up the
Several teams
mini-map
getting wiped,
there.
A lot of early fights
Oh, it
across
actually tells
the
you
board here.
so.
Popov,
Does it tell you what
here's
kills
the
that everybody's
fight.
got?
Freddy
It
down.
updates at the end of the
It's
round.
on the Call of
Left to
Duty
left.
stream. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
awesome.
cool.
Squads are over
Yeah,
here
Call of
in
Duty's official.
Popov
On
Tower,
YouTube,
so
yeah?
any
Yeah,
fight
yeah.
that breaks out, the chance of being
This
third,
map
fourth,
is
and
gonna
fifth
finish
party
Southside
is going to
Cargo
be
on the
an
football pitch
absolute
on Stadium
brawl here. So Savio
on Zaravan City.
will need to remain relatively healthy throughout it, but let's
So-
check back in with Palace. Robstar on the
It's
screen
worth
looking for
noting-
Ojo.
Ooh, nice.
Can't seem to
Ooh,
catch a
Robstar,
break
hello.
here in
Robstar.
drop number 1.
The middle
They did
map's
get
kind
all
of
members
mixy, you
back on,
know.
but now
I
down
genuinely
to
thought it'd be
just
quite
2.
quiet.
Ooh,
So
Rob making it look easy.
it's fun because
Playing
it's
some
funny
post here,
because
Rob. Great shots
I-
down below.
Nobody
Great
landed
shots down
Zaravan,
there,
by the
9
way.
times out of 10. Very well
One
done.
team
it's
landed
kind of
City.
like
Got high ground
Really?
positions, you
Yeah.
can play the flanks, you get the
So-
Do you
so-
think that's because a lot of people
now, you see
don't
a lot of
like
these
the
teams, I'm
hype?
reminded
They
of
don't
them
like
too,
getting landed on,
you know,
like,
you
See,
play
okay,
watching
so
all week,
personally
you
for
don't need a
me,
reminder, but,
outside,
based on our
I
podcast
really,
review, we can
really,
see a
really,
lot, and one of
really
the
don't
things you
like
can't
getting
see is
landed
those
on.
players
No,
holding
no.
the flag. That means
So-
they're doing the most one-
Bubbles
I
just
would like to
taken.
get
A lot
back
of teams do this to
throwback,
try to get a
right?
bunch
So
of
back
cash.
to the
It's
dance
risky, you get
era,
punished. Incio
World
squad
Series of
on your screen.
Warzone. I
Really
played
the
it with
only other team that was ever listed
you
as a
won't know him, but
scary squad
John,
to
a
watch
good
out
mate
for,
of mine,
for good reason.
and who's
They're
our
seeded
third?
first. They won the upper
Porky.
bracket. They beat
Porky,
out
yeah.
the
And we finished top 12, right? And we literally lost every single one of our encounters to height of building. Now,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
Downtown back in the day was mixy, right?
It definitely is. And
Next
Ghoul's
it's just
squad
been
gonna
done in
be
by
on
his-
the
by a
opposing side
PDS
of
on the
this
back of the
one.
car.
Left community center
Oh, he's done it. He's pulled it back.
No,
He's pulled it back.
Nexium's fault.
Very low.
That's a big
Doesn't
wipe
matter,
on
because they
Kong's
passed
team.
up, they hit
Yeah,
the
it's a big
regain.
one. I'm telling you
We
right now,
started
and
to
next
think they were gonna
my
hit that
pick,
rotation. I did
and
see a
Nexium wins
small
it. I'm
pit
telling
there
you.
that
Yeah.
shows where the circle
Hazuka
is
Stuart
going to be
Nexium.
pulling to.
Their
It's
So-
dead
their
center
team
with
is
Cargo
so
So I'm just gonna pull up the minimap quickly. Everybody has avoided landing on Zaravan off rip, but they're actually I think this is gonna end on that football pitch south of Cargo, 100% in between Cargo on that bridge.
So what he's saying is height maybe on
Well,
those three sets of buildings.
That
is really
Giga
playing.
Chad block over the football pitch is going to be a joke.
Or the solo building next to the highway might not be a bad idea.
Fire station on the opposite side as well.
So the teams that are knocked out right now, we've got Starbrook that I've knocked out, Control Dex team that I've knocked out so far. Currently, Team Congo in the lead right now with 4 kills. I think that's automatic. I think that's not automatically updated. I
It's
think
not
that's
updating. No.
Have you done a tweet?
Side of the map, but I
haven't
think the team
done- I have
set
done
up
one
Cargo,
tweet.
which is
I've
only a
done three.
few,
I
probably
mean,
the
retweet.
best chances to set up for what's new. But
let me give it a
we've got
quote
Chow on his screen.
retweet
That's
saying
not
that,
bad,
you know,
Uncle. Really a fluctuating
parties live.
difference in performance across every stage. Of
Okay,
this
he's updating a little bit better.
competition.
Stevo's
Always
team
gonna
is
be
on
one of those
5
teams that
kills.
has one of the
Zach's
largest
team
fan
is on
bases,
4
but
kills.
End of the day, it's just about how they succeed on the map in front of them. Really looking for this team to
See,
play
this
for
this
more
fight here is
kills.
pointless.
They're fairly centrally
This fight here
located. They
between
have decent
Nova Alpha, AB Wiz, and VDAT's
it
team.
is pointless.
Zero sum. You know, no one's gonna get full. No one's gonna get full.
Yeah, no one's gonna get a full. The issue is, AB Wiz has to take the fight here. If they go back north into pop-off power, they're gonna lose. Splash really doesn't have to take the fight. And whoever Team Blue is, they don't have to take the fight. So AB Wiz is playing positional play to kind of get through it. These other two teams don't. I don't know. This is a really risky play by Splash, and if it pulls off, I'll be very surprised because they're going to try and go for this.
Oh, C4.
This is why C4
They're just gonna get landed on now. They're gonna get now. They're about to get. Oh, AB Wiz's team just bunker busted.
A ton, Tiff, especially when
But do you know what I mean? This is a stupid fight because none of these teams are they're all stuck on each other, but none of them are going to be willing to make the push. Do you know what I mean? Like you've got AB Wiz's team who aren't going to move. Who one of them's just been wiped, by the way. One of them got a pick off of the blue team. Who are now pushing across. Oh my god, they pushed across. AB Wiz with the one piece.
Kind of a lesser of two evils at some level, and it's just about what works best for your team.
Oh my word.
Resources you have. So as it's a little bit of a stalemate over there, we're gonna swing around as Freddy, Savvy Ultra, Zanks. They went through
I like this team.
of the Italian roster mania and have apparently come out somewhat successful to be here in the regional finals.
I love that every time
news is no one's breaking in the house.
AB Wiz got some good picks there. Some really good picks.
Oh, was I right in saying what I was saying, that he needed to take that fight? Is he pushed through?
No. They got a down and a wipe on one of AB Wiz's team. They tried pushing across and they countered it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really silly push in my opinion. But
see, I'd get the down and try and push through to zone.
see, so I'm gonna pull a little side note here. I said at the World Series Global Final, it ended up being more intelligent to play the edge of circle, and that is already being true here. If you look at that map, there are so many teams already in the middle, already playing position.
Yeah, and you called it. You literally did call it. So I'm trying to go back to. It's annoying because the minimap stream's behind. I know it's not.
It's definitely ending on Fire Station Bridge in between the football pitch. 100%.
Yeah, I think it's heading at Fire Station south of Cargo, north of the football pitch.
Yeah, that's exactly the one I'm talking. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So it's funny you said that because AB Wiz's team could have literally got that pick and rotated zone straight away. I tell you who's making a really good play here, and I'm just trying to find a color right now.
Old Town is about to be a mess.
Team Toho, I think it is. Have you got the minimap up?
Yeah, I got it open.
No, it was light blue.
Light blue, yeah. 33.
Number 22.
Okay.
Can't see it on the minimap.
Look, for the teams that have rotated
You see
early
it?
and found themselves
I think
down
they've just
in
been
condos,
taken out, bro.
This is one of the catalysts
What,
of
number
that
22?
experience.
Oh, no, I see where you are.
Four
Southside
five
Cargo,
squads,
Southside Cargo.
a
Yeah, but
very
who is it? What's the team?
amount
Number
of
22
space. Fakes
is...
the res and doubles down, gets the knock right onto Marcus. I don't care if you won two
Weirdly
maps
enough, on the
back-to-back
leaderboard on the right, there is no Team 22.
Well, they're there.
Whoever Team 22 is has got the spot, and Team number 10 as well. Team number 10 are making a rip. Team Begsy. And whoever team number 22 is, they're making big plays. Right? Everybody's starting to realize that that's center zone right now, so they're going to be contesting a big time.
Stevo's team is first, but I'm pretty sure only one alive.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting updated as quick as we'd like.
That's fine.
That's fine. We're okay with that. But the post-match is where we need to be keeping an eye on. Teams that are...
See, this is exactly...
It's an interesting question I was going to ask you. What do you think top 12 is going to be? I think it's going to be 70 points.
Yeah, it's going to be really low. Like, I genuinely think 2 decent games with top 5 placement, and you are in a shout for top 12.
Yeah,
I don't think you need any more.
Is it 6 games? Was
6
it 5?
games. 6 games.
Yeah, I think
2 decent games.
Really, all you've got to average is 10 points.
Look at how mad this is already. Oh, it's actually pulled. The zone's pulled towards Seaport. It's landing on the buildings here. It's landing on... Yeah, it is landing on...
It's literally pulling that close, yeah.
That is an that is a bad finish. See, if you're smart, and this is just me, 16 is in the best position right now. Squad 16 is in the best position in the circle, right? Team Rakes. Team Rake's on the hill. They're in the best position. All them other teams are going to
Yeah,
bleed
I
each other out on
agree.
condos,
Yeah,
and
I
they could just
agree.
play distant picks.
Or top 19.
Yeah.
The reason why I say that is that those buildings are dead easy to smoke building to building,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all you've got to do is play bottom.
All 35 v16's about to go
Obviously,
down.
the thing is, you do need kills, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need kills.
Well, this is the thing. If the way I view this is, you're on that hill playing snipes, you're going to get picks on teams fighting each other.
Is
Yeah.
cars still allowed in this?
Yeah,
Still
cars still allowed.
There
Yeah,
you go then.
easy picks. Bro.
Every team's gonna be playing for easy picks.
35 is about to play out 16, and 23 is also thinking about landing on top of them. It's that. Oh god, it's a three-way fight on the hill.
Oh, bad uncle versus AB Wizards team.
Bloody hell.
AB Wizards team to get some freebies here. Not AB Wizards. These guys. Duo's on 10 points already, Lucky. What did I tell you?
Oh, Stevo's team is full alive. I like the play they're
do you know
making as
what?
well.
The prediction of 70 points might not actually be as on par as I think it might be, you know?
Well, you have to bear in mind.
Is it a case that some
So-
teams are going to be turning up even more in the finals?
Stevo's team are making a very good play right now, away from the primary buildings to pick up some cheap kills, because Stevo's team already has 10 kills. If they take out squad 17 and 11, they're chilling, bro. If squad 1 just consumes those teams, that's their game sorted. They just need to live.
Mood's team is pulling up as well. 10.8 points.
They played big in the last one.
Yeah, they did. And do you know what? That's also another underrated team. There's 27 teams left, Lackey, in Zone 4. This is going to get...
This is Europe. This is... Someone play the... Someone get an EU flag out.
Someone said part the bus.
This is what EU does. There are 77 people alive in Circle 4.
This is truly when teams are going to start picking up points.
Yeah, right now.
Duo, H-Mood, B-Blaze, Savvy Ultras, Wars, Jukies, if they pick up points here, this is big and they can start leaving a lot of the competition behind.
Buzzing and Vism's
making
getting wiped.
Ooh, I know it. C4 Warfare, C4 AJ's getting 2
Dude, bro, this C4 is... This C4 is so stupid, bro.
Oh my, God,
my word.
No way they won that fight.
They just got pieced.
They got caught. Fair play to AJ, shows off his team, by the way. Grommelok and Enkyo's team, they're in a nice spot.
I like them not playing the roof. I like them not playing the
Yeah,
roof.
they've also not got that many kills between them. They've only got 4 kills, I think.
How many of Wars' team are alive?
I think all of them.
I'm not seeing a lot of kills.
Oh, all of them, yeah. All alive. All alive, yeah.
All of them alive, yeah.
And they're on edge circle. They're on edge
Oh,
circle.
they were Team 23.
Yeah. That could be big from them.
Yeah.
And if they take a wide rotation north, if they take a wide rotation north, Team 23, and sneak into the back of the buildings, could be a big play.
Wars' team are making a big play right now.
Big play.
If they can pick up these 2 teams squad vibes, because one of them's a team, it's on a
They could get focused on by both. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's an issue. If they go far north here and then work their way in, they're making a really great play here. A lot. FIFA kills team still alive as well.
Oh, Team 11 versus Team 1 here. Enkyo, Stevo, and against Mood.
FIFA's team are in a really good spot. North of the zone, Team 19,
Yeah,
Orange. Look at the spot they're in right now. That's really good.
You're not in a bad position if you have one of those buildings secure, but they are very attackable.
Yeah,
They're not
All the
defendable
hard-hitting
locations.
teams, all the hard-hitting teams are doing really well this game, and that's not what you want if you're someone if you're an underdog right now. It really isn't.
I think Wars' team just got wiped.
No, they're still alive on mine. Team 16? No, they've just been killed. You're right. How many kills were they on there? They did have 7 kills. They had good kills, so it's still not a bad game. It's still, I'd say it's like a decent-ish game.
I actually really like where the Polish dudes are on the bridge. They're on the bridge walkway.
What team number are they?
Team 14.
Oh yeah, they're in a
really weird spot. It's weird, but it's not bad weird.
Zakar and Clapper are really good players. Rocket's really good. I just don't know. I've not watched him enough, but he's
Rocket's
really
good, yeah. I like Rocket.
Rocket's really good.
I am not going to throw my position
On other
away
news,
to try and take
Team
angles
16,
on your self-proclaimed
Team Rakes,
raccoons
and Team
under the bridge. You
1635
can already see they're pieced
nuts
out.
locations
It's
right
funny
now.
because a lot of teams that we said that weren't going to do great, or like we didn't even give them a shot, they're doing great right now.
If the winner of this fight, Team 16 and 35, could have an absolute blinder of a game. Because they would have the hill to themselves.
Between 16 and 35, and
Lennon and Nat are in a really good spot right now, really good spot. And this is the thing, right? A lot of teams are going to start picking up kills.
Well, this is the thing. They've only got one kill between them.
Yeah, but I don't know. Liam, FIFA, and Juki's, they're one of these
They'll pick up
teams.
XP kills. Oh, they're getting pushed.
This will be probably their worst game. Genuinely. This would genuinely be one of
See,
the
what
their worst
I love
games.
about this team is the util. They've got an APS and they've got a shield. They know what it is.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. See what I mean? They're going to pick up. Yeah. Team 16 are in a really bad spot right now. They get through. Musty and Nat are pushing through.
No one is playing the roof. Every team is playing top or mid floor.
No one wants to get their car.
No one wants to get their head torn off.
They've just wiped Zach and Hallow.
With C4.
Oh my, look at the kill feed.
With C4.
Oh my god.
Rakes is also just down Thief. Rakes going big.
We need a Juki's POV right now. I need to know what's happening on board with him right now. Enkyo and Nat trying to pick up some kills right now. Yeah, this is the part where you need to be picking up kills.
Yeah, you need to get the teams who are out in the open now.
Yeah,
like,
you really.
There's no good not being on the roof right now. Benno Jr.'s team's about to land on another team on Oki.
Oh wait, Oki and Prodigy have got.
They missed a player. Yeah, they missed a player.
They're still in endgame like this.
Fair play to him, bro.
Who's their third? Do you know?
Oki, Prod, and Bubble? No, not Bubble. Echo.
Echo. Yeah, okay. He's still alive. He's just picking up downs. Their whole team's still alive right now. Team 19. They're in a team fight right now. We need a POV.
Oh, look at them shots.
He's got 2-piece on Rakes.
Nice.
It really comes down to the
Bro, this is such a crazy end zone.
Nexium's on 7 kills, Lackey.
By himself.
That's a harsh peak.
He's got full gassy. He's got full gassy. He'll be alright.
That's a good death.
No, he's good.
No, he's alive.
He's got PDS. See, this is smart. They could play this team out.
He's also got Bunker Buster as well.
I mean, they have been quite relentless with their
Oh, the pinch. The pinch.
Oh, ain't that kills for HMOO, bro? Bro is teeing up. Falcon and the boys.
This is a dreadful circle, by the way. I would actually argue that HMOO's team's in the best position in the circle.
Well, yeah, because no one's going to be looking over this time.
They need to play picks though.
Do you know what it is, right?
Juki's wiped. Juki's out.
Yeah,
Lem getting pushed. This C4 stuff is so stupid, bro. This C4 stuff is ridiculous.
Jeez, bro, it's cheese.
Yeah, this is the guy we've played before, HMOO stud. He's a phenomenal player.
Really good player.
There's currently 3 teams in the gas. They might be the only team from Turkey who isn't cheating.
And there goes mine and Lucky's.
There you go. I'm kidding. PDS down. He's got gassy. Have they got another PDS on standby? They do.
Wait, when did
Yep, there you go. Second PDS.
Oh my god, they're actually in a big spot right now.
2 PDSs.
They're in a really good spot right now.
They've got another PDS, by the way. They've got another PDS.
I tell you what, like, this is gonna be a high-scoring game, you know.
They will, yeah.
I'm loving this.
They're tanking. Dude, they've got more. I think they've got like 4 or 5 PDSs.
Oh my days, they've got another one. They've got another one as well.
This is a joke, bro. Well, how many PDSs have these men got?
It's not power, bro. They went to Buddy B&Q, man. Buy one, get one free.
Bro, King AJ and Showstopper versus Heeds.
Oh my god,
he's 2-pieced. He's 2-pieced. And he's stolen their PDS. You've got a Bunker Buster, Hamoud. You've got a Bunker Buster.
No, bro needs to stop.
Why are you not using it?
Unbelievable instance, but look who is still alive.
Get your Bunker Buster out, big man.
One. Oh, I'm loving this on HV. 12 kills on the board.
Oh, C4.
Fair play. GG's. Wow. 13 kills alone for HV, bro. Fair play.
Holy crap.
Captain Price.
It's what you love to see.
Captain Price has just won the first game.
That rotation from the south through the water to put them on that peninsula in Seaport. The ability to clean up that top-rated team.
Oh
of
my
Hatsuka,
days, fair
Stuonko,
play.
and
I can't believe you didn't use the
Shore
bunker buster, bro.
even when they
You didn't
came
need to,
down
bro.
and had
Bro
the
was
players
cooking.
Yeah, but imagine, so in the final circle here, this circle, there's only one building. If he puts a bunker buster, he could have got like a quad kill, bro.
He could have. He
He
could
could have got like 6 kills off of one bunker
He could
buster.
have gone big. He could have gone big.
Early circle pull through gas and just hold out everyone that tries to rotate on them.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous rotation. I don't know that Gromlek and Heeds could have done anything different, frankly. Like, they had a great position. They have a ton of PDSs to work with. At this point, the PDSs only last for about like 7-8 seconds this late into the game, and so use them up as fast
That's
as you
crazy.
can, but you gotta use them to get eliminated.
If he had bunker busted on the edge of that circle, he very genuinely could have gotten like 6 kills.
I know, he could have. But do you know what? They won it, and they probably got a 30-point game easily. No, they wouldn't. They've got more than that. They've got 40 points, maybe.
Crazy amount of eliminations up top. Now here's the jump down that goes wild. Now it is just a 1v2, but still ridiculous.
We need to have a shower, man. After playing, I'm pure sweaty after golf.
I like that. That's a disgusting head glitch on that right side.
Harry Kane's been subbed off, by the way.
If they were to throw this win away, it would be an utter just breakdown because they had zone position. There was little to nothing that this Heats team could do.
C4 is so
Now I'm
corny,
curious
bro.
to see how many eliminations
It's so
they were
corny.
able to get throughout it, but let's run it back to the victory moment.
Okay, I'm gonna play him. Yalla.
I'm telling you, Lucky, these lot I think have just got a 40-point game.
Let's go, huh? On you, Hamid. Nice!
44-point game, Lucky.
That's nuts. That's them qualled.
Yeah, they've qualified after.
That's qualled.
Wow,
They're
basically 12.
They would need to lose 5 games dead last.
Yeah. Look, they probably, in my eyes, in my opinion, they need another 30 points to secure qualification. In my opinion.
Echo disconnected at the start of the first game and couldn't reconnect.
Really?
That's peak, bro.
What points did they get there?
Don't know.
Well, Coach, I'll tell you what, I would believe in your math over mine, okay?
That's
44
dreadful,
is
bro.
insane. 22,
C4 is
broadcast,
killing it,
right,
bro.
For lower round 2 in a finals, that is by far the most we have seen from one team, right? 22 is incredible, and the way that they
Jesus
got
Christ.
those 22.
I'll tell you
Interesting
what.
first game.
Insane.
Very
I think
interesting
that-
so first game.
incredible.
Very
Sonic
interesting first
on
game,
top,
and do you know
which-
what?
come on,
I
that's
actually
unbelievable,
think
Tiff.
scoring after first
I mean,
game
to do it in
seriously,
dominance, 22
is not what I expected.
eliminations,
I'm gonna
one
say
player
that.
No, well, not
holding
all.
Genuinely.
It's entirely
13
flipped.
alone.
Do you know what?
It was
Chow's
quite
team,
impressive
12
considering When you
points.
start to think back at those prior
Thief-
zones,
Thief,
they've
Len, and
been by
Jukies have
just
2.
waiting to see and break down all of
See
those
what I mean?
rotations,
Game 1.
but getting
It's not over
across
till
those
it's over,
waters,
is what I'm
whether
Ain't
gonna
over till
say.
it's over,
Old Town,
but
Seatown
that's a
area
big
or
first
the
game.
Zaravan City,
You don't,
have
in
to
my
get ahead,
opinion,
but
you can't have
sometimes
stinkers
you
in this
can get
tournament.
to
In my
a God
opinion,
spot or a
because
power
if you have a
position that's
stinker, you
gonna be
need to
great
have an
for endgame,
unbelievable
but if you
game at a
rotate too
chance
soon, it
of
can
qualifying.
cost you.
A
And their
chance.
timing
Still not
to
guaranteed a chance
perfection
of
on that
qualifying.
western side,
But
everything
it's
was in
not
their
over till it's
favor,
over
and they
because,
just
you know,
really
teams
took
like
every
H-Mood
opportunity to
and
grab
AJ, they could still have
eliminations
stinker
and perk
games.
that
I
up.
think
It was
it's.
crazy.
I
It
think
was
any
crazy. There
teams
were a couple
capable of having
teams
stinker
that ended up
games,
going
i.e.
for
just
that
looking at like
positioning and
Liam and
making
that.
the most of it. We take a look at our
Do I
highlights and we
think that
start to
Liam and
truly
FIFA are
understand
not
the
going to qualify? I still think they're going to
gravity of what some of the
qualify quite
rosters had to
easily.
go
I
through.
just,
The first team I want to talk about is King
to
AJ
them,
Vision
they
and
are just going to pick up
Showstopper.
kills like non-stop.
Seemingly playing the
And they'll
outskirts
qualify
of the
quite
zones
easily.
every single time
They probably
moved
just
up.
have
Their
the start that they
positioning
wanted
was
to,
never
which
center
is
zone. Doesn't
which
seem
is
like they were
okay.
focused on that
A lot
map.
of teams don't have the start they want to. In my eyes, I noticed from this first game, a lot of teams, you can see the teams that are scared to push,
Yeah.
because it's a finals. But you can also see the teams that aren't scared to push, but are also making mistakes.
The C4 meta is just stupid, though. Bro.
Yeah, and I think A lot of the really aggressive teams are going to struggle today due to the C4 meta.
Well, this is the thing. If you're in superior damage range, you're in C4 damage range. Do you know what I mean?
100%. The thing is, right, it's funny because like I feel like a meta like this would suit me and you, right?
Yeah.
Because me and you, we'd naturally just rotate nice and early, get to a building. But you know, like a team like, for example, like Liam. They are, for example, let me say, a team like AJ, we know they're going to play really hyper-aggressive. They're going to back that to any fight. You know for a fact they're going to fight everything in front of them.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it's going to help them, but at the same time, it could hinder them.
I said this at the start of the stream. The biggest problem you have in EU is you've got half the teams who play aggro and want to capitalize off of people being passive. And you've got half the teams who play passive capitalizing off of people who play aggro. So there's no natural flow to the game. One team, you're going to fight them, and it's going to be like a proper 3v3 gunfight. The next team, they're going to sit in a corner and throw 6 C4s at you.
And it's good. It could be like a 1v3. Like we've just seen it there. Vision have had a building, and all they had to do is throw 2 C4s outside one door and get 2 knocks.
Yeah.
And I just think the teams that are going to set up nice and early and turtle up are going to be the ones that are going to score big. I mean, we've just seen it. H-Mutant, a team that rotated really on. Pazuka, a team that rotated early on. They've all scored big time. Chow, I would argue, as Slayers, they are not the best Slayers, but they are very good at positional play. They've picked up 11 kills. 11 kills is not something to be annoyed about. It's not amazing. It's not bad, but it's good. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of teams that are going to be turning up in these buildings are going to be the ones that are going to be scoring big, in my opinion. Rotating early, holding a power position. Basically, El Tactico Lackey COD would work really well right now. Seriously.
Yeah, it would. It would.
And it worked yesterday really well for a lot of the US teams, like Swag's team.
Like all this is genuinely, this is a combination of stacking util passively, like stacking things like PDSs, and just playing position, pure position. Because no team can push you. What are they going to do? Run through 6 C4s?
No, they're not. They're not going to do anything. They're going to sit back and wait.
Fair play to these boys.
Fair play, bro. But I bet you any money, a lot of teams wrote them off.
Yeah, or just ignored them.
And this is my point. Clapper's team did really well, bro. They picked up like a 6-piece at the end. I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be end to end. This is. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be end to end.
Oh yeah, that leaderboard's gonna flip a good 3 times.
Yeah, I think. In my opinion, if you're an underdog in this tournament, you need to go out at the start and really put in some damage, because the decent teams, your Jukies, your King AJs, your Wars, your Rob Stars, you know, all them really consistent teams by 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th map, they're not going to drop points. So you're going to need to come out and be really, really aggressive early on.
As a side note, for those of you who are watching the Euros, I genuinely think we should collectively agree in arresting Gareth Southgate, just as a country.
Look, honestly, I've said this time and time again, the issue isn't with the team, it's with the manager.
Does Cole Palmer play golf, bro?
No, but every single one of those players that are on the starting 11 and on the bench are capable of winning that tournament. Yeah, we've got the updated leaderboard, Lucky.
Who else is below him?
Oh, it's just crazy.
Oh my word.
I mean, of course, you know, in 3rd
Lucky,
place,
the
we
top
have
10
Team
is
Grommelot
already
and
9.6
Enkyo.
points.
They were referring to them as the fan favorites, right? In
44-30. This might be a big gap.
But also about how they didn't actually go
This could end up being like... This could end up being more like 80-90 points to get top 12.
Oh, you're right. People like Fuzzin and Hennigan, they're going to start teeing up soon.
Yeah. I mean, we're 1 game in.
That's in theory that's our first seed, right?
But it also means the teams that had Stinker's first game on, you know, they've got a chance of redemption there.
Certainly not what you would have expected from this team.
They've got a chance of redemption, in my opinion. Like 20th place is 5.6 points. You're not really far behind. You sit, you know, so from 20th to 12th, there's a difference of 4 points right now. It's going to be close at the top is what I'm going to say. Very close at the top. Like very, very close.
Yes. Now, this is a squad that made its land last year. It's 2 Polish players and then a UK player in Clapper. And honestly, they managed to go through LCQs last year and got 23rd on land. So although they're not often spoken about as one of our top dogs, they brought a lot of support, by the way, to that copper box.
That's a wild
but
first.
They rotate quickly. They've got very strong positional play. They've got a very strong understanding of the fundamentals of Warzone. Just to see them on that bubble this early on, usually they start a little bit slow. I think it's only a good thing for them at this point.
Also saw number 14, Marcus Rafix, as well as Scoffology sitting in 14th. They were our back-to-back winners in games 5 and 6. We covered them at the top of the show. Just to reiterate, one of the best teams out there when it came to lower round 2. Not taking it all, but definitely making a big impact.
See, you guys are far too kind, because let me clarify. Denmark is shit, bro. We should be 5-0 up against them.
One team that was missing on that list, Gio, that didn't have a good game number 1. Juki's
I'm not even
FIFA
watching it.
Linen
Not
Lane,
bro.
making
I
it
don't
very
care.
far.
Like,
I think at
Southgate
one
kills
point
football.
deep into the run, deep into the zones, I should say. They were only
Southgate
sitting at
kills
2
football, you know.
eliminations.
He kills football, bro.
Gio, a very slow start for a team that everybody is expecting to
But
be
I have
the
no
number
passion
1.
about that
They're
English
not
team
being funny,
because
they
Gareth
kind of
Southgate
had a similar
exists.
story in the upper bracket. I mean, we saw them have a 36th and a 35th place finish in the upper bracket. So I don't know what's going on here. We know that when they play their best, they can play extremely well. But evidently, they're also prone to having some games that just go completely off the cliff. But there's not enough spots for them to be able to have games that go completely off the cliff, lest they want to end up in LCQ. So, you know, it could just be a fluke. We don't know. We're still only in drop 1 at this point. It could end up completely turning itself around. But that's definitely something I would be concerned about.
Concern, Enigma, should we be concerned? 5 games
Oh,
left.
dearie
I mean,
me.
do they have it in them to make it to top 12 today?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. What I will say nice and early is that one of the weaknesses of this squad throughout groups, throughout upper brackets, is them getting a bit
How long does it normally take
individualistic,
between
getting
games, do you reckon?
impatient, forcing fights because they really want
15
kills.
minutes,
Yes,
I
it
would
wasn't
go on a
great to
limb and
look at them
say.
only having 2 kills so
They were
late
really
on
quick
through things. They
yesterday.
didn't pay off for them in the
They were
end.
very,
That
very
is
quick.
rotation that they've had to make. However, they are addressing a weakness. It is a slow start, but I fully expect to see them continue to mold themselves into the team that they want to be. They've just got to continue to trust the process.
Well, one good thing about that
See, here's the
roster
big
is
thing,
they
right?
have the
And this is the
experience.
next
They know the pressure that
part of the
they're gonna be
equation for those of
on
you
their
who are
shoulders, and they
interested in
have
the
a lot
mental
of it
element
because
watching
their
at home.
big fan base, right? They have some of the
You're going to
biggest fan bases
choose
out there
between,
competing
there's going to be
today,
2 things that happen
but they
here.
know
You're going to
how
have
to take that
teams
pressure and mold themselves
who
into diamonds.
get
5
frustrated
games
with
to
how
do so,
slow
top
their
12
first
is
game
what they're
was and
aiming
go
for, but
too
nobody
aggressive.
can deny the successful game.
Do you know what I mean?
44
Yeah,
points
no,
from
definitely.
Ashmood and his
Or
team.
you're gonna have teams who have adjusted to the fact that C4 is this dominant and are going to play
You guys are
differently.
enjoying it, thinking to
Yeah.
yourself, well, I want to play a little bit of Warzone too. Well, you have the opportunity to do so at least
In my
on your phone.
eyes,
Warzone
you
Mobile
win
is
it
live.
by
Take a
the
look.
position and not the amount of kills.
Yeah, you win. This is pure positional masterclass.
One more game?
I'm in.
Warzone Mobile is great because you can level up the new Car 98 and finish the.
I honestly,
Go
so
even
this is the thing though.
faster.
I
Dude,
genuinely
XP
do
boost when you
believe
get involved. Warzone
that
Mobile,
if
it's
World
incredible.
Series,
And
so
you should have it
ignore
right
World Series
now.
if you
Should be
will,
playing it while you're
but
watching the broadcast,
if
of
Call of
course.
Duty,
So let's keep the ball
right,
rolling. Game number 1 was
gave-
incredible. 22 eliminations,
Call of Duty
44
gave
points, Figo's match.
everybody
Ashwood might
Codcaster
already be standing there
and made
ticking
custom
close
games
to
well
going to
developed
the global finals.
with the
We'll see
ability
if
to
they can
ban
have a
certain items and
back-to-back,
adjust settings.
just like we saw
Yeah.
during lower round 2.
It would be more
NBA.
popular than
See how it
PUBG
goes. Let's see what
esports.
game 2 has to bring.
100%.
It would be the most popular BR esport in the world, I think. But they just don't do it.
Insane,
And I don't know why they don't.
We witnessed from some of our finals that we like yesterday, right? North America, no one did just that. So to kick things
This
off with a
tournament would be
back-to-back,
infinitely
back-to-back
better without
number one,
C4.
Super Evan's squad was able to take that, and it was a 30-point victory. They did go on to qualify and stamp their ticket to land. So the odds of a 44-point game being able to do that,
I need to send you a
think it's
screenshot of this
highly
tweet. I've just seen
it's
it.
an
I cannot
incredible
see on
map, and
tweet.
again, if our
That's
cutoff is
shit
somewhere around
stream.
like 66 points or
Send it to me, I'll
64
throw it
points,
up.
like you're looking at maybe
I can't
20
take a
points over
screenshot
the
'cause
next
he's on
5
private.
maps. Now, again, anything can happen. I'm going to be saying this all day today. We have seen teams win
God's sake.
maps
Southgate
and
should
not
hand
make it to
himself into the
next
local
stage.
police station if he has
That
any
happened in World War II.
self-respect.
It happened in North
Oh
America. It's
no,
happened
look at that
pretty much
tweet. Look
every
at
stage of
that
the
tweet,
competition.
Lucky.
But I don't think anybody that did that
Jeff,
got
have you seen the
44-point
photo?
game. They were like 20-point
What
games.
tweet?
So,
What photo?
20 points
Okay.
over 5 maps,
Let it see.
4-point average. Really not that hard to math and really not that hard to do. So we'll see if our Saudi Arabian and Pakistani friends over there with that Falcons team can do it again. And
I'll put it in the Westy group chat as well.
During the break, and Joe said when he went over to do a Saudi spot, he did like this cool spot in Dubai for content. CRM was there, Crims was there.
Oh wait, let me find it.
Crying when they scrimmed. So Tim, I don't know. I'm excited to see if he can continue to frat this lobby and make global finals.
Look, if Joe is saying it, then we've got to believe it. Teams are keeping their eyes out for the EMEA region, and I'm ready to see drop number 2.
Wait, where's this tweet? Where's this tweet?
Wait. There's a better one.
All right, second map of the day. Still time to
Alright, so it's your turn now.
to warm up over here. Maybe not coffee since it's the evening over in our EMEA regions, but I don't know. Maybe you need some. You're down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Lock it in. We're talking our top earners.
Map 2, let's go, man.
Aside from that
Let's
EK
go.
Team Wars down in 15th place. We've got Team Fifty,
Tell me that isn't funny, bro.
Oh no.
They just didn't have a lot of kills, and I don't know if
Am I
they're
seeing
playing timid or trying to play calculated.
Okay, deck B for the same drop. They're contesting a drop every round, by the way.
Yeah,
But it's a team they should beat. Not gonna lie.
They lost some of the first round, but the second time I'd imagine they'll beat them.
We'll talk about that because Team Huncho once again in a contested drop over here.
It just depends on how long they stay there for, though. If you stay there long, another team's going to rotate over, and King AJ's team lands at Lowtown. And they have a habit of rotating across.
And look, this team, Squad 9, won this fight last time, but they're not going to do it again by just bullshitting.
Like
I don't think they have the egos to say, we know we're
we need
better no
like
matter the
They need a very
Set
early
your
pick
team
on.
up for success.
Yeah,
So
Deck
as
really needs to
always,
get a
they're
pick
gonna
here
take
or
their
something
time.
along
Yeah,
those
he's playing a good off
Wise
angle.
Sage
Yeah.
once said from the North America region, he
Good
said,
idea, this. It's a good
eventually
idea.
the other team will scam. The big question is how long will it take? So let's see if one of these teams scams their positions.
None
or
of them
maybe
have
there's
plates
just a
as
full
well, this is the
outplay
thing.
on one of these pushes.
Well, I like this.
but maybe key to
Airstrike
cover
move.
their advances or
Yeah,
cover
that's a
their
really
retreat.
clever play.
That's a very clever
It
play.
allows them to
Take
gather
the
some
other side
guns,
of this
like
to
reschedule,
back up, he's not
because
comfortable with the loot he
a
has,
lot of these
and
teams
whole
are
team
not
is
going
low,
to
so they're gonna
be
relocate and redress this fight from
gonna
a
have a
different
lot
angle.
lot
I
early
do
on.
think, Tiff, this fight's gonna take a while,
And
unless
like,
maybe
you know,
Control catches
it's
one
a
out.
really good play
Ooh,
there.
Deck could get
As he
ISO'd
is
here.
split by himself.
Yeah, he's being isolated
Two
right now,
falls
which
here
is not a
may
good
Oh,
get
thing.
C4.
flare, but this fight
Got
might take a
C4 big
couple
play?
minutes.
I was
Gonna
worried
pick it
about
up a
this,
bit.
right? Control is here on fire. Now
No,
the three
that's a
remaining
down.
members hits the
Oh, no.
parachute
Oh.
and just falls.
Yeah, he got picked off on his own. He should have rotated with Shay and he should have rotated with Shay and
The thing is, if I'm them, I'm moving landing spot. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you know what? I agree with what you're saying. I agree.
Because there's not enough loot here to contest between two teams. So even if you win the fight, you're still not getting your loading.
You can't be contested off the rip. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose out if you contest it off the rip.
I don't know why
You're just
he's
not gonna win
looking
anything
back for that. You
at
gotta
all.
run, my friend. You know you don't win a 1v3 and a 2v3 9 times out of 10. Able to drop
Oh,
one,
Shane
it
nearly
doesn't
went
matter.
big
The
there
trades
as
come
well.
through,
Yeah.
no chance.
There's no
Go to
point in
the
them
gulag,
taking that fight, man.
utilize,
There's no
and
point.
it looks like a bit
Like,
of a revenge
even
for
if
Huncho's
they
squad
win the
certainly
fight,
needed after
the team would have
losing the
looted
first
enough that
round.
that fight would be
We're going back
pointless.
to one
Do you know
of
what I
the
mean?
top Teams, team 1, again, everything's seeded, Tiff. So if you're the first team, that means you're top in the upper bracket.
It's very true, and when we kind of jump in here with this squad,
They're actually
over
out.
in
Chasing
suburbs,
her out.
I was really curious
All
if they
white
were
or
starting
Ghoulie?
to get into
All
early
white.
engagements
They've just
with
come
that
for you.
second-seeded squad, Team
What, no
Grumble.
Ghoulie?
They're nowhere to
Yeah,
be
they've just-
found, and
they've all
now
lost
we're
their gulags.
contesting with some squads
All of them.
like HMU, the winners
They
of
need 4
map
big
number
games,
1
man.
that are on the western
Yeah.
side, and then you also have Team Starbrook.
It's
who
just-
are
it's not
both
worth
coming
them
in through
landing
the
there.
lower round
No,
two. So
yeah,
what
I
are
think
this
they need to
squad
change
going
landing
to do?
spots, in my opinion.
Brutal
The
fight when you bring
contestation
that one
is...
down, especially against
They
the
can
stalwarts
slay
of
out
the
if they can get
Pacific.
loadout.
These
That's what they
people have
need.
So
Oh my
much
god, look at
experience playing
Pansy.
together that these team fights are
hunting.
never made apart. Whether it's pubs, customs, or otherwise, this is normal. This is easy for them, making it look easy. But AC caught out from the third.
Yeah, there is a
party.
broadcast
This is the
delay.
difference between pubs and customs. Sure, you can get third party in pubs, but in customs, it's life or death. You've got to hit these third parties. And well, your last map winners about to enact some continued
Hatsuka Stiwo
onslaught for
Moods
one of the
team.
top teams and say, no,
Oh, this could be juicy. Oh, what a down. What an aggro play, by the way.
These
From-
lot are cooking.
These lot are
Lucky.
cooking, bro.
Bro, if they make it to land, they could be genuinely one of the top contenders.
I would love to see their comms right now because they must be communicating like crazy.
No
way, dude. They've just taken
Mate, that's
squad
a
one out.
big team.
That's a
to wipe
huge
out.
team to wipe.
It's a massive team to wipe out. If you're
They
going for
really
like, look,
There's a lot of teams
I have
I'm
no
worried
doubt
about,
that
in
HMU's
particular,
team are going to
where the
qualify,
circle
right?
has
You
Yeah.
need
pulled to. Now, a lot of
30, 40 to be
unplayable
safe,
area
right?
north of Popov
Okay?
Tower, and even Kotovo
But if you're
blocks are
going in
outside
there
our
and
radius, but
contesting
included
the
in
best
circle,
team
which
in the
means
game
we
and
are
saying,
going
screw
to
you
the
lot, we're
north.
going to
So all of
fight
our
you,
teams that
right?
have
Yeah.
Yeah?
been down
And
on
we're
the
going to beat you and
seaside,
down you
south
and win
side
that
of
gunfight.
Urzikstan,
That's a
you're gonna
statement.
run into an issue
That's
where
a
you
statement.
will be late.
You're not
An
saying,
edge fight
I'm
here
good enough
is
to
about
qualify, I'm
go
good
down.
enough to
Melvin
win the
Fuzz and
tournament.
Pentagon, this was
Bro,
their
that's a lot
motto
of money
for
on the
that lower
line.
round two,
Seriously.
and they
Oh,
really
Melvin's got
like
the
to
thing I was
clean up
talking
on
about.
that rotation.
The glowy
Before
camo
you
with
do it,
obsidian.
Here, Melvin,
Oh,
looking for
is this
angles.
what-
Yeah, the glowy
I'll say
camo
this-
with
It's bro
obsidian.
using a lot tool. That's what I was thinking there. Oh, bro's using a lot tool. Well, Melvin, Penick, and Fuzzen
Right,
good
look,
starts to the top
This
game
will
already.
be the last thing I say on the Euros because this is now a World Series stream, right? I said game 1 we were dog shit. We should have batted them 5-0. Game 2 Denmark should have batted them 3-4-0. Gareth Southgate could not manage a Tesco, mate, let alone England.
I've said this time and time again, right?
The guys-
I'll say this one last time. Yeah? It's not the players before everybody gets on the fact, oh, Foden didn't do this, Trent didn't do that. It's not, it's Southgate.
The guy had 2 of the easiest runs at a Euros and a World Cup final, right? And bottled both. That's the fact.
Of what's going on in Levin Resort. But for now, Lowtown, Blade Squad on the screen, hitting a rotation from out of zone. What
That's
are
an
we
interesting
going to
little
do
player.
to get into there? Because you got Team Darzity on the next threat. If I'm them, I want to try to find Darzity out and swing the numbers in our favor.
Yeah, I don't love this push. It is so late. Both of these teams incredibly pushed out deep into Lowtown, having to make a fairly far rotation. Again, we talked a little bit about the map, a little bit about the zone. As all of a sudden, I'm trying to break down strategy, but what's the most important thing is that yet again,
London's team, bro.
Oh god, yeah. He's got a buyback. He's got a buyback.
Got a buyback at least. That's good. Who's 32? Who are these lot hunting then?
Holy cow!
These are relentless.
Aral.
Resort. I mean, this isn't even sure. A couple teams dropped here, and it's decent hotspot. But based on the zone, like, there's really not that many people. There's just this one team harrying them, and I think they lost this fight against Paxor, which is one of those kind of hot and cold teams. They had
This
moments
is
of
this is the
greatness
thing
during
with Len,
round
Lee, and
two, then
Juki's. Like,
moments of honestly getting dumped.
sorry,
So
Len,
it's
Lee,
like,
and Thief.
what
Like, sometimes
will
they
we
just go
see
big,
today?
and then other
They're
times
a
you get stuff
strong
like this.
team if everything's moving correctly, and apparently it was moving correctly against this Linen squad. Good grief.
This circle is going to finish on the hillside between Popov and the main compound.
Yeah, I'm literally just like, the leaderboard's not updated.
This is going to finish on the hill to the west side of Popov.
My prediction, genuinely, you know where 35 is? You know that little compound in the middle of nowhere?
Exactly what you're talking about.
That is where it's finishing, in my opinion.
And I had people asking me why I was watching World Series instead of Euros. Because we're dog shit,
England are
bro.
rubbish.
We're dog shit.
After this game, I'm gonna quickly go for a quick shower, yeah?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Quite frankly,
I'll be
looking
back on
very
after.
scary to contend
I'm just sitting there in my own sweat.
Man,
this
it's
is kind of
sweating.
that edge of Old Town,
And quite
looking back
frankly,
towards
it's
Targo.
quite
Honestly, a
disgusting. I smell
fairly
horrible.
similar zone. It's just more
It was
further
25
north
degrees out on the
pulling,
course,
likely
mate.
will continue to pull north. So I'm expecting maybe
Lovely weather.
kind of that open space between Cargo, Popov, Levin, that big wide open area like around
Wars,
these
this team
radio
have got an
towers,
interesting
on
fight
the
here.
other side.
It's
I
quite a
don't know,
hard
somebody
fight,
to watch out
actually.
for.
Very spread, isn't it? This is very spread.
Yeah, do you know what it is? There's not enough cover for Lou, Wars, and Bubble right here. Whereas the other team have got like the high ground cover.
I like the smoke play here.
I like this play though. They played aggressive.
Because they can
This
play
is how-
for the hard cover on the bridge.
This is it. This is how aggressive you should be playing.
Louis taking a couple of shots though. God knows how. Yeah, this is what I mean. Now you can play hard cover.
Right in that center between all these POIs, who will be there first? And it looks like it's going to be Team 25 as Chow's in trouble.
I really love Team Zach's position. That's going to be 5. And even with King Shock, working the outer edge of that open area. There's like a compound up there with a fence in the open. And you can gatekeep a lot of teams. So to move there early on says a lot about it. But for back in this bridge, this battle on the outskirts of Popov,
It's a bit of a stalemate, that fight, though.
be strong to grab those eliminations. But for now,
This is an underrated team, by the way. Hallow, Zach, and Azen.
Zach, Azen, and Hollow.
Like Azen is one of the best snipers in Warzone, without doubt.
No, I agree. I know it's a thing that Azen doesn't really get enough credit for what he's done. He had a accusation in Warzone 2.
But Aizen, super high stakes.
Bro retired.
A walking highlight
Yeah,
reel,
and he came, he's come
unfortunately-
back, and I respect
Pentagon.
it.
Will Pentagon's team send this? They are. They are. They are.
Yeah, goes for
They
the
are,
lead.
but it's late. It's
Here
late.
comes the full
It's
send.
a
This
late
is so
push.
standard for Warzone competition. Team 21, you see the
Way
guys
too late. Way too late on that
this. This
push.
is that Melvin Fuzzin
This is a
team.
C4 waiting to
These
happen,
skills,
by
and
the
they
way.
know this team. Right
Have
when
they just
get them
bunker
up,
busted
they say,
themselves?
"We've gotta send."
I don't know.
Unfortunately,
I think he just did.
Sahara too late. Look at this.
Nice. What a play, dude.
What a play.
C4 the
What
stairs.
a
C4
play.
the stairs. C4 the stairs.
I
Hello.
like we get big kills here, but you can also get isolated at the same time.
They need to C4 the stairs. But this is the thing. They've got top stair while they're bottom. Like a single C4 and it's game over.
I don't know why you leave the roof there.
I would have just turned around and C4'd them on the push. Unless they haven't got any.
Look, you need to play the high ground in situations like this. This is not the end game.
Full regain has been maintained.
Oh,
'Cause
is
they're-
that
they're-
shot call?
I think that, yeah, I don't think they can. I think the idea here is that they're central enough that they know they don't necessarily need to do anything crazy. They can take their time with this fight.
Yeah, they can play for the fight.
Shot.
Yeah, see.
Oh, shot! Shot!
Are they gonna
Thermi? Thermi? He might get the
Oh,
finish?
No, I love this. I love this. I love this. I
Oh,
love
the
this.
window, the window! Oh, Pentagon with a huge play,
God, he
bro.
was pissed on, bro. No.
Oh my god, bro!
Oh my days! They've
Oh
collapsed.
my word, bro. He just put them in a wrap. He just
Nah,
put them in
man.
a wrap.
Bro just got turned into what?
Yeah.
They should not be losing that in a million years. Oh my word. You can't get turned on like that on the big stage, man. You just can't. That is a 3v2 situation, and even when they're res, it's a 3v3 with one person, one shot.
That
Should not be losing that at all. At all.
Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. Pentagon may as well whip out his schlong right now on stream. Because it doesn't get bigger than that. It doesn't get bigger than that, my guy.
That turn off of Pentagon was
That
next
180
level,
by
bro.
Pentagon was a
That
joke.
was next
Oh, shit.
level.
This is a big fight. Stevo and Exian, Juki's Thief. This is a big fight.
Usually can make, but great tracking there in the Gulag. Gulag about to close.
Are any of these boys using a con? Oh no! If Len got the C4 off, but he didn't. No, this is a bad push now.
We've already been to the Gulag, which means it's Juki's and FIFA kill back against the wall. An opportunity to yet again
They've got to get out of here.
eliminated early with little to no kills.
They've got to get out of here.
Talk about staying alive, folks. About 90 people still in this lobby. 34
If they get wiped here,
30 teams
they would
still
need 4
up
big
as our
games.
fourth circle is closing.
Because they haven't
It's
had
about
much.
standard, but it doesn't feel that way. A lot of buildings on the edge of this zone. This
Which
isn't a
means
safe
Lee
zone.
somehow
This
needs
is
to
a
wrap
lot of
around.
people ratting it out, staying alive.
The problem is that if Thief has this fight against this geezer here,
Before any real multiplier comes into
that
play.
team is going to turn around
I
and
really
ISO
want this
Thief.
squad to keep things together, but they've been broken down yet again to a duo. You talked about a blender. It's a regain simulator.
No way
Has
is
been the
40
journey
just
of
ran
World
straight
Series
through
of
that building, by
Warzone
the way.
For this trio. Things just
seen
have
that?
not been looking their
No?
way. And FIFA
J's
Kill
just
on
ran
that
through that
stream,
building. I mean, he's just been
waiting to
wiped,
find
but...
out if they had
Oh, did he
done
get a
enough
pick?
to advance on to finals. I'm talking
Oh, it's
playing some of
2v2,
the saddest
2v2.
music
It's
I've
big.
ever heard, waiting to find out if they dropped out. And you do not want to feel like
Oh, they got the
that.
buyback
So
as
I
well. This is
imagine
huge. This is a
coming
huge
guns
potential play from
a-blazing
Juki's team.
here in the finals, but I'm just not seeing
Get a
it
height.
yet.
Stevo's under. No, go back. Why would you? It's the biggest fight in the game.
Maybe we'll check that out later. And who knows? Maybe it's just bad gunfights. But at the
Keep
end
an eye on
of
the kill
day,
feed here.
Gonna try to prove some people correct. I know there's some people out
Oh,
there.
Zakar's team's just been wiped. Oh, and Exian got Juki's.
Certainly could, especially with shots like that. Doomy
Vision's team's just been wiped.
groovy, making it look easy. Couple more teams in this area. Though. This is the third, fourth, fifth party.
Thief is last alive. No, Thief and Len are both up.
2 out of 3 alive. Their third.
Oh my god, this fight's looking crazy.
As it looks like they're gonna break this team fully down and fully wipe them. Very well done from
Thief's
Crystal
team have
Shots
survived
and
and made it
Co. I
out.
believe Krink's over there with the pulse check.
A business
This is
decision was made
Underhorse.
there.
Alright, watch out
A
for this
business
one.
decision was
Love
made
it.
there.
I'm still advocating
Big
for
time.
Underhorse merge, but you
They
got teams
said,
too
nah,
strong
bro,
on
that
the
fight ain't worth it. They're out.
opposing side.
And they're right.
The
It's not worth it.
3v2
Not this time again.
occurring time is of the essence, though, and we're going to have to start on that maneuvering. Here we go. With
I like
the
this
smokes,
flank off the
maybe
side from
box down
Doomsy
to
here.
really supply back up
But that
on
gas
those
line's gonna give his
numbers.
position
We're
away.
looking for a wrap around
This is a oh, this is a
straight into the
big,
open. We
big
need
flank
to
from
get to
Doomsy.
fire. Can
Huge.
we
They could
do
actually
it?
hold 12 here.
I don't know. We do. We able to navigate around teams.
That's a massive. Do you know that's a massive rotation from that team, bro.
Squads regaining. Now, there's some things where I was talking about if Enkyo squad could hit a rotation.
I'm back, sorry. I was all
You're good,
tapped
you're good.
out.
You're good, you're good. There's a big rotation.
H3 on 54 points. Can we just point that out, by the way?
That's wild.
It happened.
That is ridiculous. They are. We're in the second game.
Getting wiped, I believe, out of this lobby.
Oh, Pele. Pele.
That was looking really strong. Got
Oh,
good rotation. Also in trouble. Pele.
Guys.
Oh.
Man like Pele. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Man like Pele. Like that, yeah, Lucky. Damn.
Okay. Hit that res. Get Crystal back up on their feet.
I think Beef's
Still
team's out.
Very healthy lobby. We have 20.
Their last chance quals thing for them, Jacken.
Oh no, they're still in. They're still
Very
in.
much on
Just
par
barely,
with
I
what we
think.
were seeing in the NA finals yesterday.
Question is, Lucky, if they go.
If they don't make it through today, that team's not existing tomorrow.
Yeah, and I am getting
You think they're gonna have a little roster mania?
100%.
Who did they bring in though?
I think Thief would rotate out. And I think somebody else
The
would come in.
talent.
Third of this event.
I reckon Robstar will come in if they don't qualify.
If history repeats itself and the way things have been going the last several stages of the competition.
Or Tommy
Do you know
might
what?
go to the UK.
Squad 20.
Can Tommy change region mid-tour?
Possibly. It's not impossible.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Like, can he even do that?
The amount of risk.
Just be like,
Do you know, Squad 27 did a really good rotation there. Scuffology dealt with King AJ. I love this team, by the way. Shout out King AJ. What a guy.
I love AJ.
I love AJ.
He's my boy. He's literally my boy.
Also, this team was in second,
I like Prod as well.
Into
Two of my
this
good
lobby with a
users.
very strong map.
They played together last year, didn't they?
Yeah, this is huge, right? They've got control of
With
Outpost here.
Prod,
The
AJ,
squad
and
that I was
Wolves
talking
last
about, I was curious to see how
Yeah, and
Enkyo's squad
they were the
would
highest
rotate out of
European
Kotovo to
team.
take the
Talented
north.
guys, bro.
They got broken down on their rotation. They hit a buyback, and you saw Enkyo fly back.
You're
in.
about to
This
witness
squad
the
was
most
able to
disgusting
destroy
rotation
any chance of a
transition
regain. That just goes to
on
show
the
you,
south
if you
side
can get
between
into
about
this
5
outpost
squads
early on
trying to get out
and
that hill.
maintain it, it's just
Squad
tough. It's
17,
very
Squad
open on
12,
all sides.
Squad 27, Squad 35, and Squad 16 are all about to murder each
frankly
other.
isn't that impressive comparatively. A lot of ground to make up, but these numbers are going to be dwindling aggressively in this next circle. 21 teams, fifth circle closing. Chow alive. You see Huncho over there, that team in yellow, a team you got to watch out for. And reminder, that's the team that got wiped early last map and had a bad map for it. This map, they won the early contest, and they're here now on the outside.
Big shot. That's a big fight right here. Oki and Bubbles team. Oh, has he just been picked from somewhere else nearly? Yeah, if I'm these lot, I'm back to back in this building, bro. I'm not even peeking.
You're not. No.
Because they're going to rotate wide left. They know you're there. Oh, I like this. I like this. I like this.
I do like. I would get to the one across there. I'd contest the buy one.
Squad 3 up on the hill, problematic though.
Would you contest the buy maybe? No, you
Nah,
play off angles on buy to
Play
make
off
sure that
angles,
no. Yeah.
Oh, hello.
You know what I mean?
Hello. Pazuka Stevo team. They're on the gas line though. They're all visible.
Yeah,
They've got Squad 29 ahead of them as well.
Team. Our Falcons have been wiped this map. Not as good as the last. Not a back-to-back. Still likely near the top of the leaderboard, if not on top. But this squad, the winners of lower bracket round 2, again.
If I'm these lot, I'm potentially buying PDSs or a UE, right?
They shouldn't have been in lower
What
bracket
can they
round
buy?
2, and a great rotation. They've basically
they need plates
gone
and
on a
armor, fair
road trip
enough.
up the entire west coast of Urzikstan and have made it here, here into the final couple circles.
How Squad
Top
10 has
13,
made it up there is crazy. Squad
unharried, all
Begsy.
the way onto the helipad.
How they made it onto the hill
Such a
at all
great spot to
is
be in.
insane.
This Caspian team also in the zone early,
Louis'
but
team and
didn't
Bubbles team
rotate
just got a
from fifth to
crazy
sixth
wipe
zone,
there.
rather fourth to fifth zone early enough, and now getting held out after
Oh,
getting
if
positioned
Louis'
early.
team doesn't get held here, they could win
Yeah,
this.
I'm really worried about this squad because there's just too
Squad 23.
many teams on this side. You have Team King Shock.
Squad 23
You've
versus
also
Squad
got
6
Ilgoy that are
and...
gonna
Oh,
be
they've wiped
round
Squad
zero teams
6?
floating towards the end, but Caspian
Look at
throws
Kill.
They're killing, bro. They're frying, bro.
They are frying. I told you.
Squad 36 is a problem, though.
These teams.
Wars has gotten it down.
Really
Oh, Wars got they trade out. They trade out.
SV
That's their team
down.
gone, but they got some
How are
big
we gonna
kills
be able
there.
to navigate this? We're not, because there's just too many people to worry about on the cross.
We're just giving Begsy that kill that is wild up on the hill with the Car 98 and just totally missed him. Looks like a Molotov or a
Squad
thermite.
8 are about to do the most disgusting flank you're about to win.
AJ, that might actually.
Yeah, they're the only full 3-stack alive, I think.
Yeah, they could win this.
This is a win for them. They should win this. No, sorry.
No,
20.
Melvin's team.
This is the game determining fight right now.
The way AJ's playing, I just love it.
This is 100% the game determining
potentially
fight.
about to wipe Huncho's team, just locking down center of zone, about to take top 5.
If they could
This be a
take,
massive
they
map
could get
that
held
likely
though.
will secure them nearly a spot to the grand finals already, setting themselves up
Because
for
I and
success
Zank, do you know what?
early.
Zanks
This
and
is
Freddy are not in a bad spot here
surprising,
though.
but
And they've got an
maybe
APS.
if you're a fan of the King
And they've
of
got an
Kings,
APS.
not
The thing
all
is, they
things
can-
have been
They're gonna
going
get
their way
pinched
this
though. They're gonna get
competition.
pinched back to back.
Are they on the
Yeah.
hill?
I was hoping if that C4 would
Yeah.
go their way. Just like,
They're gonna
This
get-
must
this-
fight with. They've got to win this.
I don't care if the
This is
distance
big.
was nerfed 15%.
This is-
It still
Oh,
goes
it's C4
just
versus
enough,
C4.
but Here we are.
Ah, bro, so
Freddy, though,
stupid.
down and out. Zang's gonna be last alive.
Hey,
for
do
a
you
second.
know
AJ
what,
team's
right?
won this. AJ
I'm
team's won this
not sure it's
100%.
gonna
Yeah, because they're playing the
because
third party.
They're
now.
literally
Oh,
getting the
yeah,
picks.
AJ, yeah.
They're getting all the picks here from all these teams fighting.
Yeah, that,
Actually, these lot
straight
might win
outta
this.
here.
These lot got a better
See you
position.
later,
I'd
but
argue
still
that
a
these
great
lot got
map.
way
They
better
did top
position then.
5,
Because they've got zone. Look at the zone. Look at the zone for
but
zone.
still alive with the team.
AJ's
Yeah.
rotating left though. Look
Yeah,
at
that's
AJ's
they're playing
team.
height. That's what I'm saying.
They've literally backed off because they know.
AJ,
Look at them.
this is a 1,000 IQ card.
This is why AJ and AJ's team are one of their
Who
best.
is their IGL?
Maybe AJ.
Tell AJ right now to get his schlong out. Whoa, wait, look at the guys on the ground.
Oh my God,
Squad 36. What's going on, bruv? If they've got PDSs, they can. What is this flank? What is this flank, dude?
And the rotation actually pulls right in between.
All AJ's team have got to do now is
They've
just
got
not give up
PDSs,
the
dude. What is this flank?
Not bubble buy as well, you know.
Finally a 3v3.
Oh no, this is a big flank. Yeah, well done,
fast
bro.
boy, AJ. I'm gonna pull up AJ's POV. I need to watch this. I see the boy getting hype right now.
Fair play,
I see the boy playing getting hype right now. Wait, is he
Prior,
streaming?
like 7 minutes, right? They showed such prowess in map number 1. I'm talking, I saw wipes alone
AJ's not
from
streaming.
precision airstrikes, and a double down, get so many eliminations in drop number 2, take
That's
control of
interesting.
outpost, convert all of those rotations to just cleanup crew, and they came in from lower rounds. So they got 5th there. And already are making a staple in the
I'm
EMEA
confused.
finals lobby.
Yeah, just a
Unless he's streaming on a different
fantastic
platform.
Win, set up early, executed, and found kills. Everything went their way in this map. And for those at home that maybe just tuning into the EMEA finals, you're like, oh, this isn't expected. That's a really good team.
That's a
Yeah,
bit
we
weird.
thought so too. They got 26th in upper bracket. They had to make
That was a
run
big
in lower
rotation,
bracket
though.
round 2 where they got
That was
5th,
massive, and
then
fair
now
play
they're
to them. Fair play to
dominating in
them.
the finals.
Like the game
Something
sense to
taking for this
decide to
team.
retake height
With
there.
our last stand view
That's big game
overhead.
sense.
Frankly, a great wrap here.
They get a
from
great,
Penny.
they get a great pick on
Wasn't
Fuzzin.
needed to go with them. He thought he was safe. I don't know if he didn't have the
I'm gonna
comms of
be
what
right
mission
back,
was,
like
or just
5
didn't have
minutes,
an
yeah?
angle
I'm
on
gonna
the
quickly
sure.
run into the
Trying to
shower,
play
but I'll
overboard
literally be
and
back, man.
punished,
I just
forcing
need to get
Pentagon
rid
and
of it.
Melvin into a
Makes me feel a bit
2v3
fresher.
scenario. A couple
Yeah,
of
back.
2v3s, frankly.
for it.
Look how far away, by the way.
The general game sense there, chat, to understand that you've gotten your pick on Fuzzin and then replay height, absolute
They're
genius.
just playing for placement. So my big question, Tiff, as you called out this AJ squad, is how many kills did this Infernal team have? Will it actually help them to get to top 3?
I hope so, because once you get the top 5, you get that 1.8x. Now, Pentagon is able to do so much damage to Infernal's squad here, and they have no PDSs. They've used their resources. They're very weak.
We've been lifting, chat. We've been lifting.
Really came
I'm
in.
saying, you know, it's getting there, you know what I mean? Like, you can't really see it because I don't have black tea. It's getting there, you know what I'm saying? Like,
They had 18
you know.
eliminations in drop number 1. Now,
Can't be getting bitched
this
on the
is
field.
way to start, because you think back
You know
to
what I'm
the
saying?
squads in the NA finals, after 3 maps, teams that had breached 40 points secured themselves a LAN ticket. And if they were able to go again, and
Yeah,
maybe be around
anchoring
that winning
height and then
threshold in drop
rotating
number
back
2,
through is
I've gotta say,
absolutely
they've
huge. So
probably done
really
enough.
well
Let's
played
get the
by
desk
them.
back in here and break
That's
some things down.
really like big
Let's break
IQ
it
play.
down, right? Game number 2 is now finished with. We have 4 more to go. But
Alright, chat, I'm not gonna lie, it's getting a little bit warm in here, so I'm gonna be back in a second. I'm just gonna
now
grab a drink
champions
and
of
I will
drop
be with
number
you
2, King
again.
AJ
Be
and
one
his
moment.
crew. Can't wait to see where they stack up on the leaderboard. But as we do look at our highlights, we had a couple of changes that ended up taking place early on. Gio, I go to you first. Gromalok and his crew changing their landing spot.
Sorry, we talk about how they always like to go to mana, and this time they went to the complete other side of the map, and they went all the way over to the Kotovo blocks. Now, I'm really intrigued to see if this is going to be something that they decide to continue on, or if they go back to their original plan, because this time it worked out for them for a while while they were just chilling there. There are a few teams that are around in a similar position, but they ended up kind of dissipating off. But it was as soon as we got to that kind of stage 4 sort of time when they started to move in, they actually came up against Showstopper's team in that instance, and Enkyo got wiped off the map. And then a little bit later on, the team basically completely fell apart once that buyback happened. And so ultimately, it didn't work out super great for them. They're still doing pretty good as far as the standings go, but as for whether it was worth it to make them for them to make the change, I'm not entirely convinced.
Let's talk about our game 1 winners. Hamoud going against Duo early on, but running into some troubles, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great game in the end. Honestly, they fall a bit short, but they're probably feeling quite comfortable with it at the minute, right? After that massive game 1. But it's interesting to talk about how they're landing in the minute. And they're basically playing out towards that east side of City on their landing spot. And that means that they're also coming across Team Exion quite regularly. Exion, Stuo,
Can I confirm the Fanta Light, please, Brad?
Definitely one of the top teams. And what happens is Exion and Co push out after Team Baines.
What was saying, chat?
They just stalk the fights. And a lot of credit has got to go to
Had to get a drink.
LIGL.
Was that 10 eliminations for AJ?
Along the high road that
Not bad, bro. Not bad.
Pick off an early kill onto Exion, who thinks he's got a free rotation out of there, and then squeeze the remaining 2v3 against that gas. And they're relentless. They hunt that down in packs, claim the land, and it's a massive thing that could mean that going forward, Exion
It's a big game for them, boys. Really big game. We've got ourselves a Betis Max. We're on ice. And I can't lie, I was getting a little peckish, so we grabbed the Snickers.
But let's talk about another roster that ended up going the distance, and that's Pentagon, who has an early fight against Aizen. Aizen drops a player, Gio, but then Pentagon and crew with 2 players managed to get them back up and then finish off the fight with a strong finish here in game number 2.
Yeah, for me, this is such a testament to the fact that Team Fuzzin is such a strong team, and Pentagon in particular.
Giga brain plays, boys.
You had the second highest number of frags yesterday in the lower bracket round 2, with all of the team really showing up. And again, it's just continuing on to today. And I said at the top of the show, this is one of the most consistent teams that we've seen, and they're kind of proving it. Okay.
See, the Euros is challenging me, Rocky, because I don't drink on weekdays.
And guess what? It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter indeed, right? They can hold their ground. We get down to the last 2 players, Diablo and his crew going against King AJ, and it's a big win from who we know, King AJ, Showstopper, and Vision Enigma.
Look, this is about time, it feels like. Don't get me wrong, this squad put on some big performances throughout groups, but upper bracket most certainly wasn't it. I think they get caught a little bit in the Esports World Cup drama as well that we've talked about before, because it's actually Vision and AJ who were picked up, and I just think it kind of unsettled them a little bit, all happening the night before. But we knew that this squad could pop off at points, especially AJ. He put up 17 kills in one game in the online stages last year, more than anyone in the world at the time. Really showed that they had that explosive ceiling. Vision was a great slayer when he was with Jukies and Lennon, and Showstopper has always been a great player at doing the support work. We knew they had it in them to really do something massive, and they've delivered here in map 2, putting away some of the questions that were left after upper bracket.
That's right. Well, they were a team that was in lower round 2. We kind of questioned, should they be here? Do they belong? Well, it looks like they belonged in the top echelon all along anyways. 18 eliminations from game 1.
I'm still not liking the C4 vibe, bro.
Easy for them to
C4's killing it.
In fact, I think they barely made it into zone oftentimes because they were always playing the gatekeeper or riding the edge. And because of that, they were constantly embroiled in fights. But they took those fights in stride. Again, 18 eliminations plus a win in game number 2.
Showstopper's team is second.
Beat that. They're looking like one of our top teams.
Wars team's 11th at the minute. They'll need a win, but they're getting close to a win.
To the occasion. A lot of our lower
Wars' team is getting close to him.
Looking so strong.
Beaver Kill's team is at 24 for the minute.
For the upper
they're not going to finish first.
Up until this point, they had a chance to watch what was going on in lower round 2. Right, lower round 2 should have been at a disadvantage, but it seems like because they had that practice, because they were constantly playing and engaging at the top level of competition, it seems to have helped them out today.
Well,
very difficult bracket. Very difficult bracket.
They have been played really recently and they seem on it, but you would assume
it has been World Series of C4. You're not wrong there.
Practicing in the gap that they've had, right? I think
you're not getting gunfights. You're getting C4 fights. It's just stupid, bro.
They're doing really well. It's a mental thing. right? It's just it's about how well they communicate as a team. It's about how well they can stay in their own game and not worry about what everybody else is doing. You know, one of the teams that we're seeing really high in the standings right now is Team Cams. They also came up through the lower bracket round 2, and you know what? They had one of the best examples of great composure in the lower bracket round 2 when we saw them get that very last minute self-res to keep their team alive at a point where it looked like they were about to go out, and that absolutely helps cement their position in the standings. And I think when you have a team who have showed that kind of composure and they've shown how well they can play under pressure.
I'm not familiar with Geo, but I absolutely love Enigma and Reflections.
So
I think they're
well
wonderful
in the
people.
finals here, and so I suspect it's a very similar story for a number of these lower bracket teams who are absolutely performing in the upper bracket. And maybe some of the pressure is why we're seeing teams like FIFA Kill not actually showing up to the expectation because they haven't got the mental there in the same way.
That's an interesting point and something we have to question given their positioning on the standings. By the way, shout out to that Cam's play. That revive in Supermarket and Military was incredible in lower round 2 and something I look forward to potentially seeing replicated.
This is going to be a very interesting set of 4 matches, man.
We're going to take a quick break. That's 2 maps down, 4 more to go.
A very big set of 4 maps.
We'll be hopping into drop 3 for the Call of Duty World Series of Warzone EMEA Finals.
You can have good days and bad days. I reckon, and this is my feeling, what FIFA, Len, and Jukies have always been good at is playing a very conventionally good customs game where they are pushing out squads, pushing out teams. They're playing what's in front of them and they're playing it naturally. That is what they are all very good at. The problem is that the C4 meta genuinely makes so much of a difference in terms of how a conventional game unfolds that I think a lot of their fights and a lot of their push-outs end up being messier than they want them to be. Because you just can't avoid it. You know, the natural coefficient to win a fight is to get a pick and 3-stack, but when a single C4 can wipe a whole 3-stack, it gets messy, dude. It gets really, really messy. They've had a lot of third-partying, a lot of you know, just like stuff like this. You know, C4 down stairwells, like it's free kills. You know what I mean? Just popping in from Shay's stream. They've had a rough start. Yeah, look, they can turn it around in any game. They can turn it around in any game. I'm not out here competing, so I'm not like, don't get me wrong. Like, the way I would describe it is like, we are analysing with hindsight. What's happening in real time is a lot more challenging than it looks. Do you know what I mean? Look, it only takes 2 big games from them boys to make a qualification. You know what I'm saying? The thing for me is that if I'm them personally, I would move drop location. Because there is absolutely zero benefit to contesting a team for a drop with such little loot. That drop does not have enough loot to justify challenging another team for it. But that's me existing in Captain Hindsight world. Here's the thing, right? Look, you've got 40 very talented teams. You've got 40 very talented teams. And the reality is, one team has to finish 40th and one team has to finish first. It doesn't mean they aren't talented.
We're about to hop in to game number 3. And I couldn't be more excited.
The thing for me is that I wish when I played World Series, and this is what I will say when I did it in the global finals, I wish I was more proactive with my thinking. I wish I said, fuck playing safe, let's try this instead because this isn't working. Right? That's I felt like from game 1 on LAN that playing edge of the map might have been better. But for whatever reason in my head, I didn't say, actually, boys, let's play edge map. And the teams who played edge ended up finishing in the money. Right now, if I'm Shay, PE, and Deck, the business decision here is to say, fuck your pride, your skill, and your ego at Warzone. We know you're better than the team you're landing on, but mathematically, it is not worth your time. It is not worth you landing on them.
Disappointed stage 1, but then win stage 2, and then a disappointing LAN finish. And I felt like Savvy Ultras was probably the best individual player, but sometimes that just doesn't really matter in Warzone. You got to think of the team chemistry. And
The LCQ with the UP as a ghost is still one of the best things. It's still one of the best things I've ever done, bro.
And Vortex tried a couple of different players out in that third spot.
If I had the energy to do comp again this year, I would have done it with them, but there wasn't enough commitment from the guys. Do you know what I mean?
Really got to offer us. However, when they picked up Robstar, I said, you light a fire under a young man like this.
There wasn't enough
and all of a
commitment
sudden,
from
you can turn
COD
yourself into a world
in terms of
beater.
tournaments
Like
to justify it for my time. Do you know what I mean?
There is a language barrier between the three players, but if they can be hitting things like this early and progress on from here, I've got a lot of faith in this squad to do business for Italy.
I do as well. Kind of up there in the echelon as far as I'm concerned of FIFA Kill, Jukis, and Lennon, who we constantly highlight. That not playing too well in the first two games.
I honestly, like, without overly flexing it, I genuinely believe us winning that LCQ was one of the hardest games of Warzone you could have ever won. Like, if you go back and watch the sheer quantity of players in that circle, I genuinely think that was a 1 in a million game. And I don't think any of the other LCQs after that were remotely close.
For 3 or around there in lower round 2. Talk to me about
How do you feel about
Marcus and their
FIFA running a
performance
sniper?
today,
It looks
Gio.
like it takes
seems
them out of a lot of
they were
fights and most players are enough.
in map number
In my
1.
opinion,
Map
I'd be
number
running
2,
3
though,
Car
very
98s.
quiet.
I'm going to be honest, the best thing you can say about them is that they were
Sorry, I'm just going to mute these guys again. Personally, I would play 3 Car 98s. A Car 98 headshot up to 100 meters is an instant down, bro. And then it's an instant 3v2. I feel, and this is just an inkling of mine, there would have been a lot of teams who perhaps didn't think about, they thought a lot about C4, but maybe didn't think about Car 98s. Because, like, bearing in mind, right? If you're using a Car 98, right? If you don't headshot them and instantly down them, you've guaranteed a 3-plate on them. And then it's what, 2 or 3 superior bullets for an instant down? Do you know what I mean? So even if you're not necessarily getting the initial down for the pick, you're guaranteeing yourself an entry frag. So I would be running 3 Car 98s. I thought for World Series of Warzone, they took off the 1-shot kill live ranked. Even if that's the case, bro, a 2-shot takes 1.5 seconds. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like a 2-shot with a Car 98 is one of the fastest 2-shots in the game. Like, it's guaranteed down. But it's still a guaranteed 3-play, and you've got 2 other people who should hypothetically be providing gunny. Do you know what I mean? We will, by the way, if this is in... Actually, I don't really care what country this is in. Wherever this is and wherever this is hosted, we will be there. If I could talk to my lovely geezers... If I could talk to my lovely geezers at Call of Duty, I would love to do some general analysis / general watch partying at the official event, if I'm honest. But we'll see how we go. I definitely will be there to watch it live, though. I've already done 1 World Series from behind the booth. I can do another World Series now with a Bev in my hand. I feel like that's quite fitting. How many teams take from last chance qualifiers? So it's like 12 teams from EMEA and NA. And then there's like 3 teams each from each expansion region, which I think is like 12. So I think it's like 4 teams from LCQ. I might be wrong, though. I'm entirely unfamiliar with Geometric, but I'm going to give her a follow.
looking at 12th place position right now, Goj. It's sitting at 22.4 points. We are already trending above that average. That's very much
Be a watch buy,
in
guess, a
line
Repulse
with
watch
the
buy. I would love to join the
prior
Pulse Check boys at some point.
bracket. It was
Yeah,
11.4,
100%. I love those guys.
and we're at 11.
Got a lot of time and energy for them.
Yeah, again, averaging 11 points per game.
Got a lot of time and
Doesn't
energy
sound
for
like a
them.
tall task, but in a lobby of this strength,
Come
certainly
back.
seems to be.
What I'm saying?
What did I miss? What's the
Well,
topics?
12th place is only 22 points.
Make a play. Drop number 3 is
Ah.
here. Let's get
So
into it.
let's say for that will go up by maybe 8 points to maybe 30. You would need one big game to be in qualification position.
Yeah.
So even if you've had a stinker so far, one top 5 with decent kills, and you're in the money, bro. You're in qual.
Yeah, you need to. I think teams need to just make it to the last zone. I mean, that's what everybody should be looking out for.
I'd say you need about 10 kills. 10 kills in the top 5.
I want to go towards
Agreed.
the northeast of Urzikstan, and as our
see the
players
initial.
start to go through that plane line, just
This is going to finish
Old Town,
north side
Blue
Old
Cargo
Town,
going to
possibly
be
on the
ended
hillside,
over by Manor.
where the
Will we see a
fire station
return
is.
to Manor for Enkyo, Heeds, and
You know the
Grommelin
fire station on the edge of Old Town?
Yeah.
Snoop Town?
And drop number 2 to
It's
land
maybe-
over in
Now,
Tovo Block.
maybe
have
Tovo
Shay.
Block on that
Yeah, Shay and the boys have
northwestern
changed drop.
side.
Fine with
But
it.
with
They've
this
gone
plane
really
line
south
changing back
side.
up, you
They've
can
gone
see they're
Manor.
gonna land
I'm
back
fine with
at
that.
home.
Yeah, that was that number 2 squad.
glad-
This
I'm
team
glad
you're
they've
talking
made
about,
the
Tim, it's
decision
such
to
a
do
great
that.
call-out. They said
The only
they're
issue with that is
flexible.
they've got a
They said
big
they can change
rotation
up
in.
drop spots
But
for,
they could probably pick up a
you know,
bunch of
depending
kills
on
here.
play line, but depending on circle,
Juki's
this one
and them
seems to bode
decided to
well.
go
But
south
the
as
teams
well.
in your screen, they're definitely not changing up their drop spots.
Really?
Same fight, same place,
Yep.
same time.
Maybe that's
right
where
at the
they
beginning of the
were
map
going.
on the
Holy
outside
shit,
of this
Zeagle.
firehouse.
It's a good thing they didn't take the same
Tries
drop because
to
Zeagle's team's landed there now as well.
Both teams have traded
Well,
wins, so at this
Newtown.
point, there's
Yeah.
no tiebreakers. It's just who's going to win this one in round 3.
They've got
I
free
almost want to
loadout.
hear the
Chase team out.
bell ring
Have
as
they?
they enter into the arena.
Yeah,
again.
they've got free
And
load. I'm looking at the
maybe this
map,
time
which
there
is
a
good.
tie
It's a
and
good sign.
Both teams just decide to leave, but Kong with
That's
that
the second
pressure
time they've had a loadie
means
drop.
swinging because Ghoul wants some blood, and Ghoul
Oh,
is
no,
the
what about, like, they've
IGL
got a
for this
free
team.
uncontested
Talked a
loadout?
little bit about
Oh,
the
right,
squad.
right, right.
They competed last year on
Yeah.
different teams, came together for this team.
The only problem they've got is
this year,
Grommelok's
so
team
we'll
is
see.
floating
Oh
nearby.
my gosh.
You know what I mean?
Nice
Oh, are
win,
they?
but Tiff, you know what that means.
Is that number 2?
That's very
Yeah.
on brand with everything
Yep,
I've
I
witnessed
felt it.
from that trio throughout World Series of Warzone.
only
Constantly
worry is-
See,
getting
this-
off
this-
early,
this fight
burning
on
that
screen to me makes no
substantiality.
sense.
And you can already see FIFA getting fooled right there.
What,
He's joining back into the
Ghoul
gulag. If
and,
something is going
Huncho and that.
like catastrophically wrong for their early game, and it chalks the entire
FIFA
mid game
seem
for them.
already
And
in the gulag?
honestly, I hate to see it because these are some of the best people in competitive Warzone.
How did they end up in the gulag?
Personally,
'Cause on the- on the-
how many
out of
points?
game,
21,
all the things
22,
going, FIFA
22.
just really needs to
On the- on
lock
the-
in, take
on the
this
mini-map, they were
win
just at the
against
bottom of the
Lays
map,
and
like, I didn't
get
see them go
back
good.
into the fray.
It's the
what?
exact same thing we talked about yesterday.
That was a
as FIFA
that was a
Falls.
bad
It
gulag
was
from
just
FIFA. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Holy missed time and misread situation in the gulag. It's the same thing we're talking about. I could even use the terminology. It's turning the page of a new era of Warzone. A lot of our old guard potentially falling to the LCQs. Now they've got time, but they don't have that much time. They are way down there. These two teams again in this weird quagmire fight where they're just waiting for the other team to make a mistake. Huncho trying to creep in.
It's
could
Mood's
be a
team
new
who have gone
age of
deep
Warzone,
south.
Tiff. That's all I'm saying.
I told you, look, you
Really?
can work so hard to get to the upper echelon of whatever it is. This time, it's
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this
You
line of
have to
questioning
work
though from the
twice as hard
commentators.
to maintain that
Like,
status because
you
it
know,
puts
you're in a
target
lobby
on
with
your
40
back,
of the best
but
teams in the world,
everyone is looking
right?
to unseat you
Like,
at the top. And for some of our
and
squads,
one
you see
fight
that loadout
could be
finally
your
coming in here for
team's
Raphics,
game over.
Scoffology, Raphics
You know what I
down.
mean?
Yeah,
Smoke to try and
I
cross
agree.
it.
Like, I don't think it means they're a bad team. I think it's literally that's just how the margins in World Series are this tight.
Once you get to that
You know,
top,
well, you lose
everyone
one
wants to
fight like the
chase you down.
Scuffology team are losing right now
And look, I mean, the
potentially.
game is
That's
different,
your
and
game.
frankly, this is
You
the
know,
only
you
tournament
can't
we've
regain
ever
in a lobby
seen
like
Warzone
this.
history at this
You know what I mean?
scale. And
There is no way to regain in World Series. The odds of you regaining are less than 10%.
Battle tooth to nail through a rigorous competition.
As soon
to
as you
even
lose
get
one
to
team
this
fight or
spot. And
you go to
so-
like a
I don't
1v3
know, this is
situation.
so
We're what?
interesting. Look,
4 minutes into the game, and A's and LR's team have full loadout, full util, full gassies, and full selves. So this team is already hunting. So if you don't have your shit by 3-4 minutes in, GG, bro. You're finished. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. They've got pistols against
maybe to help out Juki so he doesn't get
Clapper's
thirded. I
team.
don't know.
Juki's full out as well. We don't have enough cash to hit that buyback, and Lennon's fighting for his life in the gulag right now.
They're triple contesting a drop.
Just got back into it, so
And I said this before.
You need to leave your ego behind you and almost.
Your first 5 minutes of a game are more important than any other part of your game. And right now, Thief's team is triple contesting a loadout drop and getting gulagged. It's just not worth it.
Have been trying to stabilize throughout our prior drops, and they're not even in top 12 realm. They're 5 points outside of it, sitting in 18th.
Yeah, I've got a lot of words for that Prodigy team. Sure, they might be some people's underhorses, but Prodigy, the top performer on global LAN finals last year, playing alongside Wars, they have 5th overall, so still a heavy burden to be one of the top EU teams, or at least the top.
He could have got finished with that Thermes, Wiz. Oh, Bunker Buster.
Some people didn't think we could be very good.
Wait, Wiz's fight got Bunker Busted by Louis.
With Wiz, he is a little bit
really?
Yeah.
Maybe aggressive is a good word.
This could be a 3-team fight here.
Trash talk, likes to get into people's faces. This team, I thought, had a really good chance to make global finals. A kind of haphazard squad that got thrown together, and on the back of Wiz's IGL, they've been really struggling today.
So, just for those of you who are unfamiliar with other Battle Royale esports, in PUBG, the comp players tell the other comp teams where they're landing, so they don't land on each other. Thief's team's just been wiped.
Really?
They're out.
Call of Duty. The map is always on, and between maps, the leaderboard.
That's bad. And Grommelok's team's also
look
just been
inside
wiped by Figment
where
Goody.
these teams are fighting.
If something's going on behind the scene with them, especially with FIFA not turning up.
Another good place to be for this circle.
They're not. Well, look, I'll be honest with you. People can overanalyze it. They're contesting a triple drop. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Any team with a clean release on a loadout will always do better.
Fully wiped this early on. Now, mind you, they return to Manor. That's going to be Enkyo, Grommelok, and Heats, one of your top-seeded squads.
Is the volume high, volume low? You tell me, bro.
Omit EU, the French roster that comes in swinging, cannot find their footing for now. Now, we'll have to look to the later half of our 6-game series to see if they can maintain on the leaderboard. Regardless, they're still in 4th. Grommelok with 32 points.
Is Bubble the only one alive there? No.
That's exactly
The
what
rest
I
of
was
his
going to
mates
say.
are
They can afford a bad map, but they can't afford more than maybe one. So Inkyo out of here means that the terror on the map right now is that #1 team, top team from upper bracket. I call them the TBE of overseas. Been together for years and are still competing, unlike TBE from North America. Stuo, Inksy, and Patzuka, a massive rotation to get power position and power. I believe we're going to be headed to Papa for our final circles, but who knows? It's Warzone. And as our teams rotate in on the edge, this is coming out of City, way down south.
This zone, it might finish on Old Town Mosque.
Spaces. It's just these
Yeah,
two teams
I think it will as well. I think Old Town's going to be very central here. And teams that are there
Even that or the hillside on the gas station, which would be an absolutely awful circle.
Yeah, it's going to be
is not
quite
Team FIFA
heavily.
kill. They have been fully wiped. They were trying to regain. It's just not happening. I really hope that they can make a stand for those last 3 games. But for now, we'll turn our attention over to one of the squads that is trying to make a play in
They need to
Old
change
Town.
landing
Now, the
zone.
majority of our teams have found themselves relatively
I'm
centered up,
gonna
whether that's in the
have a little
south side of
listen in
Pop-Off
on
Power or
Pete
over
and
here
Denmark's
in Old Town.
stream
Squad
right
number 9, that's going to be Team Control
I'm just
Deck,
curious.
already trying to
Why do we even come? Whatever you do, don't look at the chat
They're not really talking in a minute.
Again, out in about
Yeah, they probably need to calm down. They're very much.
Are you kidding me?
They're very. They put their heart into the game, which is a good thing.
Yeah, of course,
right?
bro. Yeah, they're passionate guys, bro.
Yeah, so they're passionate, so they probably don't want to say something they regret, naturally. Calm down, reevaluate. You probably got 20 minutes now to kind of like get your bearings back on track and get your headspace where it needs to be again.
You definitely are. This is
Deck has just
brutal.
gone down on Sisty.
Very much brutal. We'll have to check back in with them on drop number
Peas
4.
down.
But for now, turn our
Rolling
attention
the
over
gulag right now.
towards
They're all
Team
using
Huncho.
gulags right
This
now.
rotation that
Not a
has to
good
occur
sign.
out of military base. When we talk about crossing walls,
Like if
this
I'm
team
the
needs to
boys
do
right
it.
now
But
who
for
are
them to
like if
go
I'm
through
Fiefl and
and get
Jukis,
this
I'm just
away,
leaving that drop,
we
bro.
have a
Not
different
worth it.
squad
Yeah,
that's
you
at the
need
helm
to
trying
start
out
picking up
rotate them. Team
the quote
Buyer
unquote
coming in from that upper bracket,
people are
and,
outside
well,
zone
that's
now.
how you
You
wipe
need to
them out.
really start playing aggressive.
Edge zone is the most
on
success.
4.
Look at where Mood's squad's been for most
They're
of the
doing
circles,
fairly
bro.
solid, and
They've
again, you
always
really
like
wanna have
this game's a
that
bad
matchup.
game
You
for them in
need
terms of
like 5 to
positioning,
6
but they've
going
always
into
been on the
game
edge
so you
generally.
can trust your team, trust
You know
your
what I'm
IGL to get you to the end zone and not have to worry
This
about
is a
picking up as many
horrific
kills
circle.
along the way. Sure, they're gonna happen.
This
Sure,
right
you're gonna
now
run into team
is
fights.
a
Sure, you want to take those
horrific
kills if they come to you, but you
circle.
don't have to. Whereas if you're a team that has 0,
I would get in
third,
those smoke
fourth circles,
stacks
you
and
gotta
I
make
would
a
get
move.
prone.
You gotta get some kills.
You know what
and
I would
gotta get
do?
a little bit more
Seriously.
aggressive.
Honestly,
Because
you won't
just
agree
getting
with
to
this
the top
play,
10
but
does
I would be getting
nothing
as
for
many
you. You don't
PDS
have
as
any
I
kills to
possibly
write home
can.
about. You
Fucking
need an
edge zone.
11-point average
Yeah,
just to
same.
be called
No,
out
I'd
on
agree with
top
that
of this
entirely.
map. Teams
Your,
are
wanna be in the
your
middle.
options on the interior of the circle are to play the second floor of the smoke industrial smokestack. That is your only option. Every other position is undefendable in that plan.
It's gonna be incredibly difficult. Prodigy has
Or
3
Prod with a
teams
big down.
against a really good team.
But he's been
Clearing out
C4'd.
this POI as this squad could go huge. They need it. They are way down in the 30s.
Echo may be one of the most cerebral players that I will see here in this EMEA lobby. I have watched this player grow from the past few years into this really new player here on Urzikstan. It picks up Oki and Prodigy for this year's World Series of Warzone and trying to break down the #1 seeded team on the roster. This team, however, outside the top 12, fighting to get back in it, and you've already sent the #1 seed team packing over here in Sorokin Industrial. So you're setting yourself up to clean out that northern side of the zone, which is likely going to pull directly into power after this.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of power zone, I don't know, 3-4
Squad
times
17
already
Squad
broadcast a
17
couple
are in the
times,
best
and
position.
I think the teams that get here early
Squad
usually
17 and
pay
Squad
for it.
23 right
There
now
is
are in the
a
best
sizable amount of
position.
cover here. There's a ton of buildings you can
Two
play
teams
around
right
with.
on the edge of the
It
map.
really comes down to,
23
is it gonna
deep
pull that
east,
south
17
side
east
where
west.
it's the edge, which is this kind of area.
You
Team
should
5
not be
is
playing
right
center
in the dead
circle right now.
center of that pop-off power, kind of holding down around these
The-
kind of
the
power
only
grid
place that is
sections.
safe
There's a
in
couple small
pop-off
buildings here. It's that south side
are the
I'm worried
towers.
about. Just south of this
And that is
team,
the-
there's
nowhere
several
else is
buildings
safe.
that kind of line the street in
So
that open
active right
area
now.
where
Look at the
we've seen,
minimap.
Mad,
the
isn't it?
last couple zones kind of clip. If we're
Even
on
Shay and that are in there. You can know squad number 9. They're actually in a bad spot. They're not in a bad
We see
spot.
the new zone.
They're in a decent
It
spot,
still
yeah.
seems very
But it is
centrally
2 of them.
located.
That's the
which means
issue.
you're
If
gonna
I was
find
them,
since we got here early,
I would
team
go-
looking
Full
at
team are about
team
to
6
push in
again,
there.
Prodigy,
If I was
they're
them,
hunting the
I would go
edge of
back
the
to back
new.
inside the
This is
smokestacks
still
and go
fairly
prone up
central
top.
pop-up. They
Because it's
should
too
still
high
have
for
a
C4
very
to
high
reach.
position going into
It's
this
too
first
high for
half.
C4 to reach. And they could just,
And I think
they
it's
can
fun
pinch,
that
they can
you're
ambush
already
teams.
talking about the power positions because Echo prides
They're not
himself
actually
on
playing for
knowing
kicks.
where he needs to play on a map.
The building they're in is pushable,
Studies
you know what I mean?
a lot of rotations, works on that loot path, but something that's
Well,
been
I'm
hard
literally
for this squad
yeah,
is to maintain that time frame. When
Squad
is the
13
best
white.
chance to make a staple and
Okay,
get
and,
into that position for endgame? Because they'll
Back in last
oftentimes get
live.
there too early
they've
and
got res
struggle
cash, but
from
they can't
not
really
being
push
able
back.
to
No, there's
maintain
no
it. So
buy station they can go
playing
for, no
just
chance.
on the outside of the center of the next circle
They've
is
gotta
something
play a
that
team
I
fight
think
and
is
win
going
it,
to
in my
pay
opinion,
off
if they
in
wanna do
full here
anything.
for them in map number 3.
Yeah, we've got a couple teams maybe crossing the bridge right now as well.
Look at how deep into the
Getting
gas one of
word out
Mood's
with his
teams
team.
is.
Gave
He's
them
on
the
the zip
call to
line
step
in
up
old
and make a play.
Look
They're
at how, I
here
just want to point this out,
at around
and this is
30,
what I mean
so
about edge
a lot
circle
better to
being
make up in
better.
the second half of
Look
this
how
tournament.
empty the outside of the gas is
Second
right now.
place here,
I'm
Saudi
telling you,
Arabia
bro.
and
Look at how
Pakistan
empty the
represented
outside of the
two
circle is right
Falcons.
now.
They have
There is
a
one
Say
guy.
early.
There is
Isn't always a
They're gonna
positive.
try to
It's
catch up
actually
here in the
a
What I'm saying
water.
earlier is getting
It's gonna
people
be
killed.
really tough. Still technically zones.
If he
They don't have
dives
to run
down,
too
if Mood
aggressive
dives
of a
down
play.
to his
They can
bottom
kind of
right,
lurk
that
in the
crate
water
has a
here.
rebreather in
And
it,
as a
90%
third
of the
party
time.
potentially happens, they could make a play up onto
It
land.
worked in Warzone
clean up
1
those
because of the
teams,
maps,
and
but
make their way in the
Warzone
zone.
2 and 3
Two
really
teams
didn't work.
fighting, you can kind of surface out of the water and maybe
If Team 11 wiped Team 4 here, they have a chance of winning this game.
See animal is that can do both.
Because they've got a free run of that buy station.
Crocodile.
I love this position from Wars.
People up, grab third.
If they, as long as they don't get heavily contested by AJ, that is a phenomenal position.
Now you have to keep the trend. You had Raccoon in map number 1, Crocodile in map number 2. Just keep it going. But for this squad,
if they can maintain height on the highway with cover,
out of 2
they win that game.
That is quite insane. And honestly,
That
if
smokestack
they have
is
a
still
decent game
unoccupied,
here, I
by the
wouldn't be
way,
surprised to see them lock
At
their
the
tickets
middle
into
of
the
the
global
circle.
land finals.
I know,
But
I
for
don't know why
Blade
no
on the
one's in it.
opposing
Come on, Shay.
side
You've
of
played
this,
enough games with me
you'll
where I've gone
witness
prone up there.
engagement
Come on,
just
lad.
constantly look to take space. Now,
making
Wars'
a play
team
for the
on the
buy.
bridge will be a thorn in the side to the engagement. I love that Hmood looks at them and immediately pulls towards the left to stay out of their line of sight.
Yeah, Louis has a great position here, and frankly, I don't know who let
Look at
them
that kill
take
feed.
this. They actually came in
They're at
very late. This
free
is the
stack
team when I said, hey,
Chase team.
somebody's crossing the bridge. It was
That's
Team
big.
Worse crossing the bridge.
I
and
don't.
holding
Oh
the
no,
bridge
they're gonna
to
get
this
third
day.
pied
No
from the
one can
bridge if they're
press
not
them on this
careful there.
side. If they get zone pull, which is very possible, we've seen
If Shay's team doesn't try and cross that road, they're in a phenomenal spot. If they just sit where they are.
To the western side of Pop-Up or south side
Yeah, I
of
think they
Pop-Up,
are.
they're going to be
They're
in
in a
trouble.
really
There's
good
going to be
spot
5-6
right now.
teams
They can get
holding
top
them
20 here.
on
Lu-
the
Louis'
and
team right now
everyone knows
are in a
they're
game-winning
here
position.
because they're raining hellfire from above with kind of ultimate high looking over the map. So Bubba would love
That's
to
not
clean up some of
lucky.
these teams,
A
make the
roof still
rotation
uncontested.
easier. As the
I'm
new
telling you,
zone
bro, that
drops.
smokestack
Here we
is
go.
how you win
They're
this
gonna get
game.
Barely, yes. They are inside his zone. And
If
are
you
able
want to
stay
win
on
this
high
game, you go
ground.
prone in the
The
second
right
floor of that
back can be
smokestack and
only front
ambush
to
anybody who
hurt them.
walks
It's a
in
great
under you.
spot for him.
Yeah, but they're going to have high ground here and out of line of sight for now. But as they have to carry
God.
on to the next
How is he managed to
they'll
parachute through
likely
that?
get lower
How
and
in the
lower. So
world
worried
has he
about the
managed to
bridge play
parachute
for
through
now,
that?
but they've just got so many angles that they can take for free here, and it's quite
I tell you
nice
what, Squad
considering
11 could
they're
get wiped
working
here.
on about
They're
10
pancake between Louis
eliminations
and
for the
Steve
squad. They
and
were
Shay.
outside the top 12 coming into drop number 3, and they are just
Need to kill
really
Shay,
showing
though.
up. And I'm glad to see it for Team Wars.
Wait, Squad 11.
Yeah, talking about a team in a good position. Look at Team 14 on that mini map right around the corner in a building.
They could get
waiting
wiped
for
here.
this next zone. That's Rocket.
But this is what I mean.
think
They're not rushing. Do you know what I mean? They've got PDSs. They've got gas. They're not rushing.
Yeah, and they've also got buys.
Brought into a new team. We'll see what they're able to do. Holding down the position just low of Louis CM. You can see them.
This is a
aerial
phenomenal
cam.
position, by the
I
way.
like this spot.
The
from
only
them.
way
They're
this
fairly
goes
centrally
south
located.
for
It's a
Louis
hard
CM's
building
team
to push.
is
There's
if
a
they're
lot of
not
open ground
aggressive
around
enough on
it.
King
This is
AJ's
Clapper,
team,
the team
Team
on the screen
25.
now. A fun
Because
team
they're
to
the
talk
only
about because
people
of
who
the
could
story
challenge
of
them to that
Zakar
road
and
right now.
Rocket
Oh,
and
Van
Clapper
Moon
finding each
managed to
other,
make
finding
out that
Rocket
situation, by the way,
right
and I think that
before
plays
open
Shay.
calls. And this is something that a lot of teams can say the same about, right? They had maybe 2 players looking for a third up until about an hour.
Oh, wow, they actually did
before
make they're making the
open
cross,
calls
yeah.
in game.
Made the cross.
Made the team
That's
right here
wild.
in regional finals,
That's
trying
actually
to make
nuts, the
global
fact that
finals
they
yet
made
again.
that.
Very, very fun stories to talk about. I'm sure the desk will break more of those down as Louis CM
Smokestack
holds the
still.
bridge.
Oh no, there's a team inside
Like
it
he
now.
owns it.
Team 4
About
inside
7
Smokestack.
eliminations
Team
between
4 and
two.
Smokestack.
Probably
Bro,
eight
I'm putting my
total
house on it
across
right
this
now.
trio
Team 4 are going to finish high.
to be in going into
People are
the
gonna
56
win, Lucky.
circles.
Come on.
Bro, they're going to
Crazy
finish
when
really
you come
well
from
here.
Bubble CT's squad over to Echo's team on the screen. Both former teammates of Echo.
I like this position, by the way, from Oki's
now
team.
we get to see what they're able to do.
Yeah.
Considering
That
they have
cross,
already worked
however,
on
is
clearing
rough.
out the northern side, they found themselves
That building
gonna
cost
be
money.
making
They
a
need
last-ditch
25 and
effort
33 to fight each
rotation
other here.
from the northwest. But I'm really curious to see where this circle does pull towards. Will the bridge still be in play for Team Wars? Can they stay up
Brother,
there for now?
you're watching the
With
best teams in the
3
world right
teams
now.
over towards the eastern
What are you
side
talking
on
about?
Echo, they're going to have a lot of teams
I was
looking
like,
to hold them out.
he's looking at somebody in a
Yeah,
building
and the
far
pull
away.
goes
Yeah,
even
bro, because
more
they're
central.
communicating with each other. They know where people are.
Of pop-up power, Wars a squad.
So you play high-level Call of
ridiculously
Duty, no
tough
one can
rotation,
ever
but it's
tell
pretty
anybody how to-
dang
how to
open.
play
Like
the
you said,
game.
the bridge gets lower and lower.
That zone
Back to
pull,
earth they go.
AJ's team
and
are
they're
winning
gonna
this.
have to make a play
I think
likely
Louis' team
soon
might
as
win
we
it.
see kill after kill
Look
in
at
the
his own pull,
feed.
bro.
You see Mood's team go down. Second place team gets full wipe by Melvin, which
Look at
means,
his own
hey,
pull.
Fuzzin', you're still here. You're still playing. Third
AJ's
place
team
on
right
our
now
live board
are
on
in
the
a
right-hand
phenomenal
side.
spot. They
Trying
have
to
to
make a
jump
play
there.
for
Louis' team
second
has
as
to
they
jump.
wipe second place. Window of opportunity. They are running with it. Wiping
Anybody
squads left, right, and
that's
center, trying
south
to place
side of
themselves
the
near
road
center of
is-
zone. And again, Rocket, a great building, and Louis
Look at how
says,
many people
I
south
think
side
we
of
won
the
it.
road.
There goes
Yeah, I know, it's
the
crazy.
bunker buster, baby, straight on to
literally
Zakar's
gonna
squad.
turn into
That
World
is
War
going
10
to
in
be
a
the power
second.
position they
Oh,
want.
shit,
Back
AJ's team's
on
been
over to
pushed.
a squad that has found so much success.
His
Teenage
APS got
vision.
APS.
This team still
You know how
a
nuts
duo
that
for
is?
now, and they They are under so
Oh,
much
Oki-
pressure from
Oki
Team
versus
Echo
AJ's.
on the opposing side.
A big map for them.
Prod with a
They're
down on
going to
vision.
make sure they make global finals and already likely have done it live.
Do you know what, Louis'
Louis'
team might sneak this.
89.6, you joking? Our cutoff
The other
is
teams
like
are fighting each other.
66 max, maybe
Deck with a
70.
white, P with a
They're
white. Let's go,
traveling
boys.
global
Come on.
finals. Spoiler for
Boys,
some
that's
really
the
good
boys
games,
right
though. Win another map. Show
Come on,
EU,
lads.
EMEA supremacy across the board. You said you want to drop us? How about we make our own team and win it all?
Oh,
We're
Louis
saying,
went
though,
big.
Inside wins the gunfight. Rocket had a great position, and they don't even lose wars. Bubble up.
Louis
as
went
well.
big.
Wow, what a win inside this building. Unfortunate breakdown for Team Rocket.
Shay seeming a massive right now. They could be on for a 20-point now.
Come on, Shay.
Now has a great spot, and yet again, they don't get the pull they want. Sinner back to the
Oh, that's a big roto from Shay and the boys.
But you're about to hit me with the prepare for
Come
trouble.
on, get those third parties on that building. They got kills. They got kills. They got kills.
9 kills. That's big.
That's progress, man. Louis and Wars' team are making a fat rotation here, bro. This is mad.
So we are on that rotate.
This is a big rotation.
All three up here in one of the later stages. 25.
And these men couldn't find teammates.
And Wars
Come on, bro.
trying to stay safe here. The smoke's helping for now. But if anyone peels out of this building, you're going to fall right into a trio prepped and ready to take you down.
Yeah, it's a good spot until a couple C4s go out the window. So once
if I'm them, I'm PDSing.
Below, we're going to be in trouble. Maybe already one being thrown. I love this rotation from Wars, though, going this early.
Oh, we got stuck by Thermi. Oh, what a throw.
Will not get fooled with the thermite.
What a throw from FLS.
But does go down, and Bubble and Louis have to make the call. Do we go for the res? Let Wars go ahead and burn the
Brother, come on. Now you're getting timed out from the channel, mate, because you couldn't tie half these players' shoes. Let's be real, bro. Come on.
Should be good to go. No? I think got cleaned up to what in the world?
Go on, Louis.
They knew he's
Go
gonna
on, Louis. Give it to him.
Oh,
if is he gonna play stairwell with the? Oh, go on. You gotta go to Louis. You gotta go up the stairs. Use the PRD. Use the PDS.
Marcus, the team that had that
Oki's got roof, bro. What a play.
Round 2 coming out swinging and finally awakening in map number 3. And look at the angles
Oki's
that
got
Oki
roof,
is
bro.
able
This
to do.
is
Now,
huge.
this is going to play spoiler alert on 3 eliminations, trying to get into the top 12. But if we're going to be the real third party, looking for whatever we can clean up, whether that's from Hallow, whether that's from Rafix, you just got to do what you can.
Play wall, bro.
Zach's team falls in 6. Now everybody that is alive.
I think Louis' team can do this.
1.8 in
Yeah,
the pocket.
I think so as well.
Oki with a great angle gets one weak.
Oki's managed to get weak before they pushed. Bubble, yeah, he's just teed up Bubble and Louis inadvertently there.
So difficult to win 1v3s, 1v2s, and to win it all as a solo. But Oki has a position that might afford him the opportunity. He's got to take
use that
seize of it,
PDS. Give it to him.
As Louis CM and Bubble still both alive, having to play trades. C4 can help out here if he can get it off.
Did he slip through there or no?
6 on the wall, not going to do anything besides
He's kind of
zone off one.
He's still outside.
Bubble making huge
Go on,
plays by
Louis.
himself, though. Both of this duo, they're separated. They're playing ISO.
Go on, Louis. Give it to him. Give it to him, bro. Come on.
Okay, got spot, but
Go on, Lou.
Oki's in a bad spot.
Oki's in a phenomenal spot, but he's got PDS. He's got PDS.
Likely a PDS in pocket. We see one in his inventory ready to go. It's going to be a PDS war here on the outside while Team Marcus lies in wait in the zone.
Scuffology and that are in a good spot.
Win, right? You see Scuffology trying to
They need Oak to chow. They need Oak to chow.
Outside 30th place right.
Go on, Lou. Go on, Lou. Go on, Lou. Give it to him, Lou. Give it to him, Lou. Give it to Lou.
Why is Oki not getting involved? 1v1 is a 1v1.
1v1. Go on, Oak. Go on, Oak. Let's go, baby.
Fair play, Oki, man. That's big for them.
Let's fucking go, baby.
They were dead last before. That's massive for them. I'm happy for them.
Let's go, baby.
To get the victory. That's what it takes sometimes.
That's a team climbing the leaderboards right there.
Gotta play smart.
That's a team climbing the leaderboards big time.
Sometimes that you get that high ground, you can win 1v3s and you can win it all by yourself. Oki, the young prodigy in customs, oftentimes touted as a new age Warzone player, went a little sleepy in early Urzikstan, but came back with a vengeance today in this map.
Speaking of vengeance, let's look back at this last stand so you can see just how dire the situation is. Oki has the rooftop. No one is going to be able to challenge.
That's big plays, by the way.
Ladder right in front by that window, so someone could make a play for that. But with the constant pressure from all around, no one is thinking that. So we see Team Huncho, who also needed a really insane game here from the gas, rotating in. And then even Team Zach.
In this house, we like seeing UK teams performing well, bro. That's what we like.
All the pressure on reaps those eliminations, but Bubble and Lyceum keep leaving the building, trying to also.
That's what we like in this
deny them
house.
the angle to take their space.
Yeah, and Oki was just
Big play from Oak, by the way. To play that patiently as well.
peppering. Resource management was everything for him. He had to have some gas mask to play around with. He had to have PDSs. And frankly, what happened for Team Marcus, you could tell they had to be in the zone because they don't have the resources to maintain position out in the gas. They don't have the PDSs they need. They don't have the gas mask they need. So they got to stay in zone. And I like their positioning for the most part. Here's
Bubble and Louis got some big kills at the end there as well,
just
actually.
a moment of it, and I love this last stand view because it shows us what truly happened. Louis CN and Bubble had a play to win here. 2 alive in the gas, and they isolate a 2v1 that they have to make a play for here. Louis gets it. Now it's 2v1 with Oki.
That should be them qualifying, by the way.
This is where things get hairy because what can Louis and
Louis
Bubble
and them
do?
not potentially.
All they can do is
I think that was a big kill game for them.
Same with
Oh,
Oki
really?
on top.
Because they were
So watch how this goes.
below their point threshold.
I mean, there
Okay.
goes the ski
Well,
floor
the
from
second,
Scuffology, straight under
I
the
think they finished
rail into
second,
the
no,
stairway
third,
on
sorry.
the
So
outskirts.
they get
The
1 point
Louis
aim
CN
multi,
Velocity,
and they
take
got
their
a bunch of
time here
kills.
to push the 2v2.
Bubble got some
it's
big
also
kills
in
there.
2v2.
You get a lot of
Oki,
multi
who
inside the top
stacked
10, yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
PDSs on the
1.6.
roof and just let the Holger rip.
You wanna
Brings
be
it down
aiming
to
for
the
top 10
1v1.
every
He
single
stands
game.
on up. Even does a nice little
That's a big
360
game for
parachute
them, I
down.
reckon.
Bring me to
Yeah,
that victory
definitely.
moment.
A lot of teams have climbed there, I think.
PDS.
I like how he PDS'd away from them to stop the other team potentially using the PDS.
Yeah, clever
That's
play.
big brain.
Fly.
You got a couple downs there as well, Oak.
1v1. Who's there? Nice, bro. Good shit.
10 kills, double Moi. That's good, that's big.
Kills, that, you know, that whole
20
time.
points, you wouldn't say no considering you're dead last, right?
20 points is big,
Well,
right?
Tiff,
20, it was
not
22
really
points
excited
after game
because,
2.
I was saying it, I was watching it, I was like, I don't
think
think he
it'll be
gets a
about
single
35.
one of those kills. Now, he gave himself the win by getting them all weak.
You're
It
averaging
helped that
11
team
points
fight
a game,
completely
right?
collapse
Yeah,
into
If we're
just
going off that
an
current
isolated player with
trajectory.
no resources in the gas. And then that player dies in the gas because they were so weak, which actually gave the kill to Bubble over there. So Bubble, Louis CM, that team got a ton of points in that final couple fights. They got the 1.8 times multiplier. They likely had the best score coming out of that map. Oki's team able to grab the win, but for what? About a 20-point game. Certainly helps. Certainly excited about it. But by their reaction, you can tell it was like, dang, I wish we had more. Just like Huskers yesterday, everybody wants more when you get that 2x multiplier.
Because it's quite frankly, it's just not a lot
wanna
of
see that
points in the
leaderboard
grand
updated.
scheme of things, but it still goes to show you that you can convert that
Yeah,
to
I
a
wanna
win.
see it updated as
Also,
well.
you want to talk about denying some team stuff. You're denying that 2x multiplier to a team that had already found
Showstopper's
so
team are on
many
90
eliminations,
points.
which can really pay off when it comes down to just mere decimal
That's
points,
wild.
breaking between that 12th and 13th
wild.
place. Let's go ahead and get the desk back in because I'd love to hear their
Grommelot
thoughts.
are on 32 points.
Well, obviously, good cast.
Yeah,
Tiff and
Echo's team is
Goj,
now in
and
7th.
Amazing game number 3 that resulted in some good results for teams
Who's
that
Echo
maybe
with?
not have been
Oki
performing
and
well. We've
Prod.
been questioning consistency from some. And well, as we look at our highlights, Gio, I posed the first question
Louis
to you.
CM's team's up
Marcus,
there.
Top 3, 3rd place, in fact, coming
JC with
alive.
27th, but they're not
Thank
really
God.
far
I mean,
behind.
if you're them, if you're a fan of them,
I
if
think
you're
they're only
this
like
team,
maybe
thank God, because it was
13,
something we spoke
14
about
points
going
behind,
into
which
this
is not a
game.
bad
They
thing.
desperately needed.
No,
They'd
no.
had
Like I
some
say,
really
you only need one big game, bro.
And I think
Yeah.
that what we've seen so far from them throughout the entirety of the World Series of Warzone this
Maybe
year
it was a team
is
of
that once
6
they start getting things
can't-
going, then they can keep it there. So this could be the start of great things for them.
And also shout out Robstar Vortex Blade.
I think
who
it's
had a
fully
deep run
updated, yeah.
themselves, looking pretty good. Nice to see them. Obviously, they were already within that top 12 discussion. I believe 6th place, if I'm not mistaken, or 8th place, I should say. But that for sure has to help them. We now focus our conversation a little bit deeper, and we start talking about this team on screen, Enigma. They pushed in off of this bridge. They were up here for a while, but once they started pushing in, man, Team Rocket
Big.
felt the heat.
Yeah, I mean, I love the patience.
Who's
side that
IGLing
comes
for
up
Louis
initially
Bubble and
around
Wars?
this bridge play. They didn't
Being
rush
low.
anything. They didn't force anything. They're not
Doing a
trying to
really
send,
good job.
But this play here is huge. Once they rotate
Because
off
they've
the
made
bridge,
they've made some
CM
very
got 2
intelligent
on
low
cluster.
rotations, and they've done them
Impact
early.
from the cluster isn't great. However, the aerial denial from the gas.
The
is
current
huge.
trajectory
You
is
can
gonna be
essentially push this
64
for free
points to
because there's
qualify.
no friendly fire when it comes to competitive Warzone.
Golly.
So what we have here is a building
is
center
not
zone that
much.
he uses the bunker buster on one side, pushes the team
It
to the other
literally
side,
requires
drops the
one big
bunker
game.
buster.
On the Call of Duty
As well,
official
because he's been
YouTube
trapped
channel,
between
Kino,
rock and
there
hard
is a
play.
live
They get
stream for the
absolutely
leaderboard.
smoked. And from there on, they do
you
a
can pull
great
up
job.
as
They're
well.
unlucky to lose Wars. He takes a thermite to the face, which, you know, just unfortunate.
like,
that
you genuinely
eventually
just need
ends up
one
seeing
big
him out
game,
of the way.
basically.
But then Louis and Bubble do a great job individually of just managing to hold their own, push on through the
Just want to point out, by the way, don't know if he meant to do it or not, but Wars, don't know if he meant to do it or not, but Wars running away from his teammates after he got stuck by a thermite.
Oh, yeah. Up to the very end, you notice there's still 6 teams alive. Oki is by himself on the high ground.
Oh, this was an absolutely insane play. The fact he had this perfect positioning up
because
on the rooftop,
Oki
which
basically
really
mag dumped
facilitated him
into
to actually be
everybody
able to succeed
and
on his
hit
own.
everybody.
Did
So
he
it
not
basically
have
became a
that
free-for-all at
position,
the
I think
end.
he would have struggled a lot more. But he just played it so well. And I think when you think about the fact that the roles within this team, Oki kind of takes that middle ground between co-IGLing and also Fragger. So if anyone's going to be left on their own and succeed, you'd want it to be that guy, right? But it was just extremely impressive from him, because it is not easy to be managing that kind of pressure from all angles. Because think about it, all of the other teams around, they're worrying about each other as well, but they know that there's this one guy who has
I got a lot of love for these boys, actually. I can't lie.
on every single team. And
Oak
he
especially.
he
Yeah, I
absolutely
think
killed
Oak had quite a hard year
One
the
of the things
past
as well
year.
with this trio is when I start talking about the depth of Europe.
want to do well.
this is one of the teams
like
I'm looking
Pod. I
at
think
for
he's
sure. Like
hilarious.
Prodigy
Yeah, they're
and
good lads. They're
Bobble
good
come
lads. They
together. I
deserve
feel
it.
like Bobble kind of came through and impressed a little bit last year and was kind of like, oh, okay, let's get this boy lifted up into some stronger squads. And then with Oki as well, there was a lot of talk before he broke into the scene about the quality he possesses. A lot of people talking about him like they do Enkyo now when he was younger and unable to like kind of compete at this level. And once he stepped on through, he got that chance last year with FIFA Kill. It didn't work out, but a lot of that wasn't on him at the end of the day. And he's showing again the kind of quality he possesses. Very patient play there at the end, doing a great job.
And that was a team that I wanted to bring up in our last segment, given the fact that they were in 18th place. And I kind of questioned, I was like, this team I feel like should be doing a lot better.
One big game is all it takes. I mean, they've gone 18th to 7th or something, right?
Oki is the reason for that. Good on them for doing so, beating out a lot of teams that were doing incredible at that point. Now, Tiff did bring up a valid point as far as I'm concerned. It's only 10 eliminations, but it still is denying those, the 2-point multiplier, who are already up in the top 12. And more importantly, it's giving you the much needed points to potentially break into top 12, which is what you need to do. Very happy from Oki's performance. It's not easy to hold that high ground by yourself with teams literally focusing you, but you gotta also think it's just a
Jeff seems super chill when he's not live. Yeah, that's why we don't give him caffeine.
Everybody else is just trying to finish each other up, and they took advantage of that with the third parties.
It's the evening, guys. It's the evening. It's relaxing
yeah.
sometimes.
A good finish,
It's like
nonetheless, a big performance.
It's like feeding a gremlin after dark. Do you know what I mean?
Once again, and Gio will go to you, Team FIFA. I am so sad, man, that we're now 3 games in and we haven't seen a lot from him.
I'm just gonna say it. FIFA's cooked. He's mentally boomed. Listen, he's a good player, chat. Don't get mad at me, chat. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I mean, mentally, he is not there. That gulag was disastrous, and I think he's probably not going to be very happy that we were watching it actually happen. You know, it's crazy as well because this happened against Team Visions, right?
I mean, she's
and
not
Team
wrong.
Visions, they're currently sat. They're
Respectfully.
team number 40. They only just scraped
She
into
said that
this
FIFA
finals.
was
And
cooked
one of
on
the
mental.
big problems that they had
And
in
like,
the lower bracket
she's not
round
wrong
2
because
was
that
getting
gulag
involved
was
in
bad.
early
Like that
gulags
gulag,
and not
that
doing
gulag
well
looked like
in
a
that.
pubs
They would
lobby,
either
bro.
just scrape by in the gulag, or and to be
That
honest,
like that Googe from Thief
the
genuinely looked
example
like a
I'm
pubs
thinking
lobby
of for
Googe. Like
was
that was not good
against
from him.
the team Zesty, which are the team that were playing on nearly 200 ping.
What's the
all
word
they
I'm
would
looking
have
for?
some
Heavy
really,
as the
really
head that
bad
wears the
gulag
crown?
losses early on,
Something
and
like
it
that.
set them up for failure for the rest of the games. This is a team that have been struggling in the gulag, and FIFA Kill, man, he was looking the wrong way. He completely mistimed what was going on, and it's just, that's not the kind of play you look at with a player like this, and you go, oh yeah, but you know, it's just not his. Of course it's his thing. He's FIFA Kill, right? So it has to be a mental thing. He has to be cooked there, and like, how'd you come back from that?
The thing is, right, I don't disagree with her. Like, I don't disagree with her one bit. Like, that was a bad ghoulie. However, I will say this. And I will put this out into the universe, right? He's 40 of the best teams in the world against each other, right? And he's being triple landed on off rip. Right? Facts are facts. That was a terrible gulag. But you're not watching them perform badly because they're having bad games. You're watching them perform badly because they're getting triple dropped on. Which it doesn't matter if you're the best team in the world or you're dog shit. No one's doing well in a triple drop on scenario. Right. Do you know why people like Soka's team are so successful? Because people shit themselves and don't land on them, bro. No one lands on them. At all. Like, do you guys know why FIFA Juki's team did well in the World Series of Warzone online stuff, the online quals? Because there was a place called Juki's Drop, and no one landed on them because they were scared, bro.
Pure focus.
Yeah, I remember
Oki, how
that
you feeling,
Warzone
man?
too.
Feeling good, bro. Feeling good.
Liam literally
first two
owned
games
the
didn't
right
start off
side
too
of the
hot.
map, bro.
You know, Echo obviously DC'd, and that set us back a little bit. And
Until
the
World
second
Series,
game we brought it
weirdly
back
enough.
a little bit, just didn't get into that
Until
end
the
zone,
World
but,
Series,
you know,
Liam owned
just
that
stayed
right side of
composed
the map.
and, you know, turned like a mediocre game into something good.
Something good indeed. You know, the thing about it is you were in 18th place after game number 2. I don't know where you stand after your win in game 3, but you're going to be better off, maybe even in the top 12. Talk to me about your heroic run, though. There's 6 teams left. You are one of those teams, but you're just one person. It's just you on the high ground. Walk me through the final end zone and what was going through your mind.
I mean, I had the height, I had the position. I just had to make sure nobody flanked me. I tried to pick up a few kills, but unfortunately, I just couldn't really get anything. I was just putting damage off and getting those teams out. But you know, I knew I had 2 PDSs, so I could have held that roof for pretty much ever, and that's exactly what I did. And I got that final pick, which got us the win. But yeah, it's just all about holding that high rather.
I mean, it was a really insane performance from you. I'm really curious, you know, how you're finding, like, you and Prodigy have obviously played together a lot, kind of outside.
I'm going to do another little side note here, side little caveat, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't agree. I don't agree with cooking a team mid-tournament.
Is that what they're doing?
That's how that came across. Saying that his mental's gone. I don't agree with that. Don't agree with that at all. Because these people also have live stream chats to look at. Like, that's just me. It's just me. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Like, Thief, Len, and Juki's have earned more than enough respect to not be roasted midstream. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
About your lineup, and you know, you've spoken about Prod there. You talk about one of the best gunnies in Europe. A lot of people have also said a similar thing about yourself, and Bobble really impressed last year. And I'm sitting here on this desk talking about the depth that we potentially possess in Europe right now, and we're talking about your NKOs, and we're talking about your FIFA kills and all that. Where do you feel your team sit currently in the hierarchy that is Europe? How high up that chain do you believe you should be? Or are we not giving enough respect to you boys just yet?
We're definitely in that top 5. I mean, our recent performances, like, we've always been in that top 5 every single like tournament. Like, I feel like we're very consistent with that. Just closing it out and getting the placement is what we struggle with. And I feel like once we correct that and we fix that mistake of not being able to get into those end zones, we'll be doing great. Like, every single tournament, we're getting those kills and we're getting.
No, I agree. It's the nature of the beast, and when you're on the competitive stage, you open yourself up to competitive criticism. I do agree with that. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying when a team has been as successful as some of those boys have been, and they've had 3 rough games, it's just 3 rough games. You know what I'm saying? That's that. I wouldn't be necessarily saying that Broski's mental's finished. That's just me. I don't disagree with her opinion, and I'm not saying that she's wrong to say it. I'm just saying I disagree slightly.
That's the main goal. Beat number 1. Okay, I wish you the best of luck going forward. 3 more games, lock it in top 12. I believe in you.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
There it is. Oki, hey, cool, calm, and collected. Looking good. The solo guy standing, you know, protecting the Alamo, even though it's the wrong region to be doing that, but he's still doing it.
Man said I dropped the community notes.
Okay, let's look at our standings and see where everybody is stacking up at the moment. Geo, no surprise, King AJ and his crew still in first. In fact, taking a tremendous lead, might even better.
What we're saying right now is 12. What is 12?
had yesterday for the
32
finals.
points.
Yeah, no,
oh, bro,
it's
it's only one big game.
51
One big game and you're
so
good.
far, we're only halfway through. That
Yeah,
is
no,
really
but
something.
there's
because,
less and less games to make.
I know.
I'm trying
what
to
I would
get
say.
102 by the end of it, right? Which would be
But
really quite
if
something
any
and
team
higher
could do
than
it,
anyone
it's
has gotten
definitely
in the
Shea
competition so far. But
Absolutely.
you know, they've only been
They've
able to
done it
overcome
before. They've dropped like a
H-Mood, but they still
40-point
have the
game. I think
second
even
place
more
spot.
than
That's
that in
such
the
a
actual
testament to
big
how
tournament.
impressive their
So
first game
What was good is that in that last game they got
And
into a game-winning
Blake
position.
moves
You
up
know what
to
I mean?
10th, by the way, something to take
yeah,
note
32.
of.
we saw.
So
very
also
doable.
I'm actually
in
quite.
ninth. We go down
surprised
11
Grompox
through
team's
20.
so
A
well.
lot of familiar names, but also some names rising up
That's
to
true.
the top. Who do you
I did
notice?
say
Yes,
FLS Scooey and
nice.
Clapson
Gotta
could
be
do it.
13th, right? Grommelot,
Yeah, you did.
Keo, and
As
Heats
well, for bang
halfway
on the
through.
border.
They've
I mean, look,
got
Zuko
into
and Nexium, bro.
LCQs.
What's
That's
going on
concerning.
there?
21 eliminations. Felt like they got off to a
H
solid
Mood's team or
start,
Hamood's
making
team,
adjustments based on their landing spot. We know
they
that
had
teams
one
are
big game and they're still
contesting
second.
that right now is
Yeah.
not the script that we wrote coming into this.
Not the
It's real,
script
it's real.
indeed.
No, I'm pretty sure
and
their
those who are
second
not
game is pretty
following the
decent. I
script
think
are the
it's
ones
their
just
second
down
game is something
below.
like-
Right?
No, I think
We
they got
look at
wiped, like,
21st
top
through 30 th,
15
and this is where
second
things
game.
start
No,
to
it's
get
definitely got,
scary
like, 10,
as
15
well as
points, I
serious. You know, I look at Be Groovy, a team that I expect to go quite
think-
far.
I think.
Unfortunately,
Don't quote me on that.
or should be
I
down there in the
consider
30th
a
place.
15
Team
point
Rocket,
game
a
like
team
decent.
that got into a bit of a scuffle right a little bit earlier, watching Team Wars push into them, but the double bunker busters taking them down. Bit of an improvement needed moving forward to the next three. Team Chowan also in 24th. A lot of teams
takes one
that,
game.
you know,
That's all it
should
is.
be powerhouse names, powerhouse
One
teams
game is all
towards
it
the
takes.
bottom, needing to do a little bit more. And as we've reached our halfway point, Gio, this is the time to step it up, right? Only 3 more games to go. You want to be
You've
in the
got
top
half
12.
the tournament
you do
series.
not want to allow your life.
You've got half the tournament series effectively now to make a statement. Do you know what I mean? So, me personally, I think it's very, very doable for any team, regardless of where they are on the leaderboard right now. What's Liam saying right now?
I think they've got their stream.
Okay. Lee has copyright music on, so let's dodge that. Beef, Beef
I'll,
also has
you know
copyright
what?
music. Let's go.
I'll
It's
you know
alright,
what,
it's alright.
that's
I've got sub mixes. All 3 of them are music on. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked.
FIFA's replying back to what Gio said.
What do you say?
He's literally saying, like, basically people are going in his chat and, like, twisting what Gio said, right? And I'm pretty sure he's, like, reacting to it. Which is exactly what you said, right? Like,
Yeah, I would
people are
not.
gonna
I would
go
not. I would not do it mid tournament. Just because what's going to happen is you're going to have people stirring the pot mid tournament, and I think that's not necessarily fair on the competitors, and I also think it ends up being creates quite a toxic atmosphere. That being said, still perfectly well within her rights to make that criticism. They're on the global stage. You know, this is the global stage. This is what being a comp player is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Like, don't get me wrong. I disagree with calling out mental 3rd game in while somebody is mid-tournament, because I'm aware of how that translates into Twitch chats and shit. However, so what? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you are on the global stage. That's what happens, bro. If you are one of the best players in the world, that's how it goes down. You know? As the great scholar Young Spray once said, mind games.
I still think that FIFA can qualify, do you reckon?
Gotcha. Yeah. Bro, their version of a big game is a 30-40 point game. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. Like, they get 1 game winning position.
Ads are in FIFA stream, bro. I need Twitch Turbo, man.
Man's trying
That's
to
what
get our raw reaction live and direct.
Right, 4th game. I personally think this is the decider game for a lot of teams. Personally, 4th and 5th games are a very big decider. I mean, if you have stinkers now, it's gone. I think the chances are gone. I don't think you're coming back.
I think this is I think you need at the bare minimum a decent game.
You need a bare minimum of like a 10.
Yeah, decent game.
Yeah. Bare minimum 10. Which I think everybody's capable of doing, especially the homies.
something to be said about that screen right there with all players in the plane.
Well, I mean, I don't mind answering that question.
I would say.
Where are we
So that's not the FOMO.
well, just on the eastern side across
yes and no.
Look, I'm a naturally my background is competing. I used to be competitor first, content creator second. I slowly made that transition at the start of this year. But
this has been the
am
biggest question.
am I missing out? Yes.
I'm gonna have to lay off it because let the cards lie
I don't
on
get
the
nights
table,
where I can shut
but they
off
have their work
when I'm
cut out for
competing.
them early on here at Quadri Shopping Center.
You know, making it to LAN is one thing, and it's great that you made it to LAN, but you've got to place inside the top 20 to get cash.
It's
a lot of prep work, and I know it must feel like you're neglecting your channel if you do that.
It's a time to money effort.
Yeah.
There are some players like Thief, like Breadman, whose audiences will expand and thrive off of him competing, and that's just
someone like me.
not always guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm not going to really benefit unless I win.
Not contested on the same
and yeah, don't get me wrong, I can get a nice cash stack.
I like this drop from their team, by the way.
And people see that loadout.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're doing a recon off it.
These other teams are just flying out.
I reckon just off initial zone pull. I mean, it's probably Old Town, but
and a couple other teams right around the corner. You can see Begsy right here, Team 10.
Old Town
pushing up,
Cargo
trying
at
to get
my
some information on FIFA Kill Squad.
Yeah.
I love what they've
I have a
already
weird
done. They
feeling
hit that
it's going to move to the
recon
left.
contract. They're gonna get
Begsy with a big down early there.
That's the issue, right? This is the breakdown that we witnessed, and I'm not saying it was a
I'm not
bad
really
thing to do.
feeling
Now FIFA's going to try to stick the res
I
on
am
a Jukies, but oftentimes are not
Begsy respectfully is not playing a 1v2.
I told you, this is make or break this game. Everybody's going to be playing for endgame now. Everybody that's sat between.
Ooh, Vision team's coming. They need to dip. They need to dip. They need to dip. They need to dip. They need to get into cover. It's about to become a sandwich fight.
They're like, this is going to be a smart fight for us.
Chase team have been
backup is finally here and
tested off the rip. Both teams got load out.
So you've got an opportunity here as Team Jukies
squad 12,
keep looting. You actually don't even have to play this fight if you don't want to.
It
seems like they maybe have played this fight a couple times and it hasn't worked out. It looks like they're going to back way out and swing around the corner here if Jukies gets the loot he wants to match up with this team. They are pretty aggressively split right now, but no team's pushing.
They can rotate across. Juki's team can rotate across to a buy station well easier. Oh, they've got a portal.
Once they grab their loadout, they should be able to take some of these fights, but fun to watch.
This is much better. This is what I mean. This is an uncontested Juki's drop now. This is a game where they can go big. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
It's absolutely nothing. Like I say, it's nothing to do with the talent of the player. It's everything to do with
Gromelok,
God.
Inkyo,
This is a 3-team fight.
Maybe one floating back.
This is everything to do with contested drops.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Doesn't matter anymore. You're in 13th. Make a move.
I don't think Shay and that were contested off the rip. That was the thing.
No, they got landed on by a helicopter.
They got landed on. And then
Squad 2 have rotated.
How many big names in competitive Warzone?
How did that C4 kill him? How did that C4 get him? How did that C4 get him? That's bullshit, bro. Wait, let me rewind that shit. Let me rewind that shit.
No, that's BS, bro. I'm not having that.
I'm sorry, bro.
I'm not. No, that's
brother.
Is that PT that down?
How many big names?
That C4 got him. That is a joke.
No, he shouldn't have died there. No way, man.
Never
That's
should
a
go down.
There
isn't a perk that
we're not able to qualify to land
should
here.
never go down
there isn't a perk that does that, is there?
Nah.
Aggressive. Their small talk is nearly impeccable, and I don't understand French.
That is
A lot of
ridiculous.
the words we use in Warzone come out in language I do understand, and usually it's all about killing, pushing.
Oh, has he just been?
And well, PDSs and C4s. We're seeing a lot of that
Oh,
today.
can't be dying off the
Circle
rip
coming
again,
in here
no way.
shortly as FIFA
These
Kills
teams
team
move out nearly again.
full wiped, and
Look
it's
at how
at the
contested
hands
they
of
are.
Pat
It's mad,
Zuka.
bro. Why?
Holy
It's almost like
cow.
everyone is like
Quick
says,
look at our map
let's just
here.
land FIFA
Enigma
in that.
actually standing
Do
by
you know what I
and
mean?
break it down for us as we watch
Everybody in the lobby's like, yeah, let's just land
down on main
FIFA. Let's just
Appreciate you,
ruin
guys. Thank you
them.
very much. And yeah, you mentioned the circle there about how it's about to move into the second one. So let's
I can't
talk
get over
about
that
what this
C4,
could
by
do
the way.
to various
Seriously.
players as it
He's
starts
gonna look
to
that.
come on in.
He's
Actually,
gonna watch
my
that back,
feed
and
has
they're gonna be
frozen,
like,
so if you
how
just give me
much
a
they've
second
been
to
bullshit
replay
out of the kill.
and there we go. So yeah, we're looking at an
even 5.
extremely central circle here. Now this
And I'd
poses
be
issues
fuming
for
if I
teams for
died like that.
multiple reasons, and what we end up with is a situation where
yeah, he's on the floor above. He should never go down.
Very, very handy here because as we've seen in earlier zones, you could end up, for example, with a cargo rotation, a town rotation, maybe even something like over here or down in
Nexium versus Thief. That's a big
And the
goonie,
problem
bro.
with that is every single rotation, if you guess wrong, you're looking at trying to cross the water, cross bridges, put yourself in horrible different positions.
Did you see that, Jeff?
Late rotations and more than likely gets you smoked.
Golly.
I will say it's a couple of teams then that are way outside of this rotation right now. The quite frankly sat on the edge of zone, going to cause them a lot of problems going forward. So personally, I think a lot of recon contracts, but I'm going to ask you guys how you would play this out from here.
You see where Shay's team is, number 9 on the top right. They've got a major uncontested
good
regain here,
check-in with our analyst desk to really have that all-knowing breakdown on the north side. We've been able to
let me
see
tell you
all of
something, right? Let me tell you something. As the commentators asked, how would you play this out? You play this out by going to the bloody edge of the map, bro. Look at this. Look at how many people are already in Old Town. There is no one in Farms. There is no one in Low Town. There are too many people central already, bro. What in the Benny Centrale am I seeing here?
One of the big things he mentioned was how handy recon contracts could be, and I love that call out too because you have to know where the next zone is going to be, and the next one with a centrally located zone. Enigma broke it down perfectly. You technically don't know. It could really be anywhere, and these next couple zones will tell. So if you can get those recons, so valuable. Great breakdown. Shout out to Enigma as we get back into the mix here with some of our teams near the middle to top of the leaderboard, kind of on that threshold. This team is in 9th going into this map. Prodigy. They're looking very quiet in pop-offs.
They absolutely love it.
More information to figure out where they want to go next. As Pazuka, the exact opposite, Tim. They are in the mix and they are fighting FIFA's team, and now they're fighting Vision's team on the other side. And
Tell you what, Pazuka and Nexium and Stevo's team want the smoke, bro.
The thing is, that's how they play.
They want the smoke.
Hey, look, if you want to solidify yourself
these really aggressive
right now on the back half of our series, this is
they're playing how I would expect Thief's team to generally approach.
I start to think of what is that 12th place
but they've had a cleaner start.
Well, we're only 8 points away from 12th place.
Absolutely
not. I really don't.
That is wild.
The thing is, like, you just can't die off the rip.
Everyone has a chance to make it into that top
when you're playing
12,
like that,
so you are
gulag.
not safe even
and
there.
1 or 2 gulags to really just keep you going.
I think that's a huge point. Is
like,
again,
if you go for a team fight and you lose 1 gulag, but you win the team fight, that's fine.
Where's Pazuka?
Are 11 points. Those begin to fall out the window unless you put them into a spreadsheet and figure out how many you need. At some level, if you're near the bottom, you need 2 to 3 really big games in the final 3.
Man's from the Europe, innit?
You just need
somewhere in Europe with a red flag. That's all I can remember.
Probably Denmark. All sorts of them.
Yeah, Denmark, Switzerland. Well, the point on the voice on POV now.
Nice.
That's a 3v2.
That's a big fight.
Everyone feeling the pressure of trying to make grand finals, trying to make LAN.
Would I ever do casting? Absolutely. I would love to. I would love to cast Warzone stuff.
It is just barely eking east.
I would absolutely adore casting Warzone stuff.
Which means we'll likely see that Old Town, Low Town end that we mostly expected.
Excellent shot. Oh my gosh.
For now,
oh my shot.
Big check.
How in the world do you not get down?
I
like this. I like this. They're playing the cutoff.
Big
roto. Big roto.
Yeah,
there should be 2 kills for them.
And they've got cast as well. They've got big regain cast, so they can lose a life here.
But
ideally don't, but they can lose a life.
They've just got a hold wall. They've got a hold external wall.
But for this team, it has to move in on that northwest or northeastern side.
As long as one of them don't get picked
this is a completely
I'm a bit worried about them not backing deck enough
here.
here.
As long as they want, but as long as you just
you need a 3-man focusing on this fight right now.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm actually more worried about resource management in this fight. Like, I'm fine with the fight. I think you can take it for a long time. Like you said, there's nobody on this side of the map. The next team, Team 14, is like way down by bridge. So no.
These guys are in a great spot.
And I like
control Deck's position here to hold
this team. They technically
can really win this fight.
Now they force the
nice, that's big.
That's big.
That's C4, bro.
Oh my god, it's a 1v1.
Oh my god, dude, that's C4.
Is that 2? Will Diablo get a 1v3
no way.
on main stage on edge of zone? I was talking about minutia
has to win
Now
this.
you worry about your entire team's life. maybe the tournament on the line. What in the world?
The buys are probably going to be very limited right now.
Even the tide.
There we go,
Low
Deck.
on resources makes the ego shout and gets it.
You get back down for the 5.
That was...
Talking about resource management.
It was...
How about teammate management?
It was messy.
Goes down to
Very
messy.
too messy. Doesn't need to be
But
Yeah,
it doesn't need to be that messy, but
insane. We have money to
they've
get our
come out on
squads
top.
back, right?
It's just
we
the
just
buy
need to get to
I'm looking at the mini-map right now, and I'm thinking...
to make that occur. And
It's a
as we
tough
jump on
buyback,
board here with this free cam, you can see
He's
Juki's
got to get
winning
lucky
a
really
big
with the
fight
timings
right
and
there,
all.
which is going to be
He can
impressive.
really push this
Actually,
to the
I'm sorry,
five,
it's
but look at
Lennon that was able to
You
do it.
got the mini-map
And
open?
now that opens the door for the rest of the
Like,
squad
number
to kind of
16,
group up
like,
here, which is
he has to
more
wait for
what
that
I
16 to
want to
disappear.
see from
Oh,
this.
Patsuka's
He's
Dutch, my bad.
one of those players that can
Dutch.
oftentimes
Sorry.
separate
Blame
out
Jaff.
from Lennon and FIFA
And Nexium
make
might be
a power
from
play. But in World Series of
Denmark,
Warzone,
then.
that hasn't really been
One
able
of them's
to
from the
make that
Denmark. I
stand
know for a
just yet.
fact
I
one
think
of them.
it's
See,
strength
this
in
is the
numbers
game for
and
Jukies and them
working
boys,
to
because this
break
is
down the
how they
opposing
want to play
squads. And here
COD.
you see
They
Juki's
want to play the fights in
snaking
front
his
of them.
way, looking for those angles. FIFA
Oh,
can open
shots,
it up for
shots,
the damage.
shots.
Yeah, great hold
Oh,
here.
he's so
again.
unlucky not to get down there.
Incredibly isolated fight. They need to win this and maybe in a better fashion than the last one. And I think this team recognizes they are at a huge disadvantage based on the position.
This is their game now. This is them playing what's in front of them.
Here from FIFA, so they try to wrap. They don't even want this fight, and one gets
Bummy.
back on. That's
This is
King
their big
Chop.
game,
Goes down in a
basically.
well-placed thermite. Is going to turn the tides even more in FIFA Kill's favor. You actually see Juki sets up on the rotation to
Concost the lag
catch them
was my screen.
in that rotation. And on the rotation to catch them in that rotation and hopefully find another kill. And unfortunately, can't land the shots that he needs to with the burst. Just doesn't hit the shots. This should be a
Jukies
free
needs
win
a bit of back end
3v2.
here.
They can't quite clean him up. And then finally, FIFA Kill with a huge round gets it. But
That's
burning
big.
resources.
That's big. But this is what I mean. This is their game.
This is actual Jukies. This is how they should be playing.
This is their game.
This is their game.
Yeah,
100%.
FIFA Kill in particular, they're low on
They were
resources.
trolling before.
Just that
They were giving the
small little
competition
error
a...
could punish them.
Well, no, they were landed on. Like, that's what I'm saying. They were triple dropped. What was the point?
And this
What
is
was the
something
point
that
of
I broke
contesting a
down
triple drop?
yesterday in the
Oh,
NA
Shay's team's
regional
all
finals, and
full
something
regain,
that
by
we
the way.
need to think about as we see some of our squads
All
that are
back in.
looking to get into the top 12.
Big
That is
yeah.
currently owned by the team on your squad or your
I've got
screen
Big
with
Roto in there.
37
That's the
points.
only
Team
issue.
FIFA Kill is
What I would
over
say.
20 points.
Oh, it's ending on
outside of
Nuketown,
top
bro.
12. So not only do
It's
you
ending
need
on
20 points
Nuketown.
to reach that top 12,
Squad
but
4,
you're
bro.
going to
I would
need
be
to
holding that
maintain
fire station
average
for my
points per
damn
game of
life.
somewhere around 11 points on top of it. So I need a 15 plus
They could get a freebie on
elimination
squad 13 here,
multiplier
potentially,
win out
well.
of Team FIFA to feel
Yeah,
safe.
Shay's team,
Yeah,
yeah.
all eyes. I was
Just
going to
one
say,
guy.
production's right on it.
That's
All
two.
eyes on this Inkia squad just
Yeah, one guy
outside
just
that
appeared out of
threshold.
nowhere,
Tiff, you were
man.
breaking down, and Car 98 to the face won't prove ultimately that punishing as long as
Oh,
you-
look, the Car 98.
Okay, well, Team
Have you noticed
Rocket
how Team
blasts off
13
again
are
against
actually
the
playing a
full.
little bit
Never mind.
aggressive on
I
the
thought he was
boys?
safe. I thought
think
he was
they
going to
won
be
the buy.
fine.
They're trying
I
to get
thought he
buy
gets
back.
out there. Now down to 2 players.
The
They're
boys
in a
could be
great
running into
position.
some bad danger
Inside of
here.
zone on the edge hunting.
I
Team Rocket is
think they're
holding
making
them
the smart move here,
hard,
though.
and they cannot
Taking
move.
no
Squad,
buys.
squad 6 is going to focus
Hey,
them.
at least
So
they
they
have
need
a
to
buyback,
go
right?
wide
Look, we're
east.
keeping it
Squad
stringing it
14
together.
might
Doesn't
focus
have
them
to
as
be
well.
They
all
need to go
safe
wide
So long
east.
as you grab those eliminations, but the squad showing up here now on Village.
Yeah,
Mind you,
the
they
issue with going
returned
wide
back
east
to
is you're
Manor
running into
for this drop.
NQO's team.
They cleared out their
Like,
side
if I'm
of the
Shay's-
zone and
yeah,
have
well, I
been
still think it's
slowly
bad.
moving north.
I'd
For
rather
now,
be on the
they're
northeast side of the
all
bridge
alone.
than
The
stuck on the
nearest
hillside, because
squad to
that's
them
like
is going to be the
30
roster of
squads, bro.
Team Clapper. This
That is like
gives them
30 squads
a buy
fighting over fire
station
station.
and a redeploy zip. So they're looking
That is
pretty
gonna be a
good
joke.
depending on where that circle wants to pull. But for the squad that came out of lower round 2,
You're better off
in
playing
a
picks
really
from where
chaotic
squad
fashion,
14 are
fragging
and
heavily
where squad 2
throughout
are
the series, waking
than
up
you
as
are
it
being
kept
on
going.
the southwest
Melvin,
side of the map right
Pentagon,
now, for sure.
Frozen. I'm really happy with their performance so far.
Yeah, and I think the motto
Y'all
of
taking it slow.
World Series of
I do
Warzone
respect
2024 has been hashtag something to prove. I think every team has got a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're not getting
I
the
love
recognition
this
they
is World
want.
Series.
They
2 teams
perform
on
the
top
way
of
they
each other.
wanted, and they
No one
have something
fighting.
to prove. Team Fuzzin has something to prove.
This is World Series, bro.
Man, they want to prove they're some of the best EMEA talent out there. And
I
a
think
lot of
squad
teams are
14
discounting
right
their
now
skill.
are in a
They're
game
saying they're not
position.
good enough. They don't have
I
the
think so
kim.
as well.
And so
What's
far,
happening here?
in this
What's happening
round,
here, bro?
but a team-
What is going on?
What's happening here?
Saying the
Whoa,
same
what's going on?
the
What an
opposite, saying,
absolute
"Where
bullet
are ya?"
train is going on here.
Juki's all by himself, trying to figure out where to go.
Oh my god, they're...
Every time someone says,
Oh my
"Where
god,
are
he's
you?"
about to
I
get
just wanna break
cannibalized.
into song.
He's about to get full.
Oh yeah.
And you can't do that to my brain right now. Not here in Warzone, but Juki's, I need you to stand firm on this push.
He's
A
gone, bro.
3v1
Wiped.
gets ripped down by Reload
That's
from
them out
the
of
other
tournament, I
side.
think.
Where are you?
Squad 14. I tell you what, bro.
So sorry for Juki.
If them boys, if our boys get behind squad 14 here, could be huge, bro.
What's going on? Flanked,
Team 2 are having a great time right now, by the way.
Team 2 are living the vida loca, bro. Look at that position from Team 2.
Team 2 got an easy roto in as well.
Easy roto. 23 as well. Look at squad 23 on the southeast side.
In this circle, it ends up
Mad.
pulling a hair
I would not want to be on the
Lowtown,
left side of
the
the
north side of Lowtown. It actually gives
Nah,
this bridge
that west side of the map is going to be
Team
carnage,
Clapper with
bro.
Rocket on that squad.
Team
holding
14
Inkyo. They've actually got a pretty good spot on the very edge of zone. They're going to be able to hold not only Team Inkyo that's going to try to rotate through, but also a couple of the teams coming in very, very late. This side of the zone is the Old Town side, is utter chaos, as you can see on your screen right now. The Italian
This is so shit to watch with C4, bro. What am I watching right now? Now look, I'm not gonna say this is the reason that Jukies and them boys aren't doing well, but I'm just gonna say this here and now. The best teams tend to suffer when the metas are the worst. Because they just get punished by bollocks, bro.
You're sitting in 6th place overall, not safe, but if we can throw down a banger here, it'll really give us that much more confidence on locking in our tickets. We just have to get
It's too RNG, way too RNG.
But you can already see they're using the chaos of Old Town to make a move.
Bro, it's nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
To have a ton of eliminations here and drop number 4. But our attention starts to turn to
it
team
annoys me
number 29 on your screen, Team Huncho.
That's one team that we want to see to do well, but like they're losing to silly stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's nonsense.
That's a team fight. I was a 2v2 team fight, which they could have easily won, right? Look, they could have lost, but they could have easily won that, right? And if the opportunity got taken away from them by a literally cheesy item that should not really exist, in my opinion.
Man, we don't have great viewpoints, frankly. Like, we can wait for somebody to try to take our building and win the fight. But we don't really
What in the world am I watching here?
Which is honestly
What am I watching, bro? Look at the amount of squads here, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads.
That left side of the map is going to be absolute carnage, baby.
Not successful. And if you don't make a move soon, you're actually going to be rotating too late, and you're going to get held. Look at the people across the river, Tiff. Unless it pulls to right dead center, basically, of that river, Team Huncho is going to be in trouble. Look where Savvy Ultra's showstopper, everybody just running around them.
I don't want to.
I understand that you have to adapt to the meta, and I don't agree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with that, man. But what I'm saying is that
twice on 2 circles,
wow, like you spend $1 million on a tournament, and you don't balance the game. I mean, come on, man. Like, let's be serious, bro. Come on.
They're going to secure such a power position in the end game, and Enkyo finally waking up.
Every time we tune into this team, I will give them credit. Their team chemistry of
and the boys have managed to get out of dodge
is nearly
Lord knows
perfect.
how.
I have no idea how, but they've made it work, and that's
they're in a good spot.
They're in a really good spot.
They're in a really good spot.
We've got Bubbles team.
They need to, if they could play the left-hand side heal and maybe try and deal with Bubbles team, that could go well.
Pushing at the perfect moment, their comms are near flawless. We've seen teams struggle with that in the past, but not this one. We head back to Huncho, and just as we expected, Tiff, bad rotation. They had a good building. They didn't have exit points that they can cover, and now it's all on the back of their final teammate, who's going to maybe try to make a play through the water. Got to try to make top 10. It's going to be a very, very tall task.
Yeah, this was a team that was effectively gatekeeping that western side, but too much
if
pressure.
They could get, if squad 23 focuses on squad 2, Shay's team has a huge opportunity here.
All these resources that would be prevalent for that end game, and well, you've got the Titans of our lobby thus far behind you.
They've got zone, bro. Come on, Shay. They've got zone. Look at them. They've got zone. Come on.
Turns towards that circle pull, and right now
come on, boys.
They call in a mobile buy station.
Come on, boys. Big game. We need a big game here.
Off the rest of the lobby from the west.
Recon or IQ, it doesn't matter. Team Gromlock have a chance to.
They must be on decent kills, surely.
A ton of kills to boot.
What, Shay's team?
Best position to win it all.
I'd imagine they're on like
Team Clapper has one remaining player that is on the outside, maybe 2 actually, on the outside of zone, just trying to play slow for top 10, and they've done it. They've made top 10. They're gonna get some decent points on.
They're not gonna get contested here now. They can get picks. 23 is gravitating left.
Very hairy. The only team in zone.
Yes, Enkyo gone. Come on, deck. Come on, boys.
Team Rocket.
Come on!
They're going to get back to their cover, and here comes the third party on the other side. Love to swap over. You can see it on the mini-map. Gooey being held. Clavson being held. FLS last alive for his team just inside the zone. On the edge, goes down to gas. They don't have resources. Zach is hunting on the edge of gas, but here's that team. They overextended to take care of Team Rocket.
Yeah,
and
they
now
just
tell me that.
the support
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry,
squad,
I'm sorry.
trying to make a heroic moment.
I want to
get to top five. They need
Yeah, they
this
ended up
one player.
contesting a
They got lot of
3v2,
kills.
didn't they?
Yeah, 1.8x is
Weirdly
such
enough,
a
it was
difference.
Bubble
They
which just said
secure
we
it.
had to
So
sit.
now, as soon
That
as
is
he
literally the
locked it
team
in,
and we
he
said they
immediately
needed to
pushes
get
on,
rid
trying
of,
to
right?
find
Yeah,
any
as a
more
team that
eliminations
needed to
he
go
can.
in the
He just
equation.
wants to
It's
break
funny,
this
right?
squad
Because
down,
like
but
we
everyone
see
needs
it
to
all,
focus
but
on
they
that
don't.
rotation
No, of
for
course
the
they don't,
circle
yeah.
pull. So
They got
he's
no
So
idea.
like we're like go 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 get him get him, but they have no fucking idea.
They have
that
no
team's gonna
intel
lie.
on what the hell's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how we're gonna make the play work for them. Well,
They can literally only see
Oh,
what's happening.
look at Heats. Bro said I want placement.
You made top five. You can hang out
Oh,
for a little
Bexy's
bit.
team.
Bubble CT, Louis
The
CM,
hell?
Team War still alive, barely. Now they're gone. Begsy goes huge. All three alive. Holding zone. Begsy should win this, but we said that a couple times that it doesn't always go to script. Ace now the
He's getting shot by Enkyo the Grom.
Making this at least a chow, but Reload cleans him up. No problem.
Look at Heats, bro. Look at Heats. He said no points for you.
For my life, can I get to the edge?
Golly.
PDS? No. All three up. Player advantage gives you the win this time around. This time going the way
Team
it
Begsy.
should. Begsy, SV, Reload.
boys, they
a
were
massive
quite low
victory.
down, weren't they?
But I gotta say that team.
Wait,
Gromlock
I've
with
got
leads,
to see
getting
that
top
clip
five
again.
With that amount of kills, I can only imagine they were likely the top scorer in that map.
You're probably right there, but for Team Begsy, who was outside that 12th place position, looking in, needed this win to really shoot themselves up the leaderboard. Let's jump back towards that last stand so we can see where things really start going wrong for that Omit EU squad. Louis CM, Bubble
That
CT,
is the
Wars,
worst
moving in under the
C4
guise of
down
smoke, trying to gatekeep
I've
a
ever
large
seen
squad
in
to
my
that
life.
north side. But that's that overextension we were talking about. We know when you get into that power
Genuinely.
position, teams
Quick look at our map here.
Let me go back and find that, bro.
Quick look at our new circle.
Fuck, bloody the boys getting C4.
I know, it's
like
fucking joke. Right, I'm gonna make a quick phone call. I'll be about 5-10 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, go for
Near
it.
the
Yeah.
plays with 42 points, and I start to think
next team, Team 14, is like way down by bridge.
into that.
In the
I need to go back and find this, bro, because that was possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in Warzone.
fun to watch. I played this
One on.
right around the by in this.
Where are we kicking things off? Well, just on that eastern side, across from Manor, and it's
Where was
going
it?
to
Where was
cut
it?
across this relatively central circle, all the way over towards Seaport. We can see that Enkyo, Gromalock, and Co have already returned back to Manor, and I love that we're
Circle one
checking in with them
close.
early on.
It's like this.
Is on. Typically witness turn E show second half
Here we
of the
go.
series. We saw
This
it
might
yesterday in NA.
genuinely-
We chatted about it throughout the recap at the top of the show. How many
This might genuinely be
yesterday in NA we
the
chatted
worst
about it
thing
throughout the recap at the top
I've
of the
ever
show.
seen
How
in a
many
major tournament in my
big
life.
names in competitive Warzone
There
that
is
were not
no
able to
way
qualify
that
to
P
land
gets
here?
killed by that.
Enkyo falls immediately.
That
starts to pressure with the
fucking
self-res, but Gromalock
dreadful.
and Heeds answer back.
Holy shit, that's what we needed.
Nice, man.
That's what we fucking needed. That's fucking beautiful. That is exactly what we needed. Now I've got to do a shitty little fucking interview. Thanks a lot, guys. Holy fuck.
Bro said I gotta do a shitty interview. Oh, that's
You can
funny,
turn it down,
bro.
but for now, what you can't deny is a 32
Oh, that's funny,
point
bro.
game that changed.
Alright. I'm actually genuinely, chat, like genuinely, no cap. I am going to edit that clip and post it because it's got to be posted. Like that, there's no way. There's no way. Social media deserves to see that clip, bro. I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry. Allow me a minute. Allow me a minute. I promise. Also, please bear in mind that I haven't done any of my keybinds for DaVinci Resolve yet. I'd like to apologize to the courts. I haven't even activated DaVinci Resolve Studio yet, even though I own it. I need you lot to witness what my man got down to, because that is bad. It doesn't matter if there's a hatch. He's miles from it, bro. He's miles from it. He should never be killed by that. Never, never, ever be killed by that. He's got to go, bruv. He's got to go. Get the Arsenal fan TV clip going. It's got to go, bruv. But there has to, man said a shitty interview now. That is crazy. That is crazy, right? Let's refresh this and go to the live feed, bro.
World Series back on Caldera, and then Savvy, who I thought performed quite well, to be honest, was dropped, pushed aside, and sent on his merry way. And when these three came together at start of Kazakhstan, honestly, they actually look really strong, and they've been a bit quiet since then, purely because they've not been getting the reps in. But as a trio, they work phenomenally well. It's a revenge tour for Savvy, it's a proving time for Freddy and Zanks, and they're doing a great job. They were in 6th before this, and a solid map there likely lifts them closer to top 4.
Yeah, great map overall, and again, getting started early on is what they needed. 2 more games to go. There's a chance Savvy Ultra has a big show out when it comes to top 12. Now, to you, Gio, we talk about GUI starting game number 4 in 10th place. What do they do to get deeper into the top 12?
I mean, you mentioned his name there, Gui. He brought in so many kills. He had 15 kills by the end of the game, but he had 10 kills by stage 6. So he was really fragging out today. And honestly, I think what makes this particularly impressive for this team is the fact that they're a new squad. This is their first time teaming up in Warzone. And in fact, when we got a chance to speak to them before, Gui told us that Clavs used to actually hate him. So the fact they've overcome some animosity, BFFs now, and actually fragging their way through.
I genuinely cannot believe that Shay got down by that, or sorry, PE got down by that. The C4 was that bad. He's on a different floor, bro. There is a whole ceiling between him and his opponents. Even if there's a hatch, it still shouldn't kill him. Never, never, ever, ever.
But Nick, now let's talk about the big dogs. Obviously, Savvy Ultra here, one of the big dogs you were talking
I'll tweet it now. I don't care. Someone has to say it, bro. This, not to put a dampener on the tournament, this right here is dog shit, bruv. This right here is horrific. Letting this meta... Look at this, bro. Who's losing fights to anything but C4, bro? Come on.
He said that last year he nearly made LAN, really should have, and that he had like this chip on his shoulder about making it this year. They've got a lack of experience as a group, but they're all very keen to prove themselves. They feel like they're weak in the gulags, and they particularly struggle at end games. No such issue there, and they've been really building on their weaknesses and fixing up their performances in recent customs. And they're just saying,
I'll let the boys see that, because that is bad, bro.
Are not pretty to watch, but it gets the job done, and that's exactly what they've done here.
Top 7 at the moment in the replays, right? Teams start to get eliminated. Gromalok was just finished off there, and so was Wars. This is where things start to get tense. Now, one thing is Heat was still alive at this point in the top 4, and you knew he was going for gold, but ultimately he wasn't able to get it. But the C4 reigns supreme.
Here's the thing.
And this is where Bagsy and his crew start to get the cleanups, the final eliminations. There's Louis, see him dropping the drama, not affecting them anymore. They've had a stellar standout day, and they look to continue that energy going forward. We know how this story ended, and by the way, shout out to Aizen for also a solid finish. Aizen, a guy that has had a great day and will continue to put up big numbers. But speaking of big numbers, Gromalok, right, Gio? A team that looks to go the distance today. They have another big game here in game number 4.
Yeah, and this is what we were looking for. You know, after their change up with their landing spots didn't quite work out, they just needed to prove that they could get so much further through the game. Not that they were having bad games necessarily, but this one was particularly good because even leading up to that kind of point that we've seen on a couple replays, and we'll go over in just a second, you know, they were actually doing really well with their rotations, managing to avoid some big threats on the way.
I'm just like, look, this. I'm going to give you my piece on it, right? I'm going to give you my piece on it. Watching this is great to have $1 million tournament. It's great to have everything going on for World Series right now. Watching a tournament being determined by who has the most PDSs and who can throw C4 faster is dog shit. It is terrible, bro. It doesn't matter. It's just bad, bro. Like, it's objectively not competitive. Like, we're watching teams get C4'd out of the game, bro. Like,
Yeah.
we are watching teams not even being able to fight because all three are getting killed by a C4.
Yeah.
We're watching teams get down. Like, here's the thing, right? The biggest part of Warzone comp is the initial entry frag. So when you've got an item in the game that makes every fight under 10 meters a guaranteed entry frag, it's just bad, bro.
Have you what's happened to the screen share?
Oh, I disabled it so I could render a video. Hold up.
Oh, no worries.
Let me reopen some things, Jaff.
No, you let it render.
No, it's already done.
Oh, okay, sweet. I need to edit this video, to be honest with you.
I haven't even activated Windows on my PC, jeez.
My streaming PC doesn't have it either. You've actually just reminded me I need to do my short, so thank you very much. Should probably get it out before, you know. What's the score in the team?
I haven't actually looked yet.
Because Showstopper's team have still on 95 points.
I don't think it's been updated.
Yeah, as I say, because Stuo's team's got 11 points on my screen. That does not look right. They've put the wrong leaderboard up.
C4. Man got C4'd. Man got C4'd through a ceiling.
Have you uploaded it? Are you uploading that?
I've put it on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah.
Just mad, bro. Like, it's just bad. Like, it genuinely is just bad.
I think from a publicity point of view, I think it's just...
The problem I had with this tournament, and it happened during the Signal 50, is that no one ever stops to go, hey, is this ruining the tournament?
Did at LAN, did no one like agree to have like a GA?
Everyone, literally everybody, bar 2 squads, said we don't want the Signal 50.
And then people just used it because not everybody.
No, because we all asked the admins to ban the Signal 50, and they said the day before.
Top 12 is 37 points.
They said the day before that they're refusing to ban the Signal 50 because they don't want to change things last second, but it killed the tournament.
Top 10 is 17 points, by the way.
Sorry?
Top 10 is 37 points. Sorry, not 17. Top 12, sorry. Top 12. I don't think it's fully updated, I'll be honest with you, because certain teams have not moved.
I don't think it's updated properly. I would like to see a World Series where the actual gameplay loop is who's better, because right now the gameplay loop is who's exploiting other things better.
It won't happen. It just wouldn't happen. World Series. Okay, let me give you something, right? Let me tell you something about Call of Duty.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Call of Duty releases Warzone in the start of December, right? Initially, the hype is there. Over the Christmas period, it dies down because the game's not been updated. Season 2 officially releases, and it usually is just one big repair patch. Season 3 is let's get some content out there. Season 4, let's start adding busted things into the game that makes a controversial take into Warzone so that people talk about it, and let's not get rid of it until Season 5. And Season 5 comes around, and then they release another bit of content, and then that's what happens. It's the game.
I see that.
The Call of Duty loop.
I see that IKEA drawer in the background, Begsy.
Where's he from?
I have no idea, bro. No idea.
Just a good guy, at least all of you
My
are.
bro is
And,
chewing
shout
gum.
out to you, man. A solid game number 4 and puts you in a position to be up there in the top 12, which is great for you, right? Given the fact that you were a little bit further down. You're one of those bubble teams, right? So now you give a little bit more cushion going into the final 2 games. What's the game plan as you do finish off the day?
I mean, to be fair, we've had the same game plan all 4 maps
He's
so
English.
far. We just trust the plan, and we know eventually we're going to end up getting a game where we score well enough to have that boost. So yeah, it's just trying to be as consistent as we possibly can and put ourselves in the position to be able to get the picks, really.
Is there any part of you that's worried that you might not have done enough thus far to finally push forward into the top 12?
No, I feel like, I mean, every practice customs we've played, we've literally placed top 10. We've been working outside of playing to try and improve on that and become more consistent. But at the same time, it's rare you're ever going to have 6 good maps when you're playing people at this level. So you just need to take the opportunity when you get it. Hope that zone pulls onto you, and that map where it does, you need to take advantage like we just have.
Like, this is the thing, right? I'm not taking away from anybody who's doing well in this tournament. Has anybody watched in the past 3 hours that we've been live a gunfight that didn't have C4 in it? Because I haven't.
No, I've watched a couple. AJ's teaming, weirdly enough.
Yeah, but generally though, like what, 95%, 98% of them?
Yeah.
Like it's just like what upset me last time about World Series is that if they took away the Signal 50, we were so close to a balanced game for that tournament. Raven Software nerfed the C4 last week, and they didn't do it properly, bro. If Raven Software right now nerfed C4 and made it so that PDSs expire faster the further you are into the gas, you would have a semi-balanced tournament right away.
Gotta respect the grind. With a full-time job, like you said, it is not easy being a competitor at his caliber. Let's bring in our casters, Tiff and Goj, as game number 5 is locked and ready.
I know you don't want to hear this.
Kind of finally close out this story. Who
I
will
always
be
see
our
the fact
top
that
12?
Ivory
This
Coast
game is one of the
sacked
most
their manager
impactful we're probably going to see
mid-AFCON and
today.
then
Tiff,
winning
Goj, take it away.
the AFCON.
Yeah, any changes?
Bro, I'm telling you, do it right now. Get rid of
I didn't think you could do that. I didn't think you could do that, like mid, like.
I didn't think you could.
That was my thing. I didn't think you could. You were able to do that.
Increased so insanely in terms of that aggressive nature. Teams at the top really started to prey on others, and more specifically, the Falcon squad, right? Spinning wheels on stream.
I need to update leaderboards, bro, because they keep saying Shuo's on 6 kills. And let me tell you something, they're definitely not on 6 kills.
Out there. We had them fill out for us. We had them put answers into the sheet, and a lot of them were like, "This team sucks," and they're like a top 5 team. This team's terrible. They're super good. And it's because of like these rivalries that have built this roster mania right before World Series of Warzone. And so if you're a team at the top of the leaderboard, I think the leaderboard is updating right now. You might start getting a really aggressive.
The Shay's team are 16.6 points behind. Again,
you're well past the
they just need 140 points. But you know, they need 130 points.
100 points at this point. I mean, hell yeah, get after it.
That's all they need is a 30 point.
I got no problem with it because at the end
in fact, they just need 1 map win. That's what they need. And they're back in the contention.
See, here's the thing, right?
Let's see if we can get mixy. Maybe get some good.
This right now, you got 2 games now. Drop 5 and drop 6 to just go ham, bro.
17 points behind, bros. Come on, Shay Sweeney. Gotta give the shout out to the boys. We got this.
You've got 2 games to just go wham, bro. To just throw all form of intelligence to the fucking wall and just go wham for 2 games, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, it wouldn't be a LAN final if Chukies wasn't there. I'm telling you, it wouldn't.
Facts.
They need to go there. And so does P and Shay, man. I want to see them on the main stage.
I mean, look, LCQ is still a possibility for all these teams, but we
yeah, and do you know what, right? They could all individually play for LCQ and actually do well in it, but you just don't want to leave it to LCQ.
No, of course not.
That's like the last place you want to be leaving it to.
looking interesting to start, but the circle looking even more interesting. This will certainly be good.
Right, come on, the boy.
That circle is tapped, bro. That circle is tapped.
We're headed up to
Wowzers.
And that really does not favor the boys either.
That is tapped.
How teams play
that's
this
ending
game.
11.
If you're headed all the way to
Yeah, that's ending Northside 11 on the beach where the hedgehogs are.
possible, and I think we're seeing that.
That's exactly where that's finishing.
Or that C4, you know, that random little house.
Random house, yeah. Depends whether it pulls south or north.
Shifted up.
No, they're 100%
That is looking
shifting it up,
so
but also
tapped,
teams
bro.
like FIFA
You know
Kill
what's
shifting
funny?
it up, but your
Like, you know, me
drop
and you
number
talk
4
about-
winners
talk
on the
about
screen
where it's gonna
alone
end.
in Zeravan City for the
Fucking
time
many
being. But the team at the top of the
teams
leaderboard,
talk
here
about
goes
where
the
it's gonna end.
contest and all the chaos
Get
we're
off
talking
us.
about over Ovo blocks.
I think maybe just because the IGL has already thought about it and is kind of
I did see
just he's making those decisions IRL, like in game. Do you know what I mean?
King AJ and squad,
Yeah,
let me just
on
tell
the
you,
fly.
they're feeling confident.
As opposed to like
They are
saying, by the way,
claiming
boys,
that
it's going
spot
here. We're
at
gonna
the
finish
top.
it.
That they're like, you know, we've
Yeah, I guess
always
you're right.
known
Yeah,
we
you're right.
can
I suppose
do
the
it.
interesting thing
And
is
now
that
it's a
Thieves
matter
team
of
is
time
landing
to
pop-off
show
now.
out. You have to
This
be
is
confident.
big
I'll
game,
be in
big
the
game
gulag
for
as
everybody
well.
here. These are
You
two games to
throw
just
down
go
even
full
more.
wham whammington.
You need to kill.
Whip it out on the table, bro. Slap it on the dinner table and say, no, bro, this is my game.
You're not getting kills this game. You're gonna
I'd be
struggle.
feeling great
This is
too
it.
after 4 maps, averaging 25, a little over 26 points per game. Good grief. There's the team wipe. Certainly don't want that Gabs team to make it. Kong, Gabs, Ghoul, a really strong team under Ghoul's leadership as IGL, but they're in 36th place, so they've pretty much
Steve was
chalked
just
the
taking out
tournament for that
Begsy.
team. Let's see who else they can chalk, I guess. That's the storyline we're watching. Good grief. This team is on a tear.
I do not like people
Speaking of
landing
terrors,
11,
on
bro.
that same wavelength,
Chase
Team
Hero just died to
Enkyo,
the
that
storm.
squad was able to wrap up a squad wipe all the way on
To
the
the storm.
furthest northwestern side. So really excited to see what they
Basically
can do
stuck
to
in storm
maintain
right
that,
now.
because a
Look-
lot
look
of
at the
teams are
minimap.
going to be looking to rotate
They
over
should
there.
make
But
it.
for now,
This
our
slow.
attention
They'll make
turns
it,
to
they'll make it,
11
they'll make
it.
resort
Slow side
here.
circle, surely.
Diablo on the low
No,
ground.
that's
No,
on the
far side,
Team
far side, yeah.
R7.
I still should make it.
You can apparently you can outrun the fast side. I
if
had
you
no
will.
idea that
You
could do
want
that.
the
That
God
is
spot, you
literally
want
news to
high
me.
ground, you want positioning.
That
This
is
is
actually
the very
weirdly
beginning of the
The
map, but it's
beef
already
is that they're
preparing
potentially
for
gonna
the
get sandwiched
in-game
between
based
two
on the
squads.
circle at hand. So
also
back to the gulag we go. It does look like our team at the top has run into a bit of trouble because, well, I guess they did what we said they were
Cousins
gonna
just
do.
dropped
Played
Stewo.
Super
That's
aggressive,
big.
and apparently
Moods just dropped
paid off
AJ.
with
God,
every
these are some
fight
big
already
fights
put
early
kills
on, bro, between some
but,
teams.
there you go. There you go. One
It's
more
Melvin-
match.
Melvin's dropped
Getting mixed.
Patzuka.
Lost a gulag on main stage.
It's
Yeah.
bad for the teams that are trying to contest
Love
to
that for
get
them.
inside though.
Pretty
because
consistent, right?
they're
You want to
only
be able to
teams
win
that
these
Yeah,
ones,
yeah.
especially in the gulag when
Those teams
anything
already
can happen,
qualified.
as we've stated.
These are big
Prior
big
prodigy
fights
going down
early on,
early
bro.
to Crystal Shots there. That's going to be really
lot
interesting
of
because
teams
Crystal
are
Shots is going to be
fighting back.
outside that
See,
top
you wanna know
12,
where the
if I'm
crunch
not
is gonna be?
mistaken, and wants
I'm
to
going to give
fight
you the
now.
read
They're
right now.
currently
You're going to
sitting
get
on
two zone
33rd
collapse crunches
place
here.
with 30
The
points,
first
so
one
18
is going to be in
outside the
Old
top 10.
Town.
Yeah, and we talked about swapping up draft
very
spots.
early on,
Enkyo,
right?
Gramalok, Keeds, they usually go man
And then the
all
second
way
one is gonna
down
be in
bottom
Cargo.
right-hand corner of the map, and well, here's the flip on its head.
Okay.
We're all
So
the way
Old
up
Town, you're going to
in
have
the
about
northwestern
6
side
teams
of the map,
collide,
up
and then
here at
Cargo,
Tova.
you're going to have
I mean, we
another
are
crunch of
way
teams.
up here
But that
above
Cargo
Levin
will
Resort,
probably end up swinging
and I
south
think,
towards
frankly, this is
Seaport.
the
So
right play. It is a less
you're going to get
aggressive
the
play.
teams on the
You're
north
playing
side of the map
central zone,
are going to
you're
have
going for games,
longevity.
but that's good in these moments.
Anybody on the
We
south
go
side of
to
the
a
map
new
is going to be in
team,
an
Jams,
absolute
in trouble,
collective
fighting
fuckery.
against Jukies on the other side. Both teams needing a lot of points here. Both teams
He's
winning
got
the
league, give it
finals,
to
of
him,
course.
league.
Both teams in trouble for that, and Juki's certainly in trouble.
Trades.
He gets a little too
Trades.
aggro. Team not there to clean up, not fast enough. Finally answering back for the trades means Loss is on the run, only getting 1 in the process.
It also depends on what FIFA and Lennon have in terms of resources. If they have the cash, they're going to say, hey, you Jukies, full send, be that entry fragger that you know you can do. But when you get swung by in that 1v2 situation, there's only so much that you can do. And it's mere seconds
Enkyo and
that
Gromelok's
determine
team are in
the
a bit of a
loss
sticky one
Jukies
here.
who actually falls in the gulag.
2v3.
FIFA and Lennon will have to hit that buyback. Now, we turn our attention back towards that squad. Gromelok, like we were
They're
talking
kinda getting
about,
hunted.
had already won a really massive fight in the northwestern
Yeah,
side of
you're seeing it right now.
Urzikstan
Look,
in
look, look. I
the
told
Togo
you.
blocks. We
Bro,
lose out on
listen,
Gromelok
don't
because the
chat to me
squad
about
has
reading
already
this game,
decided
yeah?
to
Old
rotate
Town,
in
crunch
here
is
to
happening
the
right now.
team while
Cargo,
they're coming
crunch is
in
starting to happen
from
right now,
37th
and the
place.
south side too.
From uppers originally 17th in lower round 2. So
I'll read Warzone like a short story,
needs
bro.
a standout performance here, and Enkyo and Squad, well, they've got a 2v3.
Yeah, 2v3, have high ground, have positioning. See if Gromlock
Oh,
can
the
get back here
boys.
shortly, fighting in a gulag
The
likely.
boys are fighting Stevo's team and
James looking
Exian's
for
team.
four of the wall. And And look, big combos around Meta. C4 certainly still in it, and Smokes as well. But that smoke not going to help out when you're live picking by EQ's teammate. Swing down, get the full elimination, and then hunt this other player inside. No chance for you, buddy. Just 2 doesn't mean that they can't win it all. 2v1 now, swinging back the advantage on their side. They say high ground galore. How about a gun in the face and a full team wipe? See you later. Right back into it, full team, and Tiff there looking very strong, holding down Kotovo.
Unlucky,
now the only team really contesting this area.
I want to see more people keep trying to chase this. You got squad number 32 that was in the distance looking for a regain in the north. That's going to be R7. We already saw a little bit of a breakdown earlier in this map for
I would
them.
not want to be on this
So
hillside
we
with
just gotta
squad
see
12 and
what they can
15,
do
I'll
to
tell you
hit
that
that
much.
regain for Team Darzity on the squad here by Bathhouse. Now this is a rotation out of Old Town, but they have to keep out 2 strong here. It's going to be that isolated 3v3, and Darzity already on 2 elims. Not that, but it looks like we just waved the white flag as Darzity parachutes out trying to get into power immediately.
Yeah, I think this is the right play. I mean, you're so deep, and there's so many teams inside of this next zone. And again, we talk about pace of play. The zone oftentimes dictates that, right? So with the zone this aggressive,
sorry, there was a couple of stars there on the cast.
Teams, only 87 people alive, and our second circle is just barely closing. I mean, this is crazy. As
Nova with a big kill there. Vortex of all people.
Vortex getting ripped, and now Rockstar in trouble.
Squad 12, third party. Squad 12, third party. He's about to be a fuckery. Jesus.
They're actually running into them.
Parties galore. So many teams falling. Everybody getting more aggressive. It's the end of the tournament.
What is going on?
This is a fight between your 14th and 16th squad, and Team Darzity, quite frankly, should have known that that squad they were in.
Fair play, yeah, fair play to getting out there. That's
nuts. Of course, mirrored their rotation, looking for a
he's about to get hunted though.
Now smashed, fully eliminated. It's gonna be
look at that crunch happening at pop up, by the way.
Acquire their funds together to maybe
just the amount of squads are there, bro.
Yeah, well,
honestly, if I'm Blade,
it's just the way that the zone is situated.
That should finish on 11 beach, by the way. It should finish on 11 beach.
This map winner's very strong team and playing a pinch here.
I think I might have to.
One, but yes, it's 2.
You might have to pull up your own stream, Jack.
Coming in the nick of time, King Benji makes the final play to make it a true 1v1 as Reload.
Tell me what you're watching, the mainstream.
Mainstream, good team fight from both squads leaves both of them in trouble.
We don't know if we're going to be behind or what.
They now have the advantage with a bit of overhead information with our floater. Reload got to try to just play this as slow as possible, wait for his teammate to help out. What? Huh?
Oh no. You can't lose a gulag like that.
SP there, but for now, Begsy, Reload, they've got a buy station. They
you can't lose a ghoulie like that, bro. Not in World Series.
And for now,
golly.
you're still securing that southern side of the zone. Teams are going to be looking to rotate from the bottom of Cargo, but you do have to be weary of what's occurring over in Seaport, because as we continue our journey north, you have to get ahead early, and Team Zach has done just that.
Yeah, it's a great team to shout. That map view, again, you can look at it, youtube.com/Call of Duty. Check it out. See this crazy zone.
Today I learned that this hillside is called Talonov Outpost.
Circle basically feels like in-game already. It's so small. A lot of it already cut off in that.
Today I learned that this place has a name.
Far western side, rather. You can see Team 2. Here's a quick look here on main stage. Team 2, that's that Gromalok team. They've been up here in Kotovo this entire game thus far. They landed here and they're holding it down, waiting on teams to rotate to them. Team 7, though, this Nida team, also in a really good position.
Yeah, I think I'm right, Jeff. I think that's going to finish on that hill, on that beach.
My prediction still going to say it's going to be that little house.
A pretty solid spot to hold, especially for in-game.
Yeah, that little random house that we always seem to die with.
Just have one team wipe? Do they just have 3?
Actually, no, you know what, you're right.
I think it's beach, yeah. I think it's beach.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. It could actually end in the, you know, the construction site.
Yes, yeah, that's what I mean. Like it pulls towards the hedgehogs on the beach, where the construction site is.
Just 2 minutes for 3. We are trending in terms of what is available in that late Circle 4. There's only 26 squads in this atrocious circle pool, and a team that has to get out of Seaport is the one on your screen. Stevo trying to take angles onto Stukax, and you can already see one member standing out,
this
getting
map
Patsukas
5,
in
Johnny.
trouble.
They're actually still fighting for
selling boats. You don't want to be the salesman today.
Come on, get that gunny going, Patsuka. Give it to him, bro. Whoa.
Do you reckon the way that Patsuka are playing the very aggressive roles, do you think that's actually hindering them?
I would say
Their points say currently right now
are they top 12?
No salesman today for the ACN squad.
They're on 54 points.
Slowly come
Are they
creeping
top
up through
12?
Seaport.
They
There
are
are a couple teams
10th.
trying to hold
I
the
think
edge
they
of
need a
Seaport,
placement
but
game from one of
probably
these
in for a
two.
rude awakening. This
Because they've got what? They've got 6 bros. Patsuka's got 6 kills by himself right now. If I'm these lot, if I'm squad 1, I'm jumping in that water and I'm swimming wide left to Levin and I'm getting placement. Which is exactly what they're about to do. This is exactly what they're about to do. This is what he does. This is the analysis. Squad 1, deep left, go in the water, get onto the beach at Levin, get placement. You've got your multi, guaranteed top 12.
Really struggling to try and get past the squad on your screen. It's Chow, another French roster looking to lock their ticket into global land.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on Chow. A lot of folks.
That's a really important play from squad 1.
To make a huge play here in the final third of the tournament. We've seen teams do it in the pack. Marcus, back-to-back wins, but Strunk with a vehicle. I don't think that thing is quite as off-road as you think. Trying to drive over the berm there. Not
Squad 39 has very deliberately angled and Squad 30 to that buy station on the
only
beach.
player alive for this squad. Way
Assuming
over
it's going to go there.
I don't know if you want to land here, but the question is where.
Yep.
The teams
Told you.
rotated early.
I told ya. It's on the beach, boys.
The usual, more kills coming from
Someone get that bucket and
It's ending on the beach, on the beach, ending on the beach.
When in doubt, reverse it out, and let's see where
Which
we're
is
gonna be
why
able to
Squad
make the
1's play here is...
from
Do you, bro,
Levin Resort. We just need to keep our
this might sound
trajectory north.
toxic,
Team Zach is
right?
gonna be over
The
towards
Kar98 can't shoot through water.
been there way too
Right?
long, so not sure what's 100% going on for that rotation, but we are going
Well, no, but I'm saying like
as
generally,
far northwest
you
as
deal no
humanly
damage with the
possible,
Kar98
and
water. It's
I
like
see Ghost
a
saying we
core
got
damage,
some
right?
swimmers.
Yeah.
You were watching swimming
Would
all
you
day
be
yesterday.
wise
It's here in
to stay in the water deep left,
What, like 30, Squad 39?
like Squad 39 are doing, knowing that everybody has Superiors and Kar98s? You can't... You might not lose.
You know what? You're not wrong.
If you've already got the number of points that these guys have...
No, this is the issue, right? Knowing, yes, if you're a team that's chasing to get promoted still, or whatever you want to call it, right? If you're a team that's still chasing to get into the final...
They've got a portable buy in the water.
Gravelock's in the best place. These lot, they know they're not going to get flanked.
Yeah, they can't get shot from the back. They know that.
Wait, there's a portable buy in the water?
Yeah, Squad 1's just called in portable buy in the water.
The reason why they've done that is to bait people in for pistol gunfights when...
Well, they lost one to Louis' team, so they're getting a buyback.
Also, it's a really clever idea to get free cheap kills.
Well, here's the thing. Squad 1 can rotate to that shed deep left on the coastline. For late game climb onto the sand. I'm telling you, bro, they've got the points. They just need to take it easy.
And they've changed up what they've done. They've won
High
a
sprint
lot
is
of
where
those
it matters.
early
Could be a
game
big game
fights
for
that
Juki's
have
team, by the
really
way.
set them up for success
But they're
here.
climbing
They're
up.
controlling the
I mean, they're
farthest
still
away.
all alive.
They even have a redeploy zip that's
Doesn't
going to be
kills it, pal.
available
That's the
to
most
them.
important,
And no
yeah.
team is going to be able to extend out this far north without getting punished because they're split holding multiple buildings and taking advantage of that situation. So now
You know
you have
what?
to really look towards the
gonna say
outside of
you
who
made
is
off
trying to
Robertson.
get
Oh,
into this
wow.
area. You've got Team Echo fighting a massive engagement, and then you look on over here just towards the southwest. Ilgoy, one of the teams in the
Babson,
bubble, has the win.
FOS. Big game for these. This is a big... Yeah, I thought they had opportunities, this team.
For Warzone, I've come back into it after
Echo's team are in a really good spot as well. They've got the
Begsy's team at 5th, by the way.
Oh wow, fair play to them. That's what I'm saying. It takes one big game, one win. Look where Squad 1 are, Jeff. Exactly where I said they'd be.
Where? Oh my god.
Exactly where I said they'd be. Wowee. And they just need to sit there. They don't need to do anything special. If they attract Squad 2's attention, they'll die.
FIFA's team are all dead.
don't love this building.
Are they?
They're a lot of places
According
you
to
can
the
get
live
shot from.
leaderboard,
It's
they
not
are,
ultimate
yeah.
high. It's frankly not that high at all. You can see
According
Savvy
to the
Ultra.
minimap,
Oh, no, wait, they're all back alive. They're all back alive. Okay, the live leaderboard is tripping.
And if you get pinned in the wall,
I was about to say, according to the minimap, one of them's dead. Squad
what,
bro, I'm telling you here and now, bro. If Squad 1 just sits on that coastline behind the hedgehogs, they get top 5. Look at where this is pulling, bro. It's on the beach. I called it Circle 1. It's on the beach. Get behind them hedgehogs, bro.
As we see that circle start to center on up into the opening.
Oh god, H
When you look
Mood
at the
Squad
waterline,
and
those
Thief Squad on
swimmers
top
that
of each other.
made the crazy play there.
Ethan needs to win that fight if they want to go through.
So they're wiped. Squad 19 wiped. That's. I'll be honest with you. I think that's the mount.
Are going to be collapsing upon
Oh, the
each other
tournament, you
shortly.
reckon?
I think so.
And all
Yeah.
determines
They'd have to win
which
Game 6.
Warzone squad that's going to be on
Yeah, I
that
think like
low
they'd have
ground
to.
near
They'd
the
have to win
we
Game 6.
saw this earlier in the week,
next
and
year,
this zone
Squad
goes
1.
ferocious.
Look, Squad 1's about to fight somebody on the beach. Pentagon.
Means they've
Who?
restabilized and
Wait, who's that? Wait, oh, no, it's a mortar strike.
It's got a kill.
I really got tripped out there because I thought the mortar strike was a person. Then I was like, ah.
See, if I'm Stewo, if I'm these lot, I'm not playing I'm not playing where they are up there. I'm doubling back and playing the hedgehogs on the beach because this should pull south.
No, but what they're doing is they're trying to get straggler kills.
Yeah, which is smart. They're playing it right.
Which is smart. They're playing like a risk-reward play right now. They know the only teams that are going to come out there are like teams of 1 and teams of 2, or people that are regaining. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to lead people to a false sense of security of like, oh, there's no one there, let's land in there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is smart.
I'm impressed that Wars' team is alive full.
I'm really impressed by Cam's position, by the way.
Yeah, great spot.
This is really aggressive positioning.
On your screen right now, sitting in
So if they
16th
manage to win this game from this spot, I will throw my hats off because it's aggressive positioning.
Stevo is inadvertently 1v3ing 2 separate teams.
Drop number 4 on your screen, trying to hold on. Now, mind you, they were like,
team are there as well.
just want to have the same game plan.
Ex's team are in a really good spot to kind of get land here. I'm pretty sure they guaranteed land actually with that amount of points. 65 points.
Where they found themselves surrounded with minimal cover.
Big PDS from SV and Begsy's team here. See, I told you, look, just sit in the hedgehogs.
Okay, they can breathe.
Just sit here, just go prone. You're full cover.
How long they can breathe. Well, not very long. Pushes in.
Then we're not look at their spot positioning now. Look at next team's team. They've got the best
I would tank gas if I was the next team's team until Squad 2 are forced to jump. Because Gromelot doesn't have to jump. Gromelot doesn't have to jump.
I don't think they do.
Not unless they get airstriked or if they get unless they get airstriked or they get bunker busted, they don't have to move. So Squad 1 just needs to play this patient. Because squad 22 are going to get everybody out of Levin. There'll be a huge crush there. So Squad 1 just needs to stay alive, basically. Squad 22 should deal with all of this.
Yeah, well, I said it's aggressive positioning, but I think it's working for them.
No, they've just died. 2 dead.
Well,
Well, they've got the buybacks, so they can float. But they need, like I say, oh wow, Squad 1 just got wiped.
Yeah, they've just...
Golly, SV, Begsy's team. Begsy's team are playing big, bro. But if I was them, I would just go prone, bro. Go into the circle and just go prone.
Echo's team is still alive.
Echo, let's go. Big from Echo Noki. Come on, boys. Really big from Echo and the boys here.
Oh my god, look at FLS!
Oh my god, dude.
Bro's got another one.
He's got another one. He's got another. He's got a buy. He can activate the buy. He can activate the buy. Double buyback. What a play, bro. What a play, bro. And he can buy another gassy.
And he's got kills. He's getting kills. Look at the kills.
And he's getting kills. Ah, bro, just tell him to get his cock out on stream, bro. I'll be real.
His teammates are getting cooked. Those teammates are getting cooked. His teammates are back in and getting cooked straight away. Oh, they're all Scott wiped.
Still, huge play. Huge
He did well there. He did well there. He did
Bro,
well.
look at Begsy's team go, bro.
They're still alive.
They're still alive, bro. They've got power position.
Oh, the debt.
Oh my god, Cam's going big.
8 kills for Cams.
Babe, this is Begsy's team to lose. Go on, Vogue. Go on, Echo. Go on, boys. Go on, Echo. Go on, Oak. Come on. Come on. They're fighting each other. Go on, third party it. Third party it. They're getting rinsed, bro. They've become sandwiched. Go on, go on. Big fight. Big fight.
2v2. 2v1.
Watch that gas line. Watch that gas line. Yes, go on. You got the hit markers.
Oh my god. Oh, good fight. GG's.
Echo, let's go, baby.
That was a big last game there.
Huge. Let's fucking go, boys.
I was gonna say something. Prodigy's team will last after 2 maps.
Huge.
Look at them fly now. Look at them fly.
You will see this team very well done to secure the win, but I gotta say, yet again,
Begsy's team played that beach exactly how I said they should play it, and they nearly won it. They just got so unlucky to not get focused on at the end. Like they played in the hedgehogs, which is what I said they should do, and then rotated onto the road, and they nearly played it perfectly. They got so unlucky that both teams focused on them. FLS made a huge play there. Huge play.
Yeah, that was like Nats just said, big brain move.
Big brain move.
Back from that prior win where they were only able to grab 10 eliminations.
Yeah, it's a great flank here. Playing PDS at this moment was perfect to pick up several eliminations, and they have a ton. Look at them on the far left-hand side. They're just hanging out in gas, cleaning up all of these players that are trying to flank their way into the zone late. They want to be the last.
Do you know what, right? When you get like a 1.5 mod, anything inside the top 10, right? You have a 1.6 multiplayer, so every 2 kills is worth an extra 1. So like, even if you do ratty plays like that and manage to get 1 kill or like 2 kills, like you literally, I think it's gonna be a game of like 1 or 2 points to qualify.
He tries to go massive and unfortunately can't do it all by himself. If SV doesn't play spoiler there, it's a 3v2. Maybe, just maybe, you see the Gromalok win. But let's hear their cons. Let's see that victory moment.
Down. One shot. He died.
Last team.
Fine.
2v2.
What's the gas? They're playing gas. Don't edge gas. Bridge him right.
Dead. One more.
Come right. On me. Weak. One shot. I'm selfing.
He would have got the self off as well.
Nice, bro. Fucking job, bro.
Good shot.
Oh, bro.
I literally watched it as well. Like, I tried getting in.
That's a 28-pointer.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
big.
it was more than that prior map win. This time with 14 eliminations.
That's 2 games they've won, by the way. Or 3.
Yeah, bro. They're good players. Great players, even. The Prod did phenomenally on that. Oki did decent as well. It's just not in, like, you know. Sometimes it's just about the team comp.
But if you can do it again, improve on it, and really bolster that squad, because they
Right, I'm just going to go grab some agua. I'll be back in a second. You can waffle away.
No worries.
Yeah, and I think that's a great shout, Tim.
Hello, chat. You're now left with me,
cool and collected.
Your commander.
The question I have for everybody
Also, very tired, Jaff.
Has Warzone competition turned a new page? I'm seeing a lot of young guns making their rise to the cream of the
when he gets back.
Top, and they are not stopping. They're winning games. They're getting crazy amount of kills, and a lot of
chat. I want everybody to say Lucky Smells in chat right now, so when he gets back, he likes all he sees in the chat. Everybody type Lucky Smells.
On top, I'm excited to see what our leaderboard looks like going into the final map, because this last one, if you thought that was crazy, this last map's got to be nuts. I want to hear from the desk and see what they have to think.
Nuts indeed. The old guard starting to step down a bit while the new guard rises up. That's a great narrative. H-Mood is one of them who's just had a standout day coming from Global Finals last year. Looking to make actually pretty comfortably at this point, I believe.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah, let's go.
Well, that's 5
Keep it going,
games
chat.
down. 1 more to go, and Game 5 did not disappoint. And we have to start at the beginning, because the zone was the most unique that we've seen today, pulling all the way up to the top left. We look at our highlights. Enigma, talk to me about the zone and how it affected the playing field.
I mean, look, we've tried to break down a lot of zones throughout this, and to be quite frank, the zone here just ends up so far off towards that northwestern side, that you end up with, for example, Enkyo having to change their location entirely, heading not Mana, but just going as far west as they could, as far northwest building as they could, as Goj called out, and it worked out really well.
The tactical whiff, chat. Trevor, there's the tactical whiff. Everybody spot the tactical whiff, chat.
An adapted landing spot, and they're trying to hit these long, horrible rotations across so much ground where other teams are set up and ready to go, and they're just getting burned. I think that Tiff noted something midway through the lobby where it was basically that by the end of Circle 3, we were basically on pace with the amount of teams that we usually have around Circle 4 pushing Circle 5, and that summed up the story. A lot of teams getting caught trying to hit those long rotations, need to adapt for this going forward.
The zone was definitely punishing, but talk about adaptation. One of the teams that adapted quite well was Stuwo and his crew. Gio, talk to me about that trio and what they did right.
Yeah, to go with a unique circle, you need a unique rotation, right? I mean, they just like went out to sea, you know, they went to seek out the new world, and just swam the whole way around. And, you know, they got pretty far with it, like, because they originally landed on the other side of the bridge, there was a part of me that was wondering if we were going to have kind of an inverse of what they did in game 1, where they were the ones being gate-kept over the water rotate rather than being the ones who were gatekeeping.
Let's go!
But instead, they just took this entirely new way around. They did end up aggressing over onto one of the teams. It was Team Begsy who were
You guys are legends. You guys are legends, chat. You guys are legends. Straight up legends.
And then retreated a little, but ultimately it was Begsy's team that kind of got the best of them, and it was just really when they managed to get back onto land, were ready to rotate into one of those final circles, and they got a little caught off. You can kind of see in some of the replays here, but as far as allowing themselves to get so much further into those later stages of the game, that was a really innovative rotate. The only question you have to ask about it is you're kind of denying your opportunity to get eliminations if you take a rotation like that, and so it's a bit of a way up, and I'm curious to see how that's affected their place in the standings, but as for points for creativity, they get all of them.
All of them, and here's the final fight. Oki taking it big, looking to go. He goes down, but he gets back up and finishes off alongside that of Echo, and that's the second win for them today, Enigma.
Yeah, honestly, it's not just impressive seeing the kind of slaying power that these guys are bringing, but also the way in which they're playing out these tough zones, because they pick up that one earlier on where we ended up quite far north as well, off towards, well, almost over towards this Kotova block region itself, right, earlier on. However, they do it yet again, and the way they did it this time is actually when that zone started to squeeze everyone up and we saw those fights around.
Attention, I have no idea, mate. I don't think they've announced it, so my guess would be middle of September, where, no idea.
Clear building by building up through Kotova blocks and just slowly cleared out a couple of teams and largely kept themselves out of that trouble, out of the horrible location.
Jeff, what have you done to my chat, bro?
Found themselves in. That little bit at the end, well, that's just individual guys still coming through. We know this team possess that if they can get themselves to those end games, and with the execution there through.
Are you sure about that?
Well, 14 eliminations, that's a big game, and putting them comfortably in the top 12 has to, anyways. After those two,
we got like 3-4 weeks till
just a little bit ago after their game 3 win, feeling confident as ever. And the game plan is to continue what we're doing because it's working
away,
clearly.
don't you think?
It is matching the energy of Marcus from the lower round 2, who's still trying to break into that top 12 conversation. Gio, for you though, another team that did incredibly well was Hamoud, right? H-Mood.
Did they send out invites for last chance calls?
Sorry? One of the most consistent
Did they send out invites
teams
for last chance calls?
they started off the day in an incredible position with the game 1 win, and they continue to at least stay.
You know what I will say, Jeff? I'm glad my tan is finally showing on stream.
Their performance in the first game pretty much guaranteed them.
Because when during the day, it just looks like I'm ghostly white. I'm deeply orange, bro.
But the fact they've also been consistently able to prove that they do belong in that.
No banner, bro. Like there is a distinct difference
in this game in particular, because
in my arms.
About all of these particular rotations that everybody needed to make.
I think I went on holiday 3 times this year.
They were another team that were able to
do that.
I mean, particularly one squad who was kind of in their way, and
I'm moving like prime Donald Trump right now, minus the controversy.
Point between them and the circles in the later stages was FIFA Kill's team, right? And they actually had a very they were kind of sitting in that position for quite a long time, what HMU did is they were able to kind of get through that team. You know, that's a risky team to go up against, and I was watching them quite carefully and thinking, are they going to be able to get past this? But once they were able to get the team wipe on that team, then they had a pretty open route down into where the later circles were, and that kind of saved them a lot of
Sure, it's not just
I think
that's crazy from you lot, bro.
this portion of the game where, you know, a lot of people were over towards Seaside and they were all like battling each other and whatnot, and it gave them quite a good route into the later stages of the game.
That's a great point, though. You bring up FIFA Kill, which has the most unique playing style that I've ever seen, Enigma. Kind of took me aback when you pointed it out.
Yeah, so, I mean, we know that, quite frankly, if they had a system at all coming into this, that it has well and truly collapsed through this tournament, unfortunately. Hoping to see them fix a couple of things, but I didn't expect them to do it in the way that they did. A lot of questions at the minute, you know, Jukies, is he going off a bit rogue? Who is the IGL? Do you have a plan B? Well, it turns out, yes, actually, they do, and it's
Echo 9.
Unique. What they're basically doing is FIFA Kill and Lennon are essentially standing
buy
on the buy,
now?
seizing a buy, making sure that location's nice and controlled, unleashing Jukies like a rabid wolf.
11th is Blade and 12th is Hunter.
And we gatekeep this area.
It's so low. 51 is so
over towards
low.
the Kotovo blocks. So did
fair play to Rakes and them lot, by the way, at the moment in
didn't
10.
get them far enough. Once they ran out of that buy, they were in blocks and got picked up by HMU.
I think that's so low.
Really there.
Well, yeah, it is, bro. That's less than 10 points a game.
Onto a heated game. They've only got one more chance to do it.
By far the most unique playing style, right? Stay at a buy station, send your Slayer out to go and, well, slay out and get as many points as you can, and then come back together.
I don't think that's fully updated, by the way.
It's very unique. Did it work
because it's
out?
still
Well,
showing
we'll see if it continues to work out. Only one more game
the boy,
to go. Stock 2
AJ and that have,
winner,
you know, 5 points.
Repeat winner of the day. This time around, we're talking to Echo. We get to hear from him, right? Before, it was your teammate, Oki, who says, you guys are feeling good, feeling confident. Now, Echo, which I'm hearing, I believe you're the IGL. You're leading your troops. How's everything going today?
We keep having a couple little like mistakes. Like the start of that game went really bad. Like we were full dead hour last alive, having to play a little regain. But once we get into the spots and we've got the like, it's just a mid game. If we sort the mid game, when we get to end game, we just got too much like energy and brain power through me and Oki. Even though I IGL, we're not a traditional IGL team where it's just one guy. We both bounce off of each other. Like, he called that rotation, but I tell him, let's wait.
Yeah.
Because if we go too soon, we die. And it's just, both of my teammates are just great.
Well, fair enough. It seems like you guys are tearing it up. You know, Marcus in the lower round 2 was the only team to go and win 2 games, at least during our broadcast, right, throughout the 4 days. You are now the second team to win 2 games in a row, putting you comfortably within top 12, which means the global stage is pretty
What do you
much
reckon's
right
going to
there
happen with
for you.
Thieves team?
What does it mean to you
I
personally?
think they'll stick.
You know,
You
to
think
go
they'll
to
stick
that
for
global
LCQ?
stage, but also join
I
your teammates
personally
as
don't
well.
think many teams can
me,
change
last
around their
year, I
teams
went
and actually.
and the meta just didn't agree with
Fair
my team's
enough.
playstyle, and we didn't.
I just,
like,
I
perform
just personally
well
don't
enough.
think that there are
This
a lot
year,
of that
I've had to
good
obviously change
individuals out
teams,
there
but we're
to have enough time
confident. Like no matter what
to
meta, we
adapt
just adapt
to that.
And I just want to go and prove myself again that like that placement last year wasn't good enough. So I want to be there again to prove it again.
I quite like Echo, by the way.
And my teammates,
It was obviously
Like,
go on, sorry.
Yeah.
No, go on, finish. I'm so sorry.
well, just like I feel like obviously he's been in a couple of teams that have been somewhat successful, but they've never been like on top. Do you know what I mean? Like he's never had that sort of big show out tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
Same with Oki, really, because he was with Thief last year and they didn't do badly on LAN, but they didn't do phenomenally. Only Prod really out of all of them has kind of seen sort of the higher end of the scale, and that's a good team. You know what I mean? People are allowed their off days, man. Look, like, I'm sure for me personally, like, there's no point me dissecting what a team like Thief, Luke, Jukies, and Len are doing. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, I could tell them the 6 things I think that make sense, but I'm doing that from the perspective of somebody who's seeing the top-down view. So it's pointless. There's no point in me saying, yeah, bro, you should have just rotated on that team that you didn't know existed. You know what I mean? But the thing for me, right, like, people are allowed off days, bro. Like, it happens. Like, you could be the best in the world and have an off day. The only people who weirdly haven't had one so far are SSD, but that's just because they're ridiculous. Like, they are currently a caliber above the rest of the competition. Gonna get another call the day before the LCQ. Jesus Christ. It's very easy for me to sit here critiquing teams with Jaff about things they could do better, things they should have done, things they should have X, Y, Z. But we're not in the game, bro. You know? We're not, you know, watching the real-time information unfolding, you know what I mean? And for me personally, this is just the way I approach it. People like Thief, Jukies, and Len, they've earned their off days, bro. Like, they've performed constantly. If they have an off day, they have an off day, is what it is. I'd like to see them stick it out for LCQ and make it. I would love to see all 3 of them at that tournament, but we'll see what happens, and that's all down to them.
There's no way they change their roster. They just change how they play.
Mentality will take you far, and you know, having compassion for the game is obviously impactful too. You know, losing you early on, it had to hurt, but clearly you guys regained, and that makes me excited for the future because it shows to me that you as a competitor, you and your teammates, right, no matter what happens on the battlefield from one drop to the other, you're always going to be able to regain. Echo, congratulations on your win. I look forward to seeing you at Global Finals, and good luck in Game 6.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Of course, brother. Always nice to hear from them, and I like that they do share that IGL leadership. More voices can sometimes get cluttered,
people are saying I'm getting tired. It is way past my bedtime.
Let's take a look at our standings.
I've been going to bed at like 10 these days, bro.
Our final game of the day, and while King AJ still leading the
I just want to point out there's a lot of UK talent in the top of this leaderboard. That's all I'm saying.
The point is to make top 12 when they're there.
No, I mean that's the thing, and with just one game left to go, it's not like you're looking
so
down the
in my
barrel of, like,
opinion,
5
it would be
games
about
where you could lose
64
that,
to get
as
in.
long as you nail this one and you ensure
Give
you
or
beat
take.
the opponents you
Yeah,
come up
give or
to,
take.
which makes it sound very easy, but you know it's true. You're mostly okay.
We see him also there in 6th place. Stu,
Prod, Oki, Echo, Bubble, Wars, Louis, Begsy, King AJ. Bodsy's UK, right?
Robstar seems not made it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, guys, this is everybody's last game, bro. It's the big one. This is it.
You won't be able to get away with one big game in this one. Now look at
Robstar seem 5 points away. Honcho 12.
I've never heard of any of those, by the way.
It just goes to show how tight the competition is throughout
That said he was going to pull a Glock up at LAN last year.
Get themselves that ticket to global finals.
How was it him, was it?
I don't think it's him. Nah.
But you know who I want
I know who you're on about. I know who you're on about. You're talking about the guy who said he was going to stab someone at LAN and then pretended that he was deported by his family.
Yeah.
In order to avoid any kind of criminal proceedings for saying so. That was funny, by the way. That was funny.
The Freeland drama was next level.
Freeland drama was crease, bro. Like,
I cannot believe what I was seeing.
My favorite thing from World Series was Emily tweeting a screenshot of Spotify saying, "I'm trying to put the baby to bed. I'm not trying to two-step with Lachlan because for whatever reason my Spotify had a jam on." It was just it was just me playing like rave tunes at like 10:30 pre-drinking before the night out.
Tiffin goes to close out the day. Game number 6, the final game to punch your ticket to the global finals. Who's it going to be?
I was pre-drinking. I was pre-drinking with my boys after the global final. And like for whatever reason, my Spotify just went into global mode. So everybody knew we were just having a. My hotel had a fridge, bro. Like, do you know what I mean?
Do you remember when you came to my room for pre-drinks? It was just like
carnage.
We just had a napkin lots of stuff from the bottle. That's all we did.
Bring it back to London. I'll do it again.
If it does happen in London, fucking hell. Should we get like a 2-bedroom apartment?
If it happens in London, bro, I will be getting mortal.
We need to get a 2-bedroom apartment and go absolutely fucking nuts.
There's no other way around it. If it comes to London again, I will be getting mortal, bro.
We already see some incredible teams that are poised and ready, unfortunately, to go to LCQs. It's going to be so difficult to get top 4 at LCQs that you want to make it now.
Do you know where I'd hate to finish?
Make a move in the final fight. This
13th.
is going to be chaos. It's going to be fast paced.
Do you imagine knowing that you were like one place off of?
It would actually kill me if I.
It would be so jarring, bro. Like you have to do LCQ when you were like one one place away from just
It'd
getting
be like
guaranteed
1 or
tickets.
2 points as well.
In last place, if you drop a banger map, it could be enough.
I don't think a single night out of World Series ended before 3 a.m., so that's why he's mentioning a hotel.
A lot of intel on who's alive and who's not, and where that circle is pulling to. Man, Tiff,
Right, who said that?
Somebody in chat. I'd pay to see you play Warzone, but with a twist. I will do a drunk stream with Jaff. Gladly.
Look, right, okay, listen.
But it'd have to be a subathon.
Right. What we'll do, yeah, we'll give everybody this right now. We'll lock it, because Lackey would be keen. If World Series of Warzone's in London, me and Lackey will get an apartment, maybe like a night before, 2 nights before World Series of Warzone, and we will do a live stream and play drunk Warzone the night before World Series.
And it would have to be a subathon.
And it has to be a subathon, yes, has to be.
Respectfully, I'm not getting battered without securing the bag. No offense, guys. No.
Well, wake up, folks. The final map of the day, the final map of the week, might I add. LCQ.
I love you all dearly, but my liver deserves treatment.
Well, no, if it's a look, if we'll do subathon, we'll do challenges and stuff like that.
Yeah. Wow, that's a... What are we saying? Blue building northeast of Zaravan suburbs on the bridge between Lowtown?
No,
you know I'm talking about, the one where between the gas station and the blue triple story.
Yeah, I agree.
If one thing's to be the same, it's this Huncho squad on your screen, consistently hot dropping throughout.
I would say that personally.
Oh, do you want to see something funny?
Wait, Shay and P have come back to the original 11 spot.
Now they've already ripped one, but can we
Where's their
find
third?
another? But this isn't even alone. We
I guess they
still
have to,
another
right? They
squad,
need to
2
send
that are
it.
left, and it's Team Intercept.
They can't have a quiet start, can they?
Have a look at my stream quickly, bro. Look at the color of my arms, bro.
On opposite sides, not playing
Where's
together.
hand?
I was, no, not the can, bro. The bruise.
Oh.
Love that spot in the middle. This
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Your arm is yellow.
Bro, the guy who I was playing against on Sunday was like, he was a big boy, bro. He was like, must have been 6'5". I'd say about 150 kilos.
They will likely
Big
make
boy,
global
bro.
finals, and if they don't, just below average, they likely don't make global finals.
It's not,
So
it's
all
real
eyes
tan,
on this
Brev. You
squad.
what? You think I went to Croatia and sat indoors?
Probably take a long time. Nobody wants to make the first mistake, especially with 3 teams here.
Yeah, I got the
It's
leopard
gonna
print
get
camo.
real mixy real quick, and you can see all 3 teams.
Yeah,
It
Brooks
looks like
had leopard
control
print
deck.
camo.
Gonna be the first to push the equation, and will they get punished or paid for it, Tiff? That's the question.
No, that's new. There's
That's an
4
interesting
squads
third
here.
party.
This is not good.
This
The
is an
shots still
opportunity.
coming on in, catches them off guard,
Opportunity
and now
for
if
Shay
I'm
and the
Huncho,
boys to get some
and
picks
on the
here.
opposing squads, we are struggling. I was looking at Huncho. I'm like, okay, cool. We got the BP-50. We got a solid SMG. We have a trophy.
It would
to
be the
work
most Jukies, Lee, and the most Jukies, Lennon, and FIFA thing in the world to win this game.
Really?
Yeah,
Just, like,
and then
Do you know?
miss
Do you
out
know?
that point.
Do you know what I mean?
teams in your area.
Imagine they
It's
miss
going
out
to
Do you remember
be
when
a
Thief had
point of
Thief's
reprieve.
Caldera World Series
are
went
not
scuffed and then he
safe
won
here.
solo YOLO?
Frankly, that control decks team, no wonder they pushed the equation and tried to be.
And I'm still upset about Skullface denying me $20,000, by the way.
And play perfectly. If they play perfectly, they can make it. It's gonna be a lot of, lot of.
Do you remember the first tourney for the new
Oh,
Warzone?
I was on holiday, wasn't I?
I was in solo YOLO. I finished second.
After a little while, we're gonna have to rotate around.
Yeah, I finished second, and the only reason I finished second is because I didn't know the layout of the tunnel because the map had only been out a week.
Everyone wanting to get kills early.
Oh,
Huncho
no.
does get their
No, bro,
buyback
I was livid.
back in, so everybody's got 3 up and 3 teams fighting. all
$20,000
three alive,
down the
everybody
drain, bro.
kind of playing slow.
I would have been the
Listen,
highest
on the
earner
other
in
side,
Warzone for like
Tiff, well,
one match.
looks like we got some problems here with a former World Series of Warzone and a solo YOLO champion, Mr. Blade himself. Last alive on.
Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow.
Contesting
15th place.
Contesting Gromlock, maybe? What happens out here?
15th place on your leaderboard. And it is down to a solo Blade who has to channel that
It's not been
inner
Shay and the boys' day
solo
today, has
YOLO
it?
and stay alive.
So
We
true.
are as far southeast
Yeah,
as
the-
we can
the-
get.
the
So
one
what
where
does
Stone
chance
Mountain
for a
gifted me his
regain
loadout.
look
Yeah,
like?
correct.
Well, for Huncho, trying to stay onto that
Love
12th
Stone,
place,
by the
we
way.
finally get all 3
Oh,
back.
Deck and Show have just lost their gulags as well.
We've got to contend
Keeps
with
that
yet
guy
another
alive.
squad. It's Team Savvy Ultras, a squad
man.
with a lot
Regame for
of
LCQ
land
for them, really.
prowess in competitive Warzone
They can easily
history
do it.
as well.
They could do
It'd
it.
be
Yeah,
hard.
they could do
It'd
it.
be very hard, though.
I think
Very, very hard.
I think they would just need to have a real comprehensive look at how this all played out. Do you know what I mean? Not them individually, but I'm saying the flow of the game
Yeah.
generally.
quick cleanup, looking easy at the top. Top 10 for good reason. Nice cleanup, Hunch. Everybody else in this area in trouble and into the gulag. And I want to see these gulags because, folks, if Huncho dies here, teammate G dies here as well, they are in the lobby and likely not making the global finals, having to battle at LCQs. If they win here, they still have a chance. This is your 12th place team.
Oh my.
Turns, and
Huncho with a 180, bro.
See you later. One's back in. So
Wowzers.
G has a little bit less burden of responsibility on this fight.
No money. We'll have to deal with that. We even stimmy in Goosh. Okay, I'll take that one. We'll check back.
Those were naughty, bro. Also, why is there so much beef at Nuketown? You seeing this?
We get caught out from the left and punished
Who's
immediately.
just killed Lennon?
Zach, Vision coming in, top team.
Squad 19's out. That's it.
That's their done.
That's them done. So Shay's team, they're out.
To play spoiler to some teams, this is what we expected from them. As again, we didn't harp on it too much going to 6th map, more on the 5th map. Showstopper's team.
That's rough for them, bro. That is rough for them.
110 points. So at this point, they
That's already two teams that
are on the fringe.
Two teams that are really, really good in last chance calls.
It doesn't matter if they get wiped early. They can play hyper aggressive. There's literally nothing on the line besides wiping good teams that aren't in the quote-unquote money, in that threshold. So Zang's going to try to make sure that doesn't happen for this squad, Savvy Ultras. Try to answer back and use them as free kills, as it looks like Team 34 actually the ones to get that cleanup.
Yeah, you saw immediately goes down there. That's going to be Team Viero on the opposing. Now, they came in from lower round 2, 14th overall, but King Chalk on your screen with Nida still upstanding nice and in.
Love to the boys, bro. Love to the boys. Look, let me tell you something, right? We're out here waffling about how these teams could do X, Y, Z. Not them lads specifically, but just generally speaking, talking about how people can play things differently to try and improve. We're doing this with Codcaster and Captain Hindsight, bro. On the ground, it's very, very different. It plays very, very differently. It's very, very mental. They just need to go back to the drawing board, do a little bit of dissecting, hit LCQ together, and I'm confident they can make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no question about that. There's no question of talent with those boys. You know what I mean? So GG's to them. GG's to Thief's team as well. Like, I've got a lot of love for all those boys on Thief's team. I think they all, you know, they've all worked very hard, and I think they all will work well in LCQ. Just it is what it is sometimes, man. Sometimes you just don't have the day, and that's what it can be.
Teams that have been battling through lower brackets to make it here to regional finals and then make it to
Squad 34 Viero's team's out.
They had a good start to the tournament and have kind of
a lot of teams.
Now nearby,
a lot of teams flying out early here, bro. I think a lot of teams are just sending. Do you know what I mean?
And this could be the map to do it.
Because they know they gotta make something happen.
Just win the fight. There's really not a lot of time to work with. You can't just sit back and play.
Big game for Squad 22, by the way. Cam's team.
And there's a benefit from
they are on the
Team
borderline.
Savvy Ultras
Same with
and
Zach
denying them a good
and
game
Blade.
here, right? Because this team
All
is
three
in
of those
10th
teams
place.
just on
and
the
if you're
borderline.
looking to get into the top 12 despite being relatively far out of it for now, the points
Thief's team made it out of the gulag, by the way.
pretty muddy in those middle positions. You
One
can
of them
jump up
gulagged.
a lot of room with a solid game, but you have to take down the teams that are going to be on that fray here and now. And this squad in 10th is only safe by 5 points.
The amount of damage that my man just did.
Razor thin margins. You got to make a big move, and sniping people out of the air certainly will help if you can land them. But gonna be here for a little while. I'd love it if we could just swing over to Chow's perspective as we see this fight unfolding. It'll take a while for these teams to wipe each other. Last I checked, Chow was driving along in a vehicle, sitting in 20th place, just kind of barely on that edge of being able to make a play. That Chow team, Tiff, I was taking a look at it. They actually pulled up, I think, 2 to 3 recons already. They know they have to play for in-game, and they want as much info as possible. Here's a look at them right around the corner, actually, from those teams. Chow, alive with VDAT, they've lost 1 and having to loop back up as VDAT likely came back from the gulag. They have 3 recons up right now, figuring out where to go. So this is why they've got the vehicle and they're rotating so aggressively and are in a bit of trouble. Same thing here with Savvy.
And we still go back to this fight with Team Skinner here, this time in the LTV, down to a duo. And you have 3 people focusing their direct attention straight on you. Looks like they're going to be okay for now, but checking in here with Team Cams, another squad from the outside looking in 13th place, just 1 point separating them from Team Huncho in 12th.
Yeah, the Spanish team, frankly, is a very good team, but
I just want to know why Nuketown is so beefy, bro.
I was thinking that as well.
Why is Nuketown so beefy? This is the biggest I've seen it.
So it's like, everyone's like...
Len has managed to regain the entire FIFA kill team, by the way.
Why?
Plenty of resources. They're actually
No, one of them won the... Len won his ghoulie, and he brought all back.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, it wasn't a full wipe. It was just a Codcaster telling us it was a wipe.
They've got like 13K still after buying their UAVs. They're feeling really confident right now with a wide open rotation on what looks like a solo Chow up on top of the hill.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? When you think of the public event that occurs at the front of Circle 3 popping, right? It's that fire sale. So you're going to have all of those discounts where a lot of teams are either A, focusing on getting their teammates back if they needed to, or B, they're grabbing all the UAVs
busy, bro. Busy circle, bro.
An advanced UAV. That is going to provide
Lowtown
so much
is going to be the largest fuckery you are going to witness in EU history momentarily.
Suburbs are relatively
very, very soon.
But they're almost dead center of zone, and there's not
Squad 22 need a big game here, by the way. Cams, Yavix, and Loss.
They're going to have to send their attention towards.
Quick note, I love
Gromalok's team's landing on Thief's team.
So important for the rotations to have information. And speaking of
this
info,
could get naughty.
Lighting up left, right, and center. I see a full team wipe. Inxion was sent to the Gulag, and it looks like Inxion just beat Savvy Ultras. That Inxion team is in 8th place right now.
Team's out.
Again, threshold we're expecting to be anywhere between about 70 and like 65 maybe. This Inxion team was sitting at about 75, so they should be safe even if they can't restabilize. But again, that's another team that does tend to slay out of the lobby. And if you're a team looking for kills, that is super important. Some of these top teams need to get eliminated so the lobby is up for the taking. That HMOO team, that Gromalok team, that Showstopper team, they need to get wiped so that some of these other teams on the threshold have a chance to get the kills they need.
Checking in with our map winners from the prior drop, and actually, well, they've won too, and it's good to see what they look like in this mid-game. Now, granted, they're rotating in from that North Power area, and we've ran into Team Savvy Ultras, a team that has found themselves.
I'm glad they recognized that quickly.
And if you know anything, this squad has so much gunpowder that Savvy Ultras' team needs to find a way to say, this is not a smart fight for us to take. We have too much at stake here, and we need to worry about the trajectory for our long game.
Wipe.
But imagine Team Echo coming in and making a dominant statement, cleaning out that north side. What if they go on to win?
How many points did the Nexians team have?
Series.
No, I think it's a great call out. I think there's a chance they could. I mean, all three up there looking really strong. They have a nice little zone pull. Here it is. Big
it's not impossible, by the way,
who's on the edge of zone
for a Nexians team to not make it here.
Really?
It's 75.5 points for them. If some of the other teams in the lower bracket, who are all alive, by the way, who are all on the cusp, put up a big game, I'd say potentially 4 or 5 of that top 12 could go. This could be a very interesting game.
Right, lucky I've fallen asleep, so I definitely need to head off.
Alright, adios, bro. You on tomorrow, yeah?
Right, yeah, I'll be on nice and early. Right,
in a bit.
See you in a bit, Lucky. Bye, Lucky shot. Bye.
Team White repop back up. That team is out of here. Also kind of on that fringe.
Oh no, the
they
next
should
team's
make it,
back
but it's
alive
gonna be
again.
close. So we swap over.
One of them must have won Gulag.
13th going into this one.
This is the most interesting. Cam's team is the most interesting team here. Because they are one place, they are 13th.
To push things that just a few points outside the top 12, but the teams that are in that 12th place spot, I'm talking Team Blade in 14th, Team Rakes in 11th, Zach in 12th. They're so close.
I would like smokes to be volumetric soon, so that when somebody fires at a smoke grenade, the gas of the smoke spreads as the shots hit the smoke. So you could shoot through smoke to dissipate the smoke, like how it works in CS2.
Fighting Kong Squad in the 30s, and it looks like Kong Squad is winning that fight. I believe our Inkyo squad is nearly fully wiped with just a floater in the air after a buyback.
Big game for Cam's team here.
This is the right call. They know, this Spanish team knows that they have to get these eliminations.
Because that way the counter to smoke would be shooting smoke, which is what people already do for the most part. Do you know what I mean? I've got a lot of ideas for this game, and I would love to see them implemented.
You gotta watch out for this. This is a massive moment.
That guy just thermite himself, fair play.
And right now, things not going their way, just mistimed thermites or otherwise, but they do have high ground as long as they don't.
I wouldn't take the roof here.
goes
I would not take a
12th
roof
through 13th. Those are the two teams. Team Zach just rotated.
He's waiting for the snipe.
snipe.
Notice how he waited for the snipe there, and they've got the down off of that. That's big brain.
Oof. Team 12, Team 13
That's
still
big brain.
about to fight here shortly. And
They waited for the entry
snipe.
snipe.
20th going into this, just waiting on something from the Gulag. And, well, I think they said, I don't know if we have anyone for you. How about you head back to the lobby and try to figure it out as a solo? Will he be able to do it? Likely not, frankly, but hey, give him a chance to float over Bazaar and do a little aerial cam for us. You can see some smokes, you can see some blowouts, you can see some teams down here.
I like redeploy balloons in terms of their functionality. I dislike it when the audio element of people landing in doesn't work properly. I wouldn't get rid of them. I would simply ensure that that doesn't happen, you know? Like, they are a very functional part of the game that can really make the map more dynamic. You could hypothetically double smoke this and get another buyback.
Life and procure the buyback is insanity. Knowing that there's so many teams here, and it does center up just
Squad
across
22
Bazaar.
are in
So
a
we still
very
have the
interesting
PlayStation
position
in Bazaar
there.
in play. There's a mobile down out towards the south.
This is their game.
Clavs
They've
and
got
Go
to
are
win
really
this.
trying to
Everybody
anchor
right
down, and they
now,
also have that
from
redeploy
12,
zip,
13,
and
14,
you're
15,
taking control
16,
and denying that from a lot
is
of teams.
alive.
But towards the north, you're going to have
Which
a
is
mass
crazy.
exit
Everybody from 6th to 16th is alive right now. Their teams are all up. So all of those teams are at risk.
There's basically nowhere to go is the problem. And you can see actually that team 19 creeping in. Tiff, we know who that is, don't we? Team FIFA Kill. Back into the conversation, at least for now, because, well, they're edge of zone. Will they get held? Are they too late? Are they maybe here early enough to grab some semblance of cover and make a play? I don't know, but they need like a 20-kill victory for like a 40-point game to even have a chance. We'll check back in with him in a bit as Shao still undercover. I would love to swap over maybe to Team 15 in a fight right now on the south side of this. I cannot imagine Shao's going to be able to make it with the amount of kills that they have right now, but who knows? He gets another
Big game from Squad 22.
All right, so if this team loses here, they are done and dusted. But the squad on the opposing side is Team Zach, who
Dusty as well. Squad 15, that team we just spectated, also need a win. Huncho's team also need a win.
That these squads take is life or death, and with Savvy
This is a big decider.
wiped, they're in 10th. Now they have to
when they announced the tournament with a week's notice, I had a wedding to go to, and I had a game that Sunday, so I just didn't have the time, bro. Just didn't have the time to play. Too busy.
And watching, waiting, preying on the demise of some of these fringe teams. Huncho, Squad 7, also here still.
I don't think so, Colipa. I mean, there might be one or two at best, but I highly doubt it. It's not an active concern I have at this stage of World Series. In the open qualification, absolutely, but at this stage, nah. Because the reality is that if you're not, like, if you play this phenomenally online and then you end up playing dog on land, bro, it's just a waste.
Gonna force Oki to rotate around the bridge on the other side.
Like, showing up to global land, you won't win anything, you know what I mean?
It's gonna push them straight into Jukies. But they need these points. 6 points separating them from 12th, and they're down to a duo. Every point matters. And if we can get to that 1.6x and let those eliminations matter for more, but FIFA rips that from Tempe.
Wow.
FIFA picks up another. Jukies grabs Prodigy. You said it. They need a 30-point win. And from the outside looking in with the backs against the wall, those are the type of teams that can turn up.
Are Jukies gonna do it in the final game, bro? Are they gonna get a 40-point win?
With North America, is it too little, too late?
Could they 40-point win this?
Lagging behind, stay with your team. A clean up from behind puts FIFA Kill at a disadvantage. 2v2 here on the outside of zone. FIFA Kill shoots back. It's too late, my friend. It's now 2 players on the side of Huncho, right on the fringe.
It's a big game from Wars' team as well.
Who's way down in about
Wars' team said, we're not bannering, bro. We're making sure we're definitely qualified. Len's gone as well now.
Right-hand side. I don't think they're going to do it, Tiff. We're going to be seeing that team.
This is a big game from Squad 22, by the way. Big game from Squad 22. Huncho's team's gone.
Kinds of eliminations. This was our 13th team coming into
Juki's coming back in. Oh!
Juki's tries to make a play, and Lost says, no, this is my game. I'm going to global finals. I'm putting up the points I need.
What a snipe, bro.
It doesn't matter. FIFA's in the dead center, clicks a buyback. I'm pretty sure, again, yes, Juki's tried to come in, but if someone doesn't rip FIFA
What a
out
snipe.
of here, he's just trying so hard to stay alive, and Cam's in 13th place. 2 points
You're on a
outside of
different
12th.
setup, which is a little bit
Move forward.
disorientating at times, Michael. I can't lie.
What can FIFA do? Gets 3K. Who's coming back this time? It's Jukies. Jukies has enough to get Lennon back.
That was a snipe,
saying
bro.
that they need to be perfect to be able to lock in land finals.
There's only 3 other players on the map, and they need like 12 of them, something like that. I don't know. Math will figure itself out. But I'm looking at Cam's squad. They've set up perfectly. They dominated Bazaar. They've got high ground. They are cleaning up team after team after team. Zach needs this as well. PDSing in the gas. They're deep. They need the kills, but they need top 5 so bad. Top 5 might dictate whether they make global finals or not. And with Aizen up
This
in the
finish
air,
is
he's got
nuts,
at least
bro.
a viewpoint to tell them when to go and where to go. What building could they make a move for that doesn't have a full team of 3 in it?
See, if I was Thief's team, I would be more upset now because you know this could have been your game all 6 maps. You know what I mean? They know the talent's there.
Does that squad do enough to breach into the top 12? For now, they're out.
Big game from Squad 22, by the way. Big game from Squad 22. They needed this. Oh my god, bro. And he's got buyback. King Chuck is on the edge of the points point. Holy shit, bro. King Chuck might have just got his team global final.
It's gonna be dang close, but this team with the buybacks, this team with the PDS, King Chuck could do it. And who else is there but FIFA Kill last alive for his squad in the center of zone? And we've got 2 more teams, a total of 4 squads, but it is a 3v1 v1v2. This is going to be disgusting, and this could matter for every single team left in this competition.
And King Chalk's in 16th place, looking for eliminations. FIFA wipes another, grabs that full. And now we're down to a 1v3. They have control. The buyback comes through, but it doesn't matter because they're going to look straight to the sky.
See, that's why I would be frustrated, because they know that they had it in their locker. Do you know what I mean? They had, like, Thief's team had it in their locker to do that all game, all 6 maps. King Chuck on that Luciem fight has just won his team global final placement. Crazy. He has just done it for his boys there. Love that for him.
With an opportunity to make global finals. This math is going to be so close, but they had a crazy amount of eliminations. And if I have a prediction, I think they did enough, but it's going to come down to the wire. Look at this ridiculous last stand. Look at this wild aerial cam.
That's crazy. GG's.
All day. Cam's team right on the fringe, had high ground, had God's
King Chuck's teams definitely has just done enough.
You just see the breakdown. This is where Chow's squad falls between FIFA and Juki's. And there is that buy station that was
just done
available
enough
there.
there.
But Yavik's Cam's loss from the roof are putting so much pressure on the squads trying to rotate it. Nova comes back in.
I think they were 16th or 17th.
Get into that cover. Yavik's, but consistently holding.
I think King Chuck's team was 16th or 17th prior.
This FIFA, this squad earlier in the series.
It's the exact same thing from yesterday. It's too little too late, Tiff. Sorry, you missed your window. I love you. And finally, you clipped it in. And finally, maybe you have hope for LCQs, but it's just not enough. You don't have enough kills, and you didn't get here early enough. They did everything they could to stay alive when their backs were against the wall, but it wasn't enough. And you see Kong, Gabs, Ghoul, it's the same story. Yes, they get a great wipe here. Yes, they
Brother,
have a
what
great
is
game,
the
but the problem is it's too little too late.
what's the early Spain call?
The only team in contention to make global finals from this fight. Sure, Kong, if they
1-0
win it all,
Spain.
maybe
Lovely.
they had enough, but it came down to this play right here. King Chalk goes huge, gets Neonsen back. They have position, they've got the buy. Everybody's up, they've got smokes to play with, and they have the zone. They have everything they needed to win, and they did it with style. Tip, I'm hearing they had a 40-point victory. I cannot wait to see this team's victory moment because it is going to be
40
extraordinary.
points.
And shout out to Gooey making it
40
top
points,
4.
bro.
Shout out to FIFA Kill for getting this far. Kong, Gabs,
Gooey and Clavson and FLS were on my list.
it just likely was.
And I think he's got top 4 there, so.
This trio being in the right place, the right time, and slaying out the entirety.
I want to see the final leaderboard. I want to see final leaderboard for sure, bro.
Buyback come through, but that rotation early from King Chalk and Co. He reses, he gets the buyback, and they hold that position throughout. Let's run back to victory moment. You called it. Let's see it.
Ça fly, mort. Il est dead. 3v1, comment on y va? On push. Attends. Il est derrière le wall. Il est à droite, là, sur moi. Let's go. Putain, grosse merde. On le tient en l'air, Encore.
He thought he'd won it, and then he.
What the fuck?
I know. He gets minus aura points for wearing a Man United shirt. Can't lie.
40 points.
Minus aura points
40 points.
for wearing a Man United shirt.
And a dream. They've likely done it. Who knows? It's going to be so dang close.
They've definitely made it. They've definitely
Huge
made it.
Congratulations,
Fair
my
play
man.
to those
King
boys.
Jock in particular,
He won that
waiting
fight against
3
Louis,
years
bro.
to be here
That
and
was crazy.
executing in the final map.
That was a
Such
big
cool
fight to
story,
win against
an
Louis there.
Unbelievable moment to look back
Louis'
on
team has made
with
it
the
as well,
final
which is
map of
good.
the day, Tiff. What a way to finish off the day. We've got so much math, and we got a lot of talking we got to do here on the desk. So let's bring him in.
All right, chat.
Incredible finish, right?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Making it happen for him and his
I ain't gonna lie
roster.
to you. I was seeing the last time these lot did a leaderboard, it took them about 75 business days, right? About 75 business days for them to get the leaderboard up and online. So we're going to end the stream here. However, thank you very much for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow morning with more Warzone. First thing, 8 a.m. See you there. See you square. You know what I'm saying? We'll see how the final leaderboard goes. I'll do a little tweet about it, a little post in the Discord. That was lovely. I think LCQ is going to be crazy competitive. Crazy competitive. You're going to have a lot of good teams in that LCQ. It's going to be very, very competitive. We will be watching it as well, for sure. GG's, guys. I'll see you